Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, that's April. Oh, I got her in a sip of water.
Morning.
How's it going? It's Friday. It's the final show of the week, and boy, do we have a lot to get to today. A lot of news, a lot of things we didn't get to yesterday. First of all, big thank you to the potato. Cardiff Electric, adorable, very cute. A little sinister. There's a little bit of a dark side.
I liked it about him.
I like Cardiff, but there's definitely something about Cardiff that is... Look, I can relate. You step on his toes, he burns down your village. But there was a lot of insinuation to getting on, especially Carl, getting on Carl's good side, only to, what it sounds like, destroy him.
Possibly.
It sounds like that could be what he's going for. I did write to Carl yesterday, and Carl said, well, next time, text me. And then an hour later, I got a text from Carl saying, oh, you did text me. I'm sorry. He said he would have come on yesterday. Next time, we'll give him a little bit of notice. I didn't understand that the heat went that deep with those two.
I don't keep up on the who's friends with Cardiff thing.
Yeah, I didn't realize the rot ran that deep. Otherwise, I would have organized this sit down. But, oh well. Let's get to you guys, and then we'll get into what we want to get into today. We've got a lot to talk about, a lot of fun things. And, of course, we will address the absolute shattering from yesterday. Something snapped. I'm good at it. What can I say? That's what I do to people. Only this time, somebody snapped and they decided to go a little bit too far. Lots of good mornings. Joe Schmo says, my hours are so weird, I need this to fall asleep to. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, buddy.
Morning.
That's not really the compliment, though, that I think you're intending it as. You need this to fall asleep to.
Maybe your voice soothes him.
Maybe. Joe Schmo says, April looks pissed. She is. I'm trying to bring up her mood a little bit, but April's upset. She'll get it off her chest today. And then, look, I've been doing this for so long that I know what all of these things are. And I can call them out right away. I see them. I know what they're doing. I can kind of, there's a reason why I drive so many people nuts. There's a reason why I break everyone who tries to come back at our mockery of them. I get them to go too far. I get them to lose their mind. But yesterday was a weird thing because somebody got upset with me, or I think more jealous. Someone got very jealous of me. Someone got very upset about not being able to keep up with me, and they decided to take it out on someone else in a very personal way. And I'm the kind of guy who, when that happens, I go, wow, I pity this person. Like, I really do. There's something really not right with this person. They should probably step away, take a break. Like, the public eye is probably not for this person. And I'll set it up in a second, and then April can get her part out. But, yeah, April's very, very upset about it. And she has every right to be very, very upset about it. Me, I look at it and I go, wow. You couldn't point the gun at me and fire the bullets because you miss every time. So you had to go and take that route. Oof, it's humiliating. And now everyone is going, ooh, what a piece of garbage. Marquis says April looks like she's ready to dig a foot in a motherfucker's ass. I think so. I think that's probably about right. Did you see Mayfield last night? Wait, what? Hold on a minute.
I saw something about this. I swiped it.
Baker Mayfield's game-winning drive shocks right. Can I be very honest about something?
Sure.
I didn't know Baker Mayfield got signed.
I didn't either. I totally missed all of that.
I did not see that I knew that he was going to be signed by the Rams. I just never saw any news that he did get signed by the Rams. I know that Matthew Stafford's hurt. And they need some, and their season, I think their season's about over. I don't think they can make the playoffs anymore. But I didn't know they actually signed him.
Well, good for him, though, to start back on a win.
Yeah, he came back. He beat the
Raiders.
Beat the Raiders. But by the way, that's a better team than their record. Like, that's There's a lot of good players on that team. Like, they went out and got Devontae Adams because they thought that was the missing piece.
I actually thought there was hope for them to start with.
Yeah, I thought they were going to have a good year, but I guess it's not to be. Yeah, impressive comeback from Mayfield. The 27-year-old quarterback led Los Angeles to 2 late fourth-quarter touchdowns, capped by a 23-yard scoring pass to Van Jefferson with 10 seconds left. Mayfield went 22 of 35, 230 yards, and eventually snapped the defending Super Bowl champion. 6-game losing streak. I knew it was bad for the Rams. I didn't know it was that bad.
That's
all right.
demoralizing, actually.
Holy shit. So when I was talking to Corey about San Francisco, like, should they or shouldn't they sign Baker Mayfield, he'd already been claimed by the Rams.
I guess so. I don't
On
know why
Tuesday.
that wasn't a bigger news, because it was big news that the Panthers let him go.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where he gets let go and it's big news. It's on top of it's the biggest thing out there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets signed and you hear nothing about it. Like
Right.
that, maybe that's kind of the sign that everyone's done with Baker Mayfield.
I think that was it. Everyone was like, ooh, see, he's finally gone.
Yeah. Triple N says, whoops, where'd it go? It's what's happening is similar to the Mersh effect. Exactly. I think so. Where Mersh, kind of makes fun of someone, they go on tilt, they go nuts. Kind of one of those things. April just needs a katana. She's ready to be in a sequel for Kill Bill. Oh, shit.
Katanas are fun.
Kelly, welcome to the Yeehaw Club. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Let's go on. Wish he was still on my Browns. We now have a rapist, says Joe Berger. Oh, you signed Chad? No. Teasing. Jokes. Rex Dart parody account says Rams were done and Tillery let them off the hook with a stupid personal foul. Well, that happens. Sergey says, can people be nice? I want to have playful picking on my adopted parents. Oh, well, Sergey, you can do that anytime.
I think that's what we all want.
I think that's what we all do. So let me set this up for you. And then we will we'll have April get to her part of this. So we found a lol cow about 4 months ago. I think he had already was going nuts. And I think he was already kind of breaking. I think Carl and Chrissy Mayer had kind of broken him. But he came on our radar. And we always love making fun of people who are delusional and funny people who are funny in a way that they don't know are funny. And most people who talk into this microphone kind of understand what goes with it. They go, okay, I'm putting on a show. People are going to make fun of the show you do. They might not like you. All fine. I've been dealing with it for 15 years. Chad Zumock just kept going on and he kept going, oh, I don't care. And we went, well, if you don't care, if you don't mind, I'd really like to tease you about the content you're putting out there.
The content.
I understand. Content. So we would make fun of him. We would tease him. This would go on for months and months. It got very good responses. Everybody seemed to really enjoy it. Lots of views, lots of subscriptions. Steel Toe kind of became the go-to for making fun of Chad Zumock.
Sure did.
Here's the problem. Chad decided, I was a third mic on an afternoon radio show for a year or so. I want to have fun too. So Chad decided he would try to have fun. Everyone thought it was terrible. Everyone thought it was really, really bad. So we kept picking on him. It kind of became this fun, feeder kind of a thing. Like, Chad would get mad that we teased him and that we made fun of him. Same thing with Cumia. Mm-hmm. Cumia would make fun of him. Chad would go into a mental rage. And I think 2 nights ago, he was full on attacking Anthony.
He was.
And doing kind of his usual stuttering John shtick. Going way too low, taking way too low of blows. Mm-hmm. And Anthony would just parry him and pound the shit out of him. And that's what we do. We parried him. We pounded the shit out of him. Nobody thought he was funny. I'm going to become a streamer, he said. Only 10 people would show up to his streams. So he kind of quit doing that. But every time he would try to pop up and go live, we'd bump his numbers up to about 60. Well, he tried to keep pretending that didn't faze him. Yesterday, Chad broke. We've made fun of him for the credit card thing. We've made fun of him for not being funny. We've made fun of him for the stuttering John qualities. And that's kind of where this whole thing came from. we said, we got to get away from this Stuttering John. There's another guy who's even worse.
Which, by the way, we had to dig for none of that information.
Right, didn't have to dig.
Very common knowledge.
It's very common knowledge. So went out there, made fun of Chad, and were very successful. I mean, really successful. Called all of his bullshit, exposed all of his lies, hammered him into the ground, broke the guy on multiple occasions. Yesterday was the most brutal breaking to date. It was the worst one. Chad goes live. Why Do I Podcast says, Chad's live. Now, the night before, Chad was talking about how because I had beaten him up, and this is the real cowardice of the situation, because I had beaten up Chad so bad, and he'd been humiliated so badly, and I think this is what finally did it. Kevin and Bob raving about Steel Toe.
Okay.
Kevin and Bob talking about Steel Toe, Chad trying to change the subject, did not want to mention Steel Toe. Just kept changing the subject. And Kevin's like, no, that guy's, you should go on that guy's show. And then Bob's like, they're really good. I listen to them every day. Chad has been dying for that kind of fatherly acceptance. And we got it before he did. Mm-hmm. And we're making fun of him. So that night, Chad goes to, well, I know what I'm going to do. I've been trying to make fun of this guy, Aaron. Making fun of his hairline. He laughs at me when I make fun of his hairline. What the hell? He's a failed radio guy. Aaron laughs at me when I call him a failed radio guy. And he keeps making fun of me. So out of frustration, Chad goes to, I'm going to fuck the girl. Now, it's one of those slow motion deals where as soon as someone who might like Chad sees it happening, they go, no, but it's too late. The send button gets sent. It gets screenshotted. It gets sent everywhere. And people go, ew, gross. What a piece of shit. Like, what a fully broken guy. So then yesterday, we make fun of that. April goes, oh, yeah, sure. And then starts regurgitating. Like, physically, I felt a couple of times you were going to puke.
Yes.
At the thought of this happening.
It's very nauseating.
So, when you threaten sexual violence against somebody, that's one thing. They say, no, I'm not interested. And it's very funny because our criticism of Chad has always been akin to the guy, we've mentioned this before, the guy who hits on the girl at the bar. And when she says no, he goes into a rage. Well, yesterday, Chad went live and I went, guys, let's go over there. Let's check on Chad. Just check on him. Because here's what happens with Chad. He goes from 10 viewers, we bump him up to 50 or 60, and then he goes, fucking Steel Toe, and then gets off of there. We go and join his chat, and I think because Chad was in such a way and he was such a broken man, this is my theory as of yesterday. I think he was going to go the you route with Chrissy. Because remember, when we jumped in, he was going off on Chrissy again.
Okay.
And I think the energy was going to get there. But then the people in his chat kept going, Steel Toe's awesome, Steel Toe's cool, Steel Toe's the greatest, whatever. And then he goes to, oh yeah, I'm going to fuck his wife. And he's literally spinning around in circles in like a courtyard area going, I'm going to fuck his wife. I'm going to fuck his wife. She's a terrible mother. He's got baggage. That's her baggage now. And he starts calling children baggage. And yesterday during the show, our attitude towards it was, oh my God, this guy is broken. Oh my God, he's full on Stuttering John now. But then you get off the air and you realize, oh really? You can't be, and it became so clear to me after he started ranting and raving on Twitter afterwards. This is not a guy who's in a good spot. This is a guy who was beaten by me. But he decided, I'm going to go after her because she's a woman. He saw her as weaker. And he decided, well, I'm not going to attack the guy who's been shitting on me and making fun of me. That doesn't work. That guy kicks my teeth in every time. So I'll go with sexual threats and I'll attack the children that a woman raises and takes care of. I don't know where in his mind he thought that was going to be a victory. I'd love to hear the thought process of a guy who goes, I am so at my wit's end with this guy. I don't have an answer to him hammering me and shitting on me and going after me. I'll say I'm going to fuck her and that she's a terrible mother and she's not a real mother. And we've got all the screenshots of his tweets. I think the manic episode ended yesterday because he deleted all the tweets and then said, oh, yeah, people are lying. I never said that. So
I don't know if that's a manic episode ending to say,
you think it's
a big lie.
You think it's continuing?
That's not an end. That's
Okay.
like an out for him.
That's a continuation. Well, then yesterday, Chad sends me an email. I don't know who got to him. I don't know. Personally, I think he was panicking. I think Chad was in panic mode yesterday. And Chad sent me an email apologizing to me. I don't know why he would apologize to me. He avoided me like the plague in that whole thing. In all of his tweets. April was telling me yesterday, I got like 60 tweets every time I would open, and it's people asking me about my pussy. It's people talking about, Chad's
what they're going to do to it.
What they're going to do to it. Chad's going to fuck me. Like people talk about, it's difficult to be a woman on the internet. 1,000%. It's damn near impossible.
Not enjoyable, to be honest.
It's not fun to be a woman on the internet because here's what happens. Men feel very insecure when they're not funny and a woman gets the better of them. April got the better of him, and to expose what kind of guy he is, he went to sexual violence and motherhood. Look, if you're talking about a beef, that's how you lose it. Second of all, you didn't even go after the guy you're upset about. It's me, Chad. I'm the one you want to go after, but you said it yourself. For 4 months, it hasn't worked. So he looks at it as, well, I'll get the girl. Chad, there's nothing to get. I went after the content of your performance and what you do as a performer. Maybe I hit a little too close to home. Maybe I said a lot of, like this happens a lot with people. You say the things that they're thinking to themselves that they hope nobody notices.
Yeah, no, I'm going to get to that.
And okay, well, good. So Chad sends me an email and he goes, I apologize to you as a father and a husband. Which he doesn't know anything about, but okay. I want to apologize to you as a father and a husband. I've got mutual friends telling me that you're upset with me. I don't know if it's a radio bit or if you really are, but if you really are upset, I'm sorry. And then I'll call the dogs off. I got news for you, Chad. Number one, you don't have dogs. Number two, they didn't come after me. The 5 people on Twitter that find you entertaining somehow, they didn't dare come to me because they know what that entails. They didn't dare come at me. You know what they did? They lobbed more sexual shit at her. Congratulations. You can judge a man by the company you keep. I'll say this again. This is like the Elisa Jordana shit. If any of you guys, my audience, my fans, if any of you went to another personality that we're having some kind of problem with, even if it's Elisa Jordana, if somebody in my audience sent Elisa Jordana some kind of sexual threat, or some kind of sexual thing, you're gone. You're just done. I know Chad needs that person because he doesn't have anybody. I don't need that kind of person. You're gone if you do something like that. So I responded, Chad, and I said, dude, don't apologize to me. I said the kids shit, the threats against my wife shit. I don't play that. You and I are locked in this forever. You're mine, is what I told. I told him in the email, you're mine forever. I'm sorry. If you wanted to back out, he came to me with his hands folded. Please, 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 Mr. Imholt. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. I know I've gone too far. I smelled bullshit from a mile away. So I sent him a response, and the first thing I said was, here's April's email. Tell her you're sorry. You don't owe me an apology. I saw him say, well, isn't Aaron a hypocrite because he picks on me? No. You don't owe me shit. I've been a dick to you. I've made fun of you. I've mocked you. I've ridiculed you. I've broken you by criticizing your performance as a comic. I don't want an apology from you. I don't need anything from you. So what you say to me about my performance, how I do on this, that's all part of the game. But you went after April. And you went after her in a way that had nothing to do with her performance on this show.
Performance stuff is fine.
Yeah.
That's all.
We've laughed that off, and then we counter smack you, and then you lose your mind. So I said, why don't you email April and apologize to her? I never forgive you. You're mine forever. And you know how we say that Chad's the girl who, or Chad's the guy who, when the girl rejects him, he goes nuts? Chad immediately sends me a 4 or 5 page paragraph thing about how, fine, I was just trying to be nice anyway. Fuck you. The gloves are off now. I'm going to say whatever I want. I hope I end your marriage, is what he said. I hope I end your marriage. Chad, when a comedian is funny and he's good at the back and forth, doesn't need to say shit like that. I'm going to end your marriage. And then he went off on another string of tweets that he ended up deleting. So that's where we are today. You go to the kids, you go to the wife, you've got an enemy in me for life. But there's also the solace of, I've broken you. I've defeated you. I've broken you. This is like the Elisa Jordana thing all over again. You shot your shot. I took it and I spit in your eye. You don't have anywhere else to go. The walls are closing in. You're in the corner and you're shaking like a dog. But it ain't going to stop now, buddy. So that's where I'm at. That's the whole setup. Now we pass it over onto the person. Now you guys have the total context of the whole deal. Let's go to the person who actually got the abuse. April, your thoughts on the matter?
Okay, well, I will start off with, I am very much unlike Aaron in a matter of, like, he just said, I've broken you. I take that as like a fucking honor. I've broken Chad, all that shit. I don't do any of this to break anybody. I never have. I don't ever sit on here and agree like, oh yeah, we've broken this person. I don't take pride in that. I don't enjoy it. I very much, like, for the record, that is not why I'm part of this show either. I've always enjoyed what this show was in regards to, like, goofing on some people and doing some fun stories and being fucking funny. It's all for fun. So when this whole Chad thing started happening, not last night, but the night before, this guy out of nowhere starts tweeting like, I'm going to fuck the shit out of your wife. And first off, my jaw drops like, ugh, that's disgusting. But then, the follow-up is, oh, this is kind of funny. Let me, I'll play along with you for a little bit. Oh, look, we're going to be a couple. Get it? Chad's going to steal me away from you. Woo. And for me, that's all in good fun. It's jesting. I don't really take any stock in it. I don't think about these people when we get off this show. I don't do any of that. I could care less like what he's doing in his personal life. I think it's very funny to watch him have meltdowns or episodes or something on the show. That is it. So for me yesterday, even when he was on, like when we checked in with his show on our morning show, and he kind of starts in again, which I was told after the fact, like I shouldn't have done this, but I went along with him. I thought it was very funny. It's silly. Of course it's never going to happen. I would never have sex with him. I would never leave anybody for him. I don't care if I'm with Aaron or not someday. I would never look up Chad Zumach, ever. I don't care. I will stay out of that state because I know he's there. It's gross. Whatever. So I had a really good time on the show yesterday. I had fucking fun. I got off the show and I'm like, that was really funny. Haha. Like, we even had Cardiff on at the end there and I'm like, hey, make sure you smooth things over with Chad because I heard he broke up with me. Haha. And then, so I'm in the greatest mood. I'm like, oh, this is really silly. And I happen to check my phone because I get listener messages all the time as part of my job to communicate back with these people that I care about as listeners and stuff. And I start seeing these messages not only from Chad, but like all of his little minions he's got surrounding him, which I will give him credit. Aaron says there's 5. He's got like a sick amount of people that will like sit in his corner, and I think it's just to be contrarian to whoever's like doing the thing with him at the time. But I see these sexual messages. He said on the stream, I will fuck you in 2023. Yeah. You will be mine. All this possessive shit, all these rapey comments, not only coming from him, but all these nasty people. And then it would delve into, how dare you like get in a relationship and have a family at home? How dare you pretend those are your kids, and pretend you're their mother, which, by the way, I have never done. I've never pretended to be somebody's mother, but I am the mother in this home. I care for my kids greatly. I care for his kids greatly. I make sure they are always well taken care of as my own children. And I see them sitting there like, Chad, I think one of his quotes was, I'm not even trying to be mean, but April, stop pretending you're their mother. You shouldn't be taking care of those kids. I don't care if I'm with Aaron. Like, this is the only reason this is happening to me, by the way, is because I'm with him and you absolutely hate him. You're absolutely jealous of him. I don't care. Like, I don't care who I'm with, whose kids I took in to love as my own and shit. That stuff's not okay to say. That is something I would never say to you. I could care less if you had kids or not. I'm not looking into that. Like, any of the people we ever goof on here, it's I don't want to talk about their family. I want to talk about their content and how they're being silly on the cameras, because that's what we're all doing. That's not off limits. You want to make fun of us here for what we do on our show, that's fine. But then it totally just mirrored everything too that his fucking family's done to me or his ex has done to me, about like how shitty it is that I'm a fucking step parent because God forbid I come in and take care of a home. Like, it's so shitty, and it didn't stop, you know? Like, I completely backed off the whole thing, too. I'm like, oh, so clearly me thinking things are silly and, you know, I'm having fun with somebody, it's a complete delusion. I am not on this show for that. That is not worth it for me. I had a day yesterday where I'm like, you know, I have been truly proud to be part of this show and have it grow the way it has. I think I've become very good at my job, and I do this for fun. I have the best of times here. And yesterday just kind of showed me, like, not only is this just a show, it doesn't stop when the cameras turn off. It is all the shit that can follow you from a bunch of mental cases online. It's gross. I'm not in it to have my fucking name slandered or my position as a parent slandered or my non-parency. I don't know. You know, apparently I'm not a parent at all.
Well, that's horseshit.
You know what I mean, though? Like, people just get to say all this shit about you. That stuff doesn't just go away. It's there. I don't care for that.
And I think what you're saying also is it's different than you suck on the show. Like, that's fair.
What I've said.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
You can tell me I suck on this show all day long. That is totally fair. If I'm on this camera, if I'm on this microphone, that is something you get to say to people. That's open season for anyone who does this. But, like, again, people went on Twitter yesterday too and like, oh, I see she's backpedaling now, as she should. But, like, who took the first shots here? Shots fired maybe at your content because you suck. Like, right. It's funny. But again, like, I'm not invested in your downfall. Like I said earlier, I am very unlike Aaron, where he says, like, yes, we broke him. I've never done that. I don't care to break any of you. I very much find this funny, and that is where it starts and stops for me. So
now I do want to address one thing, because you keep saying that I want to break people. I don't.
I say you enjoy it.
I won't. No, when someone decides they're going to go that route, the wife and kids route, then yes, I am going to enjoy watching you fall apart. I am going to enjoy the fallout of this. Making fun of someone back and forth, I don't dislike. I don't hate Opie. I don't dislike Opie. I don't dislike DSP.
I don't hate any of them.
We've said multiple times we like Brendan Schaub. Like, Brendan's adorable. Mm-hmm. You know, Brendan's not hurting anybody. Brendan's fine. Brendan's not stealing people's credit cards, saying he's going to fuck people's wives. Brendan just does it. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't go after people's kids, whatever. These are people who are in the business, who belong there, who know how the game is played. It's the going. Once you go too far, then yes, I can't wait to watch you fall. Absolutely.
So now I've lost my train of thought. Basically, this is not why I was ever part of this show. And like I said, for me, this shit stops once the cameras are off. I don't fucking look these people up after the show. I don't really contact most of them. I fully understand that what happened yesterday is some kind of like jealousy or hard-on for Aaron and stuff, which is fine. But then leave me out of it, because again, like with the fucking comments, like, oh, who fired first? I might have joked around about your shit, like your content, but that is where it will always stop for me. And frankly, like, I'm not above, like, if this shit were to continue for me, I have no problem saying I am not cut out for this. I don't enjoy it 1 second. I'd rather abandon whatever this show turned into, if that was what the case was for me. The swattings, the sexual threats and fucking shit like that about my family. It's not what I'm here for. You're not pulling one over on me. It's not cool. It doesn't make you look good. But it's also not for me. So I guess if that were to continue, this is a sad ending for me for something I really enjoy doing. I really hope that's not the case. I really hope these people can pull their head out of their ass, but they are all mental cases. Yeah. And, I had I had Chrissy Mayer contact me yesterday, and I had like a 30, 40-minute phone call with her because she heard what was going on, obviously, and she saw what was going on, and she tried to commiserate with me some too. Like, she's been doing this obviously much longer than I am, but she understands what things get said and how nasty they can be because she's a step parent and she's a woman and she understands all this shit. And it really does usually all stem from just pure jealousy. Like like she said, people will attack Frank, her, the man who has taught her things and who is her fiance, and she's a step parent to his child, like they will attack him just to get at her and things like that. Just say the nastiest of things. And she's like, these people that, like, you're the one, like, I'm the one with my face on this camera right now, and I've got this microphone in front of me, and these people that are on Twitter, I understand they are basement dwellers. They never come out and see sunshine. I get it. But that also, doubly, though, does not mean I enjoy having this in my life, so I guess that's kind of where I'm sitting. I did not have a good day yesterday after the show, which I thought was great.
Great show.
But this, to me, at some point, things just like juice isn't worth the squeeze for me. That's kind of where I ended up feeling yesterday.
Well, and I think a lot of people get where you are when they get to where you are for the first time. And I would say this, and I think the majority of people would agree. Just utilize that mute button, man. Just utilize that block button. There's something you do when you first get into the internet like this, and I was there too, where you see hitting the mute or the block is some kind of loss. That's childish. Don't ever think that way. The mute and the block button are there for a reason. And E-Rock said it to me in a message yesterday. He said, tell her that these people are beneath her. She's the performer. They're the audience. You don't go in there and fraternize or try to win over people who don't like you. You just discard them.
Oh, I certainly have never tried to win them over.
You just discard them.
Not even once.
Just discard them. Get rid of them. They're garbage. They're trash. Throw them out like trash. It's fun. It's good. It's liberating to use that mute and block button.
You know what I mean, though? Like the level of shit that gets said to a person in my position, and especially like people that are fucking step parents, when that shit gets brought up, step parents get put through the fucking ringer every time. Like they end up in that position, and it'll take years for them to wear out of that sometimes, because the amount of like adversity they have to face from everyone surrounding that situation fucking sucks. And it has happened to me now in my personal life and in my internet fucking life, which I think is completely ridiculous. But like, so that shit just kind of hit home yesterday, because it not only was just a bunch of mental cases in their basements tweeting at me about how I shouldn't be caring for kids that aren't mine and shit, and you're all baggage and fuck that shit. Like, it has happened to me in my personal life, so that shit echoed. And sometimes that led me to think too, like, the reason I think Chad would bring that stuff up is because, and this isn't something I had to dig for either, Chad, you've mentioned on MLC before, like, you were a stepchild. You had a stepfather who fucking hurt you and shit like that. And I won't sit here and say that's not true. I'm sure it was, whatever. But, like, just because your stepfather hurt you doesn't mean, like, nobody else should be a step parent. You know, I can see the projection there. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like, it's just, like, I don't understand how people can't see the difference between fucking deep diving and needling in somebody's very personal family life compared to, like, oh, let's stick with she fucking sucks on the show.
Right.
You can't stick to that.
But what? Well, here in not in his defense, but like, okay, you're Chad. You've now realized you're not good at this. You're not good at doing a show. You can't draw a crowd. You can't draw an audience. Kevin Brennan won't even unblock you from his life because he doesn't trust you.
Yeah, Kevin still has him on his show, though.
No, but doesn't trust. Like, I was talking to Bob. He goes, Kevin doesn't even talk to Chad. He has Chad. He goes, I think he has Chad on because Chad hates Gino. And it's probably time for that to end.
What a weird thing to do.
Right.
Though.
That's Kevin's call.
I don't have somebody on this show because they hate my enemy.
Right. That's probably a mistake, but oh well, his mistake to make. But he said, yeah, Chad does. He goes, Kevin doesn't trust the stupid fuck. I'm the one who has to message Chad and say, hey, we're going live, because Kevin won't directly contact the guy. Mm-hmm. So that tells you a lot. But you know, you mentioned with Chad, like, oh, keep it on this, you know, Criticize me if you want to.
Keep some fucking focus.
Not the
for
sexual
God's
threats,
sakes.
not the kid stuff. Here's the problem, April. The guy's not an entertainer. And this is what you kind of learned yesterday. The guy belongs on Twitter with those people. He belongs there. He certainly
in the cesspool.
Yeah,
that
he
is
doesn't.
Twitter.
He doesn't. This is the hard lesson he's learning. He doesn't belong in front of a microphone. He doesn't belong on a podcast. He doesn't belong on a stand-up comedy stage. He belongs on Twitter because that's his level of intellect. He not even skipped over going after me because that's failed. He skipped over going after you. That failed. He went after family, and now that's failing.
No, he didn't skip over going after me.
No. I mean,
me
no,
and my parents
no.
and
After
shit.
you on the show, he skipped over that because he knows it doesn't land. So now he's trying another thing, and now this won't land. It's a guy running out of room. It's desperation. Look, I mean, there's about 10 people that we make fun of on a regular basis on this show who, if they wrote to me and they said, hey, man, could you lay off? Like, it's bothering me and shit like that. I'm like, well, goddamn, man, I'm not here to like ruin your life. Like, I'm here to have fun. You put stuff up on the internet and I think it's bad and it's funny and I want to tease you about it. But if they wrote, like, if Opie said, hey, man, fucking not cool, could you take it easy? I'm not going to make fun of Opie anymore. That's not fun. I'm not in this. You talk about the breaking thing. I'm not in this. You're not in this to break people. But if people want to act a certain way, then I am going to enjoy it when you fall. I don't want to. I mean, how many times have we said on this show, Opie's got a lovely family. I hope they're doing very well. I hope he's got plenty of money, and I hope they're taken care of.
I don't even go that far. I don't even want to talk about their families.
Every time.
I don't.
Every time. I want Opie to be doing great. I hope he seems to be happy with what he's doing. DSP, I hope he's happy. He's probably not. Brendan, I hope everyone there is doing great. But when someone goes to the level that this guy did, you're watching him fall apart, and now you go, I'm going to enjoy it. It's kind of like, I'm not going to save you, or but I don't have to help you. Is kind of where I'm at with this guy. Let's go to the chat, April, and you can respond to people. Joe Schmo says, Florida man sexually harasses isn't even being original.
No.
No, it's kind of it's
not at all.
Boy, you know what? Even when he goes too far, it's hack.
That's kind of true.
Skeezy says, maybe it's time to give the lol cow thing a break if this is the attention you're getting.
I agree 100%.
Well, certainly, Chad is Johnny's now. There's no reason for April to be a part of that anymore. It's not fun for her. Whatever, That's
what I said. Like with the in my humble opinion here, if we weren't in the lol cow business, swattings are not happening. I'm not getting rape threats and murder threats and fucking sexual shit about my family and myself on Twitter.
The swatting
That's
thing,
not for me.
Yeah, I disagree with you on the swatting thing because that happened because of a delusional fan. That happened because of a crazy fan.
Oh yeah, and how much did we involve him in the show? He wasn't like a passing fancy.
We've got a lot of fans that we involve in the show. They
Not
don't do
like that.
Well, I mean,
that was a completely different level.
Pio Mai says, true skeezy, either they go harder and it gets worse or it ends. Yeah. Informal Warfare says he knew he couldn't hurt Aaron in a fair fight, so he went for his wife and kids. Fuck that guy. That's exactly what it is. It's a guy who fell apart, who couldn't win. He got frustrated, and he took a low blow. He looked for an out.
He absolutely went for the lowest hanging fruit he could.
Yeah, look, it's a sad man. Excuse me. It's a sad man at the end of his rope, and he's looking for an out. That's all that is.
Right, and just for the record, for anyone in the chat right here, I haven't read any of it yet. I'm not looking for any sympathy here at all. I'm trying to address what this show means for me and what I've done on this show, and versus what's coming in, and to me, how that's not. Even if that is what comes with this territory, that to me means it's not worth it for me, and that's not something I'm cut out for. Okay.
Six String Man says, at the end of the day, Twitter isn't reality. Exactly. That's it. Twitter's just not real. Alex says, you chose to step up in your role, and that makes you a saint. I think the crazy part about that is that goes without saying for most people.
I hold a very special place in my heart for step parents. I do. To take not one, not two, but 3 children in without question and love them and care for them. I don't care how many kids somebody's taken in. That is something special. That is something that nobody just up and does one day. That's not something people take lightly.
Yeah, altruistic germs nails it. Teasing is a lot, and this is where I do kind of resent people who are like, maybe the lol count thing you shouldn't do. Teasing is altruistic germs nails it. This is where those people are wrong. Teasing is a lot different from sexual harassment, threats of rape, and going after family. If you didn't do anything wrong, you shouldn't have to stop doing something. Didn't do anything wrong, made fun of a public figure who was making content. I'm not going to say that nobody can be made fun of anymore because they decided to sexually harass, threaten, rape, go after family, things like that. I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
I will say again, like somebody on these threads yesterday said, whoa, who fired first shot or who drew first blood? Like, as in, like, saying I did this. I've done nothing to ask for that. I giggle at some streams. Well, okay.
And first of all,
fuck that noise.
Who took the first shot? Chad did. In terms of, like,
I don't even remember.
Time out. No.
I don't.
No, in terms of sexual threats and rape threats and shit like that, Chad threw the first punch.
Yeah, it wasn't even like, ooh, April, you and I should get together. No, I'm going to fuck you in 2023.
That's a threat. So now, if you go to who threw the first punch in terms of, hey, who made fun of whose shows first? Me. It's always going to be me. I'm funny. I'm good at making fun of people who aren't very good at this. Certainly not a crime.
And for the record, I do think this show has done that since the radio days. I just think that the scope of it has gotten so much larger. So these people have fucking hordes of mentals around them, okay? Mental cases that they fucking carry with them.
I've been making fun of people for 15 years in front of one of these. It's just, it's the most fun you're going to have doing this. So as far as who fired the first shot, well, Chad did. Here's why. Sexual threats going after children is a different category. He lost the first fight that I threw the first punch in. I threw the first punch in the, let's make fun of how bad this guy is at this. And then he lost that one, so he started a new game of sex threats going after children. That's the sad part. And if you want to go, well, Aaron, you deserved it because you made fun of a guy's show. First of all, yes, maybe I deserve it, but I'm not the one the coward went after. It was her.
No, they were making me feel, I don't know what the female version is of like a cuck, but they were completely making me feel cucked out that I ever got with somebody with kids. Yeah. And the funny part is it's only because it's with him. That's it.
That's the only reason.
It's so fucking dumb.
I mean, that's a real low place to be. Tiger Lily says, don't let a Chad ruin your joy from the show and in life. Chad's words mean nothing. And that's what I try to impress on you and others, is that you have to consider the source and why they're doing it. Now, you know why he's doing it. It's projection. And I think Chrissy and I have told you that too. This guy is
I said that.
This guy missed out on so many things in life. This guy has done so little. And I think he's staring down the barrel of middle-aged burnout, and it's scaring the shit out of him.
I think he had a tough childhood, like I've mentioned already, because he's mentioned it, and the guy doesn't have anyone. So, like Chrissy told me yesterday on the phone, like, he's not with anybody, he doesn't have anything like that. Yeah. And people like that do get bitter eventually.
Right.
If I were fucking single here, though, I'm not fucking doing that to somebody. Right. That's the difference here. I don't care if I'm with him or somebody else or not at all. I would never do that to somebody.
Please don't physically strike me. I'm just kidding. So, yeah, I mean, as far as that stuff goes, it's just like, you got to consider the source. And to me, it was plain as day. It was, oh, man, he's lost it. Like, it's over. Lemmy says, I'm now very interested in Chad's downfall. My biggest lament is that he doesn't have very far to fall. Well, that's pretty accurate, too. Ralph C. says, speaking of Twitter, did anyone see Redface tweet something happened? What? I don't know who Redface is. Gray Idol says, April is absolutely awesome. I've lost 2 brothers and a sister. Nothing phases me anymore. And April knows comedy and should never explain their humor.
That's what I thought yesterday when I was absolutely going along with the bit, like, oh, get it? Chad and I are together. I thought it was very funny. Never for a second did I think that was legit. But I was even told by, like, people that have been in the business longer than me after, like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
That was almost upsetting to me because I'm naive and dumb and young, and like I thought it was funny.
But the reason we told you that is because we could see this guy ain't kidding. Like, this guy's losing
I would
his
have
shit.
never thought that. I don't like the politics of this shit.
It's not politics. It's just going, who am I above? Don't deal with this. Like, that's just bottom feeder shit. You're higher than that. Somebody says, Kevin Brennan went the classy route. I jack off to her.
That's very funny.
That's a gentlemanly thing to say. That's a very nice, hey, I jerk off to you.
That's like me on the show where I'm looking at a girl or a guy and I'm like, would ya? Like, yeah. I'm not saying, oh, God, I'm going to fucking find them and fuck them. I would never.
I feel like Saladin, and Chad is Guy de Lusignan. And I go, why could you not learn from a great king? To learn from his example. Kevin Brennan is the great king. I jack off to her. What an old-timey, 60-year-old Scotch in hand, classy fella. I imagine he's got a smoking jacket on. He's holding a beverage and a cigar, and he goes, oh, that dame? I'd toss a batch to her. Classy thing, that Kevin Brennan. Omega Dread says, but he goes ballistic because he was told to apologize to my wife. That's just it. Chad does this thing where he shows you who he is. He realizes he gets in too far, and he tries to make it good. And when he realizes he's gone too far to make it good, he just goes back to raging. Like, the apology to me was so see-through and phony that it took me one thing to make him go off again. It was, hey, here's April's email address. Apologize to her.
Oh, this is something I wanted to say, too.
Oh, sure.
So I was...
Oh, by the way, did you get an email?
No.
Yeah, no.
So
of course not.
I was out hunting yesterday trying to get away from this bullshit because that's something I enjoy doing alone. And I did happen to get a notification that Chad tweeted at me again, and it was later at night, and he said something like, well, I tried to do the right thing by your beta husband or whatever and apologize, but he wouldn't take it. And he said at the end of this tweet, I won't bore you with all the details because they were gross. He said at the end of it, he's like, gloves are off. Let's hurt some feelings. Let's hurt some feelings. I'm never on here to hurt your fucking feelings. Like, I don't know why it's so impossible now to have a good back and forth with somebody like in jest, but I must be completely retarded and that doesn't exist anymore. So he's out here like, oh, let's hurt some feelings. And then we had talked about like, oh, let's go to Rochester, New York for this DabbleCon thing.
Yeah.
Woo. And then he fucking tweets too, like, oh, let's have some fun. I'm going to fucking go now. I literally will not go to that if he's going. I won't. And it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't bother me. I will skip out on fun things if he's going to be there because that's just not what I'm into. And I mean that.
Yeah. Veldrain with $5 says, I am one of Chad's fans, so that means I am covered in dust, really old, and only seen when the AC breaks. Tiger Lily says, don't let him take credit for you leaving the show. Chad has nothing and no reach. Exactly, see, Tiger Lily. You're absolutely right.
I get that too. And I absolutely knew that coming on this show today and saying, like, if this is what it's going to be, I'll just say, like, this isn't for me. I understand this stuff, this shitty stuff kind of can surround a show like this. That's fine. But once you sit in it for a while, some people will realize, like, hey, that's maybe just not for me. I'm not above saying that's not for me. Okay, he's not going to get credit for it. If he wants to take it as a win, that's fine. I hope that's not the case. I hope I don't have to leave this, but I'm not above it. Okay,
you won't have
I'm
to.
Not.
You won't have to leave it. But I will say, like, could you imagine someone taking it as a win? And then an outsider going, "Wait, what happened? What'd you win? I sexually harassed a woman and made fun of her being a parent until she quit something." It's like,
oh, here's the thing.
It's like, so you have no talent.
No, I know how to do other shit than this. Oh, I enjoy this thoroughly. Most days I have a great time on this show. I really do. I get off and I'm like, that was fun. I'm glad I get to do this. But when it's surrounded by other shit like these rape threats and swats and shitty people saying shit about me and my family or lack thereof, I don't care about that anymore. I really don't. Okay?
Let's go. Chad is going to be a steel-toe friend, says Atomic Citizen. I know how he means that. Ralph C. says, Little Lemmy, I've seen you talk to him in chat. Do you know if... Ralph, we don't care. It doesn't... Whatever about red... Take your red face stuff somewhere else. It's not for... I don't know who red face is. Gene Malaprop says, the bad mom crack was way below the belt. Chris says, fucked up people are like that. It's just the... It's like the just move on or you mute them. Yeah, mute is the answer to all that stuff.
I think look, I've got some cleaning up to do first. I've got a lot of listeners that message me on Twitter. I think I will be going to them and asking them to message me elsewhere. So I actually might just get rid of Twitter.
That's not a bad idea. I've done that before.
Twitter's a fucking cesspool. There's nothing good going on there. I don't care if Elon took over. It's cool now. No, it's not.
I've done that before.
Twitter's fucking gross.
I've done that before where I've gone, I can't handle this. I'm going to step away from it.
There's just nothing good happening there.
Yeah. Jeffrey says, I love your guys' show and sorry your feelings got hurt. Think you all have done the same to people a bunch of times. Threats are always out of line. Exactly. Jeffrey's right. We have made fun of so many different people. They all know how to play the game. You know what they are? They're professionals.
Made fun of, though.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He goes, you guys have done this a bunch of times before. Nobody ever threatens you. I mean, that's why we got to that place with Brendan Schaub where when we make fun of him, we always go, I love this guy. He's fucking adorable. He's being silly and he's being stupid, so it's funny and you get to crack on him a little, but you're
I've always said that. I'm like,
you know what
Brendan
Brendan is
funny.
You know what Brendan is? Brendan's a shitty movie that you love watching.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch Con Air. It's no different. This is the thing about attacking people via podcast. It's no different than watching a shitty movie and making fun of the movie or making fun of the actor. It's the same thing.
I enjoy a good back and forth done in good jest. I don't enjoy all the other shit that's happening.
Granny says taking care of somebody else's kids is the hardest thing on the planet. They are so annoying, and yet you still love them.
Exactly.
Happy Days says, and don't have social media if you're female. I can vouch for that. Happy Days being female says, social media is just shit.
No, if you guys are one that messages me on Twitter, I hope that you start finding me somewhere else.
Never ever talk about kids. Fuck Zumach. People are saying Chad was majorly abused. Chad is the living embodiment of once he gets exposed, it's a hurt people thing.
Well, guess what though? No matter how abused you are, I've had people treat me like absolute garbage, and it's his own family or the kid's other parent and shit like that. I won't go treat them equally like garbage.
Right.
You don't have to hurt somebody else because somebody else hurt you. You just don't have to. Okay.
Bob Rivers says, April, sucks that it happens, but you just pulled a General Ford from Outbreak. You just told them how to stop you. Well, no.
Look,
I mean,
again, like I said, if they want to take it as a win, that's fine. But at the end of the day, you kind of got to look out for yourself and what you're okay with.
Benton J.A. says, it's the internet. The only line is what is legal or not legal. Some of these people don't have any morals or principles. That's true. Triple N says, April needs to detach emotionally from the situation. Yeah, I think the Twitter move is a good idea because then you just get to have fun on the show. I think that's what you'll learn about Twitter. That's what I'm saying about the mute and block button. Or if you even get rid of it, if it's not there, it doesn't happen.
Sure.
It doesn't matter.
That's kind of why I said that.
Right. This is what matters. This is fun.
And like he said, detaching emotionally from the situation. Like I said, and I understand a lot of people in this chat will not understand, this shit that I was being told yesterday very much reflects painful fucking shit that I've been told in my personal life. So it just kind of hurt on a different level. I'm sick of it. I really am.
Dub raises a great point. If he had left out the part with I'll call off my dogs, the apology may have sounded sincere. Right. The apology was more like, hey, accept my apology. And I know he would have shown it to people and go, look. And then I'll call off my dogs. And to me, it's like, no, you do that. First of all, I wasn't going to forgive you anyway. But second of all, you can tell that he just saw April as a way to get to me. That's the sickest part. He's willing to say shit like that to someone to get at somebody else because he apologized to me. He didn't do anything to me. His fans didn't do anything to me. None of them have dared crack whip with me on Twitter over this.
That's what Chrissy and I talked about yesterday too, is people will say the nastiest of shit to, not only to her but to Frank to get to her.
Right. And don't have the balls
all over.
Well, Chad doesn't have the balls to come here because he's seen what happens to him time and time again when he tries to play the game. He's terrible at it. Let's go to Gene. Gene says he has a flip phone, earbuds, and the sidewalk for a studio. Well, yeah. Chef Lou F Word. Lou F Word. Becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Citizen M says, use the mute button so they expend their energy tweeting into nothingness. If you block, it will encourage them. I'm a big fan of the mute button. I think the block button is useless.
I said that yesterday, too.
Mute button's the way to go.
blocking somebody, people take that as a win, too.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, ooh, look, they blocked me. I really got them.
The mute button's the way to go.
Oh, I might just dump the whole thing because there's nothing good on there.
Gray Idol says, we need April on the show. Imagine Johnny, Oz, and Corey all the time. I can't give an opinion. I'm the boss.
Hold on, the dream team you've all grown up with and loved for the last 10 years, I think you'd be okay.
You've raised the bar.
I don't think I'm bad at this at all. I think I've done very well lately. But
like,
again, it's whatever you decide is not okay with you in your life at some point.
These people ate Aldi horse meat for so long, and now
gross.
they've gotten fresh deli counter meat, and now they're used to that. They can't go back to the other one now. You've changed things.
Oz, Corey, and Johnny have been a part of this longer than I have. I've only been a part of this, nearing 3 years?
Yeah, but you're better.
It,
but you're better with
and
me.
I don't know.
You're better than me. You're better with me, though. Pio Mai says, don't forget Opie's doggy. I hope Opie's doggy's doing very well. Bumbaclo said Opie's pretty chill. Absolutely. Stevie Lou says, April is the best. This pisses me off, the F off to no end. Chad Zumach is a demon from hell and must be end. Easy.
See, I don't even get that far. I'm just
Stevie Lou's a big
Stevie
Lou's a big bad man. He's a security man. You gotta take it easy there, Stevie. Chef Lou F Word says, fucking glad I found your show. Best thing to listen to in the morning. And fuck Chad always thought he was a douchebag. Yeah, I had a guy sending me an email yesterday, like, Chad went after my workplace and I don't have a show. Like, I'm just a guy who criticized him online.
You see, that type of shit to me, not worth the squeeze. Like, why even talk about this guy? That seems so ridiculous. This show is so great without people like him.
Rex Dart with $5 says, such a weird take that you shouldn't provide a warm and fun home just because the DNA isn't yours.
Isn't that something? Has nobody looked around today, too? Like, families are mixed all over the place. Like, you take in some kids and you fucking love them and you raise them. That's just how it works.
Are you talking racially? I'm against it.
I'm saying, mixed families are everywhere.
I'm kidding.
Blood does not have to make your family.
Oh, boy. I'm so far behind in all the chat stuff. I agree with Anthony Cumia. What should have happened to Chad is Jesus. I didn't even go that far. Anthony went way farther than we ever did.
I know. See, I don't have the stomach for that stuff. To say it. I mean, he can say it.
Yeah. I'm not going to disagree with the guy, but I'm not going to say it. 1,500 viewers versus no viewer drama is boring. I don't know what that means. What's the 1,500 viewer thing?
I think he's saying a bigger show like us versus picking on somebody who has no views is boring.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Chad thought he was the man in high school. He certainly did. I think what happened with the Chad thing was when we started, we were on the same level. So it's kind of weird to watch that we shot past him. And I think what we're finding out in this one is this show has outgrown some of its targets in a weird way. Like when we started,
I don't think we need them.
When we started, we were punching on the same level. And it got to the point where we were punching down, I think. Whereas an Opie, a Schaub, guys like these are very famous people who are, they're successful in what they do. Dark Dino Chris with $9.99 says, you are not alone against the Chad Chodes, April. There are a lot more of us who support you and Aaron than them. Well, April's not stupid. Well, she knows that.
I do know that. Again, Chrissy tried to tell me that yesterday too. Yeah, it's not about that for me. It's more so, do I want to continue to deal with this type of stuff? The answer is no for me. It's absolutely no.
Ralph C says, okay, God damn it. Ralph, guys, if Ralph keeps going with the red face thing, just give him a timeout.
Can you guys just message each other?
Message each other on shit like that. Chad's attacks were bottom of the barrel, misogynistic trash. I could never imagine attacking a loving stepmother unless Mike David directly asked me to. It's not a cult, though. It's not a cult. Just want to point that out. If he shows up in Rochester, I'm not going to read your threat, Joey, but that's very sweet of you. I thought April was funny as fuck yesterday. Best episode ever. Best second mic ever. Look.
I thought it was very fun.
Making fun of people is really funny. It's fucking hilarious. It's great. It's what all the people we grew up watching did, and we learned it, and we liked doing it. It's a great time. Being made fun of is fun. I mean, how much fun did we have with the Kevin Brennan thing? It was hilarious watching him shit on us. 100%. If you surround yourself with the fake drama shit, this is the stuff you get pulled into. Incorrect. You don't let yourself get pulled into this shit. This Andy Espresso guy on Twitter is a great informative follow. Shh, we don't know who that is. That's just some guy named Andy. All right. Boy, I'm going to skip down to the bottom here so we can get to the other stuff. Schmitty with $5 says, yes, April, people say mean things on the internet. See, now you're one of the people who doesn't get I don't know if there's an
scope.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an autism there.
Nice.
I think there's an autism there where people go, oh, well, mean things are just mean things.
I'm also sitting here acknowledging, people do say mean things on the internet, but this also doesn't happen to me if I'm not on this show. Okay.
Well, and
that shit goes away.
And the
quickly.
sexual threats and stuff like that, if you think that's on par with, if you think the sexual threat stuff and the kid stuff is on par with your show sucks, you're not funny, you're terrible, haha, look at you, lose your mind, you've got something wrong. Like, you need to go fix your wiring because there's something a little bit off about you. Skeezy says, Aaron, you need to take your share of the responsibility. These mental patients will continue to go after your wife to get to you.
Accurate.
Look, I need to take my share of responsibility. Here's the share of responsibility I take. I shit on these people. I make fun of public figures. I make fun of public performers who want to be comics. I tell them when they're not funny. I shit on them when they're not funny. If Skeezy, if your position is that deserves rape threats and children attacks, then I'm going to line up on the other side of you and we'll see where the chips fall. I feel pretty confident on the ground I'm standing on.
To me, deserving never matters at all in that case. Like, it just happens.
But you don't do that.
It's not a deserving or not thing. It just happens.
Nah, if you're a public figure and a comic, you know better than to do that stuff. If I were going after just weird, random no-names on the internet, that's different. But if you're going to be a comic and you're going to be a performer, I would say the opposite. I would say if you're a comic and a performer, you have to know that people are going to critique your performance.
That's fine.
There. Well, that's all my position is.
Never had a problem with that.
Skeezy says, yeah, but some people are unhinged and don't understand that line. Again, that's why I don't go after private people. I go after comedians.
Yeah, but I was thinking this too after you and I got off the phone last night. And I said it to you, I think, on the phone. It is an absolute Russian roulette you play when you pick somebody to do this to.
Well, look,
you have no idea what they're like or who's following them. You have no idea.
Well, then what we have to be able to say is that Steel Toe is a failed experiment, and it's not good, and it's a bad thing, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree the show's bad.
This show is making fun of people. This show is making, whether it's a news story, whether it's the president, whether it's a comedian, this show is very funny and pokes fun at people.
No, my whole point with the Russian roulette comment is yes, most of the times I bet you're going to be fine. You can poke fun at this public figure and stuff and nothing bad is going to happen.
Right.
But then other ones you get involved with and suddenly your house is swatted or I'm getting fucking rape threats.
Right, but I'm saying...
I don't know.
I'm saying that if that's the case, if that's one of those things where the person doing the show and critiquing and making fun of someone is somehow responsible, then my show is bad and it needs to go away.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That's my position. I'm saying I disagree with the position that people making fun of public figures who are performing and critiquing their performance are somehow owed these threats or they bring it on themselves. What I bring on is you're fucking shitty, you're terrible, you're a hack, you failed in radio, you got fired, you've got a terrible hairline, you're a piece of shit, I fucking hate you. All of that stuff, 1,000% fair. Sexual threats, going after kids, I'm sorry. I think that's where you lose. That's where you lose. People saying it's not deserved, but it should be expected. Again, not from professionals. It is not expected from professionals. That's why I only go after what I think, or what people claim to be, professionals. That's it. I pick my targets very carefully. All right, so I think we're all caught up. The Mood with $6 says, did you catch my earlier chat? I got to be honest with you, buddy. The chat has been moving really, really fast today. I did miss it. I'm very, very sorry.
I've been trying to catch your super chats, so thank you.
Yes. I go fast, says, for fuck's sake, tell her to shut up, and this is how the net works, and yes, even for the pros. Yeah, I think it's easy for guys to say. I think one thing, teaching April all this stuff and watching her come up and do a great job, is that as a guy, you have to learn. You really have to learn empathy for what women go through on the internet. It's different.
I think you guys have all missed everything I've said this morning, if that's what you see, because I have acknowledged that, yes, this is what comes with this. But if I were to choose one day, like, okay, I totally don't want to deal with this anymore, that's fine for me. Like, there's nothing wrong with admitting that something is not for you. Okay. And I'm not above that.
And Atticus, look, I try to like Atticus, but I think he's just a professional shit stirrer. I don't think he's a loyal guy. I think he's quick to turn on anyone if he thinks it's good for his Twitter channel. Maybe I'm wrong, Atticus. You can correct me on that. But he says, I don't think you can attack someone based on what you think is acceptable and then arbitrarily set the rules of war.
We're not having a war.
Yeah, name one time, Atticus, that I've said I want him banned for doing this or I want him gone. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, for me, I'd never go that route. And it's a disgusting bottom feeder attitude. I even said, I started it out with, I don't accept the guy's apology and he's mine. If you want to go that route, I've beaten him without going that route. And I will continue to defeat him without going where he went. All I'm doing is exposing a guy for what a lowlife bottom. I'm going, look at where this guy had to go simply because he couldn't handle having his work critiqued and made fun of. That's what this is. Look at where this scumbag had to go just because he couldn't take the heat. I'm not setting rules for anything. I'm telling you, hey, public, this is what he did to this particular person. And if people decide that what he did to this particular person is scummy and awful, then that's the way that's the way the chips fall. All I'm doing is using what he did against him. That's it. I'm not saying I'm I don't set the rules to anything. There are no rules. I have my own personal rules. I know what I won't do, what I won't say. But I'm absolutely allowed to point out that, hey, we critique this, we criticize this. He goes to this route and then showing you what the difference of that is. So, Atticus, I don't know if you're being disingenuous or you just needed that explained to you, but I'm happy I could help. All right. How do you feel? Feel like you got it all out there?
I really hope people, like that one of those last comments really was like, oh, so they've completely missed everything I said. You know what I mean? Well, just for fuck's sake, tell her this is how the internet works. No, I've acknowledged that.
Right.
I have. But it's also okay to walk away from something if you decide that's not for you someday.
Right.
I've got no issue with that.
Exactly.
That's where I'm at.
I think the grave he really dug himself is now he belongs to Johnny. I mean, a guy with MS who does not give a fuck. I mean, that's probably the worst part of this whole thing.
Yeah, but the funny part is like you two keep going after him then, like as if my shit stops then.
Oh, it stops. It stops. All right, let's talk about what's going on in the world. What, we kill an hour? Oh, my God. Vito Andolini says someone's quite thin-skinned. I mean, if that's what you think, bud, that's fine. I mean, then maybe, again, this show, maybe it's not for you. But, to me, look, this is me personally. I think that level of thing, I think that's a scummy bottom feeder thing to do. You can think differently. You are totally free to think differently, but that's not where I'm at.
That just seems like, to me, a cop-out comment for somebody who's never experienced what I'm going through at all.
Yeah, that's absolutely...
being a step-parent is absolutely fucking hard to begin with. And so I don't need the likes of Chad Zumach and his basement-dwelling minions coming after me saying, April, how dare you? Those aren't your kids. Don't pretend to be a mother and... all that shit, you deserve better, get out of there. Like, if I want to get out of here, I'll get out on my own, doing. I don't need you to tell me that I'm not a parent and shit like that. You can keep my kids out of it.
Yeah.
That's so fucked.
and to me, it's really more...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, to me, it's really more the stuff Chad says is like, oh, wow, look at what... My whole take is, look at what a scumbag he is. The bottom feeders, that's like what E-Rock says. You're above them. Don't even let them have access to you. Those people exist no matter what happens. That's why when people say, well, what do you make fun of this person or that person? Those people are going to exist no matter what.
Those people need a purpose in life, and their purpose in life is putting shitty stuff on the internet.
Exactly.
So nobody will ever see them.
All right, we continue on today. Again, April does a fantastic job on this show, and to be completely honest with you, she's going to continue on. She'll do great. She doesn't know it yet, but this is a bump in the road to much better things. It's, you got to walk a fine line when people are upset, because I've been upset before, and people will tell me things that I look back on, I go, oh, they were right. But in the moment, you don't want to hear it. But what I will say to help her confidence and tell you guys kind of where I'm at with this is that this is a small bump in the road to a much bigger thing, and it's part of the learning curve. That's what it is. It's just part of the learning curve. And it's a thing you look back on, a lot like the swatting thing. You look back on it and go, wasn't that some wild shit? Boy, I learned a lot from that. But
always followed for me like, oh, some wild shit I really hope, or shouldn't have been part of my life. I never see it the way you do. Like, you're like, oh, that was a thing.
Well, that's because we're at different...
How about we not have those things? That'd be really cool, too.
Right. That's because we're at different points in our evolution. And, you can't tell someone who's going through it, like, look, I've been where you are. It's fine. It's going to be fine. You can't tell them that because they can't see it. They're in the middle of the shit. So the hardest part of watching it is knowing you can fix it, but you can't. You know the answer, but you can't fix it. People have to go through it themselves to get to where you're at, and that's the toughest part, is going, you have to remind yourself, with time, they're going to be fine. You've been here before. You've seen this movie. You know how it ends, but they've never seen this movie, so you can't, they're not going to like it. Even if what you say is correct, they're not going to like it if you spoil the movie. That's about where it is. All right, we continue on with our program. Let's talk about Brittany Griner. And now, I understand that making fun of Brittany Griner and making fun of Karine Jean-Pierre, like we're about to, I understand that if I make fun of Karine Jean-Pierre, it is totally fine for her to send me rape threats. I understand that. I get that. I'm going to make fun of her right now. I want people who are sensitive to that to know. I understand that it's all fair game and that she can totally send me. You see how retarded that sounds? Thank you. So if you didn't see the news yesterday, the female basketball player, which, should it be allowed?
I don't know if anyone watches, so maybe not allowed. That's fine, but I don't think it's necessary.
You're saying don't get rid of it because if nobody watches it, who cares?
Right.
So it's like Chad Zumach says.
If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around.
It's like a Chad.
Did it fall?
It's like a Chad stream, basically. Okay, I understand. So, Karine Jean-Pierre went before the press corps yesterday, and she had to explain away this Brittany Griner situation. And man, Trump, Biden, I know that no matter what the president is, whenever you criticize something, people are just going to accuse you of, oh, you're just biased because of the guy who did it. I can tell you 100%. If this was Trump, Clinton, Obama, Bush, Biden, Reagan, doesn't matter. If you told me that a female basketball player who brought weed to Russia, which is a serious crime there, in the middle of wartime where we're backing a country they're at war with, they're going to arrest her. They're going to put her in jail. People in Russia get stiff sentences for possessing marijuana. She possessed it. They put her in jail. You've got to be smarter than that. You can't be breaking the law in a place like that. If you go watch those documentaries like World's Toughest Prisons, it's always Russia.
It's Russia.
I watched one, April, where they took a guy and they put handcuffs up behind his back, but also attached it to his feet. So he had to walk around with his face, his face down at his knees and trying to hop walk with his feet. And that's how they transport their prisoners.
Well, look, they want you to learn.
I think it's called Dolphin Prison. Have you ever heard of Dolphin Prison?
No.
In Russia? Nasty place.
But yeah, I don't know if celebrities or athletes just kind of think they can get away with shit. If you know how Russia feels about marijuana and shit like that, why would you even chance it?
Dolphin Prison in Russia. There's a 1 hour thing on it on YouTube. Inside Russia's Black Dolphin Prison. We'll watch that in a second. But Brittany Griner got traded, and Guy Sartell called it the biggest trade in WNBA history. It's not wrong. But do you know about this Marine I was in the Marines.
Very funny.
Do you know about this Marine that's in prison in Russia right now?
Nope.
There's a Marine who's in prison in Russia because he broke I don't think he broke the marijuana laws. Maybe he did. But he didn't do anything as bad as what Brittany Griner did. Not that what she did was that bad, but it's illegal in Russia. You know, when I go places, I'm firmly a do as the Romans do kind of guy. Like if you go to like that kid who got in the 90s, who got whipped or caned because he brought spray paint and vandalized a wall.
Yes.
There was this big controversy because in Singapore, they said, if you commit vandalism like this, we cane you. We'd give you a public caning.
Okay, if that's understood, stop doing the
thing. Right. They didn't make that law after he vandalized the wall. That was a law when he went to Singapore. And I think he was like some diplomat's kid. So like there was a big controversy. They still caned the shit out of him. That's
what I'm saying about people thinking they can get away with something because of their status, maybe. That's never going to pass for you. I'm sorry.
So she goes to jail. We have this Marine who's in there for suspected espionage. Well, we ended up giving away this prisoner that we had. And I don't even give a shit about what his actual name was. But he's an arms dealer, and his nickname, forget what his real name is. His nickname is the Merchant of Death.
Jesus. Wow.
Hey, guys, we've got one of your female basketball players here in prison. What are you going to give us to get her out? You want the Merchant of Death? That's like trading a Michael Jordan rookie card for a second-year Antonio McDyess.
Right. They don't even out a little bit.
Right. The guy getting the Jordan rookie card has to be going, holy shit. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah, that sounds fair.
Calm down. Yes.
Yeah.
I think we can think about that one.
Totally cool. So, like, they trade this Brittany Griner for this guy called the Merchant of Death. And what we're learning is we didn't even try to negotiate for the Marine. Didn't even try to get him included. Dude, we didn't get a draft pick. We didn't get a player to be named later. We got a lady basketball player for an international arms dealer. Not just an international arms dealer, but an international arms dealer who specifically has armed multiple terrorist organizations.
Oh, yeah? Any speculation as to why we did this?
I'm going to play you the audio.
Oh.
And the video.
Oh, they're going to tell us.
As to why we did this.
I have some ideas.
I have a feeling that you're kind of guessing already what's going to be said.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. What's your guess?
Oh, really? Oh, because she's a black woman from the United States.
Not just that.
Basketball player.
How dare you say she's just a black woman? April, come on. This is the intersectionality game. Pull more things. What else is she? She's black.
Oh, she's a lesbian, too.
She's a queeb. That's what it is. They said she's
a lesbian.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Can't leave that in jail for a bad thing she did.
No, I mean, then the whole... then it's going to smell like fish because of dinner and the person who's there. Sorry. That's, you know what? Look, let me tell you something. If I end up getting rape threats from Brittany Griner, I totally deserved it because I made that joke. I just want to point out, do you see how stupid that sounds? I want to let you know that you kind of have to be punished for such a terrible take. All right, here's Karine Jean-Pierre talking about Brittany Griner.
On a personal note, Brittany is more than an athlete, more than an Olympian. She is an important role model and inspiration to millions of Americans.
Weed heads. What?
Particularly the LGBTQI plus Americans.
You don't even know how to say it. I love, this is like when we watched that news story yesterday, and that woman was trying to talk about the Colorado shooter, but was terrified they were going to use the wrong pronouns. And now Karine Jean-Pierre's like, she's black, she's an LGBTQI. The fuck, are there any more? Plus? They threw that plus thing in there. Yeah, they threw that plus thing in there as like a bailout for like when people like really woke people forget the letters.
Yes.
They're like, if you just throw plus at the end, we'll be okay. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to...
You know what it is? I forgot the humidifier today. During one of our breaks, I'll go fill it up.
That 100% is what it is. If I don't have that humidifier, I'm a mess.
Do you want me to do it now or
in the wintertime? You know what? Let me tell you in a second if you should do it now or during the break. Let me. I'll know. Nope, we're good. Down the hatch. A little fisherman's friend fixes everything. All right. So LGBTQIA plus. See, I do it better than she does.
Oh, she's a huge role model, though. I would not even know who Brittany Griner was. If it wasn't for this Russia shit.
If she didn't have a pocket full of weed, nobody would know who she was.
That's exactly it. I wouldn't care.
Of Americans, particularly the LGBTQI plus Americans and women of color.
Oh,
She should never have been detained by Russia.
Wait, no, time out. Don't we have a vice president currently who's thrown thousands of people in jail for the exact same thing that Brittany Griner did in Russia?
Okay, so not only that, but fuck that. Russia clearly states like not cool with marijuana.
Right.
You know that. That's not our country even. So no, she definitely should have been detained because she fucked up.
You know this, man.
Like,
I do a great Chris Tucker impression.
you came into somebody's house where they've made it very clear they don't like shoes in the house, and you still wore the shoes in the house.
Not only that, they don't like the person wearing the shoes. You're an American.
Yeah.
They don't. And by the way, Russia not liking America, that's not new.
No.
That's been about...
I cannot say we've been friends.
It's been about 80 or 90 years now.
Actually, never been friends.
Right. So it's an Adrian Washington, Aaron Imholt situation. So...
In more ways than one.
So now Steve Ducey decided to ask some questions about the trade, because a lot of us saw the terms of the trade and we went, wait a minute, what else are we getting?
Steve or Peter?
What did I say?
Steve?
Oh, that's his dad.
Yeah.
Steve's the dad. No, Peter.
Okay.
Big Pete. Every time Peter Ducey asks a question, I just always wish it was Jen Psaki answering.
I know. I loved the sexual
All that
tension
really
in that room.
hot fuck me tension that was going on.
Plus, she's really pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, can we get her?
Is she really pretty?
I always thought so. I've always been very much
Now, are you
bashed for that take.
Are you grading on a press secretary curve?
No, I'm not actually. I have been always bashed for that take, and it's because most people don't like redheads.
You know what I don't like about redheads? I think I
can list a few things.
Let me narrow down the exact thing about redheads that is. Their skin.
It's see-through?
No. It looks like I could rub... You know those toys the kids have where when you rub one way, all the material goes one way and it's one color?
Or like the sequin pillows.
Yeah, and then the sequin pillows, you brush them up, they turn another color. I feel like I could take a ginger's skin and I could brush the side of their face and scaly skin would come off like a fish. You know, like when a fish is dead and you kind of go like this and scales will come off? I feel like that's the consistency of ginger skin.
I have scaled a fish or two, yes.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Like if you go like this and you see those white flakes come off, I feel like I can do that to a ginger. That's what I think. That's what bothers me most is their horror movie skin.
Well, I can take that like image out of your head for you if you'd like. Basically, when you touch like a redhead's skin, it just turns very red. Like very red.
See, now that's more troubling because now they're like a mood ring.
It's like if I were to stroke their face, suddenly their face is red. It's like if I itch myself right here, that'll be red in a little bit.
I don't mean to get too far down the Third Reich rabbit hole here, but doesn't that just kind of tell you they're not...
Never a good start.
But doesn't that just kind of tell you they're not like the rest of us? I'm not saying they're less than. I'm not sitting here saying that they're less than.
You know, most people, when I hear they don't like redheads, it's not because of like a skin thing or whatever, but it's more like a perceived notion of crazy that comes with redheads.
No, to me,
that's what I always
To
hear.
me, it's their character, their physical characteristics. I feel like they're not the same as us.
You're really...
I know I'm teetering the line.
I know. I think you should continue.
Okay, good. So now, if a ginger threatens to molest me, is that fair game now?
I guess so.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Yeah, see, BITW Awesome says not like us. I don't think he's far off. And I'm working on a theory here. I'm not saying that this is 100% like what I'm committed to. I'm working on a theory. Rub their skin like this, scaly skin comes off. Okay? You're saying if I touch them like that, they're like
it's red.
They're like one of those toys where if you put hot water on them, they turn a different color.
It has been my experience, yes.
Okay. Now, was the skin touching in a barley field? Because that might matter.
No.
Okay, just checking.
Not that one.
Slap My Ass Sally says, I'm a redhead and I'm better than you. I don't know about that. Like, I'm really starting to think. I'm not saying I'm better than you because you're a ginger. I'm saying that you're not like the red. There's something foreign about you.
I will say,
like your people came here on a meteor.
But that's what kind of feels cool and exotic about them is like Like people that are into redheads, that's kind of like the turn on is like, you are so different, because I think it's a really, really tiny percentage of the population that's redheads. I think it's tiny.
Right.
Pretty sure.
And we should do our best to keep it that way.
I've been with 2 redheads that I can think of.
Yeah.
3.
How'd it
maybe?
work out?
Obviously, I'm here.
Right.
But I wouldn't say that that's like the turn off. I don't think the turn off was that they were a redhead.
But what if those characteristics that were a turn off, like lack of ambition, inactivity, things like that, what if all of those things were because they're
Ooh, somebody's getting personal.
What if that's because they're a redhead?
Spicy. Maybe. I don't know.
Would I touch a nerve?
No, I thought it was very funny.
I was just naming some things just off the top. I'm not taking things you've said before and then putting them back on you. I'm just saying, I'm guessing.
Oh, you're
I'm
funny.
guessing. Every African Irish person I've seen doesn't have black hair roots, says Atomic Ginger. That's something to look into.
African Irish person?
Yeah. You don't know about them? The Black Irish?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a thing?
It's a weird mix, man. It's like border collie pit bull, you know? Like, well, how the fuck does that work?
No, I'm thinking of the line from like Dumb and Dumber. Oh, any unusual breedings?
Well, one time we made it well, God damn it.
A pit bull with a Shih Tzu.
No, bulldog with a Shih Tzu.
Oh, bulldog.
Called it bullshit.
Yeah. Nice hooters.
Yes. I mean the owls. So Peter Ducey, back to this. I had to go on a eugenics rant. For a
I
little
know,
bit.
you always end up at one of those.
It's in my contract. Hold on, I always keep it here. Yeah, at least 3 eugenics rants per day. So I've got a couple more left. And believe me, they're sitting in here somewhere.
I can't wait for them.
We'll unlock them. Ooh, you know where it can come during the guy making fun of the Asian guy at the World Cup. I bet you I can find a way in. The trick, people think, oh, you can go on a eugenics rant whenever you want. No, you can't. You also have to keep your YouTube channel. And that's where I believe that my talent and my skill is underappreciated because people think, oh, he just says wacky, wild shit and he goes on these crazy rants. But I am also keeping my channel at the same time.
Timing is everything.
Timing is everything. So Karine Jean-Pierre is...
We got on that because of Jen Psaki, by the way. Your whole eugenics thing came up because of Jen Psaki.
No, my eugenics rant came because you judged a quality of her look.
She's beautiful.
Right. That's where I get on the eugenics part. Let's talk about beautiful. I'm not saying I'm Mengele sitting here with a ruler and doing eye spacing and forehead and
maybe you should.
Facial symmetry.
Maybe I'd be a better stepmom.
Well, hey, that sounded like a passive-aggressive attack on a public figure. I think you can be R-threaded now.
As long as it's this one. Are you going to threaten to rape me? Good Lord.
Oh, I love when people have takes like, well, you said that they weren't funny a lot. It's like, oh, okay, my asshole deserves to be penetrated. I hear you. That's a really strong take. Like I always say about that, I'll line up on this side, you line up on this side, we'll see where the chips fall. That's all I'm saying. So Peter Ducey asks about the Merchant of Death. And by the way, do you think that the Biden administration is sending out memos yesterday and today going, we're going to refer to him by his name. Don't call him the Merchant of Death. It sounds bad.
It does sound bad.
Yeah. I mean, we gave up the Merchant of Death. What'd you give it up for? The Lefty Layup.
Lefty Layup?
Yeah, it doesn't really, we got to give her a nickname so she sounds as bad as the Merchant of Death.
Lesbian Layups.
Lesbian Dunk. That's who we gave. Airbud.
Oh.
I'd trade Airbud for the Merchant of Death.
Airbud deserves it.
That fucking dog could play basketball.
I miss those movies.
I don't.
They were so fun.
Fuck Airbud. Sorry, I like him. I'm just having a weird
You're
day.
a mean person.
I am. Do I deserve?
You know what though? I
deserve to be sexually penetrated by Airbud now?
Oh, he's got barbs. That shit ain't coming out.
Oh no. Hey, what do you call Airbud if he blows his head off at a press conference?
Air blown.
Airbud Dwyer.
Oh.
Hey, come on. Do you know why I'm going in the chat for that? Because I'm waiting to see how much respect I deserve for that fucking joke. Airbud Dwyer. Come on. I did get a lot of respect for my Antonio McDice poll earlier too. I appreciated that.
Well, that's good.
Okay, I got little Lemmy with a crying face emoji. Getting some mad respect. There we go. Aaron deserves to be sexually penetrated by Brittany Griner. That's true. That's true.
I'm sure her strap-on hurts. That's a hard take, too.
Oh, if this is a good one from Gene. If Air Bud was the child of a certain shoe salesman from a sitcom, who would he be? Air Bud Bundy.
Oh, no. I agree with SC Motorsports. At least Air Bud would be loyal.
That's true.
He would be.
That's true.
He wouldn't disobey anyone.
Michael B says, "Hey man, nice shot." I see what you did there. You do what's best for you and your family. April, I think Southern Belle is behind in the chat a little bit. If you picked a fruit that was hanging any lower, you would have had to dug it up first. Oh, so it would be Cardiff Electric. Because he's a potato.
Oh, he's a tuber.
Yeah, he's a
Get
tuber.
it?
You give me a fucking tuber, I'll get you something out of it.
I did like him. He was so quirky.
I like his delivery.
His delivery is pretty fun.
Toastmaster says they give out Emmys on YouTube. That was the best joke of the year. I want to act Dwyer's act out now. Thanks, Aaron. Oh, come on. Because of Air Bud Dwyer? Oh, if Air Bud was endorsing a beer, you know what beer it would be?
Huh.
Air Bud Weiser.
Oh, my God. That one hurt somehow. Like, deep inside, that one hurt.
Hey, you know what Cardiff Electric is?
What is he?
A YouTuber.
I did that one yesterday.
Oh. I'm stealing April's jokes now.
He was a YouTuber.
Well, I fully expect a sexual penetration joke on Twitter from April later today.
I'll make sure I get right on that.
Oh, man. If he did weed, we'd call him Air Bud Smoker. I'm running out of real estate.
I was going to say
I?
that one didn't really hit
I'm
home
running
too
out
hard.
of real estate. All right, you know what?
Who's the best movie dog? We got like Beethoven,
Cujo.
Air Bud, Cujo,
Good. You know, the Beast.
Old Yeller,
The Beast from The Sandlot.
Otis from Milo and Otis.
Jesus
Oh, he's
Christ.
so cute.
Best movie animal?
The Homeward Bound creatures.
Michael J. Fox's Homeward Bound character.
Okay.
For sure. The only thing is that dog, every time it came out of the water, you know what it would do? Shake like crazy.
Get it?
You see, because Michael J. Fox has Parkinson's. Now I'm going to get... tally up the
now
sexual...
he's going to rape you.
Look at this. I'm going to get raped by Michael J. Fox now, too. God damn it, Zumach. Look what you've started.
That one could get interesting.
Oh, Michael J. Fox is going to call you a terrible parent. It's going to be awful.
It's okay. You know what? I am whatever you say I am.
There you go.
I am the worst parent. I don't belong here.
Boom.
This marriage will fall apart in short order.
Yes.
I don't belong on the show.
There you go.
I am unfunny.
There you go.
Very ugly. My forehead is just
I'm watching
atrocious.
the evolution take place live on the air. This is beautiful.
Funny if all this happened in the next week.
This is me hitting the switch and going,
Aaron falls
rise, rise. This is Dr. Frankenstein. Rise, rise. That was beautiful. I want you to know that.
You liked all that.
What you just did there, because it's right. That's what you do. That's the way you deal with shit like
that.
that.
Shouty.
Because I'm so excited. I'm so proud of you right now.
He's very excited for the upcoming events.
I'm so proud of what you... No, I'm so proud of the fact
He
that...
thinks I'm kidding.
Marquise writes, there you go, April.
Oh, God.
Beautiful. Look at this. Hearts on fire.
Oh, God, guys. It's fine.
Hearts on fire. Yeah, Omega Dread says, rise, metallic lips. I'm not a big enough nerd to get that reference.
You know what, Chad? My lips probably suck, too.
Brian says, rise is a Red Bar bit. Shit! Now I'm getting fingered in the ass by Red Bar.
Such a hack.
You want to know what's weird? I had a dream last night that Sam Hyde told me Red Bar likes me.
Did you follow Sam Hyde's account yet? He's very funny.
No, I didn't, but I want to, and I want to get Sam on the show.
Sam Knight Live.
Do you want Sam, or do you want the Candyman on the show?
Kind of want the Candyman.
Do you? Okay.
I don't know.
Best dog movie ever was Rosie O'Donnell in A League of Their Own, says Raider Hawk Media. That's not very nice, sir. Guess what? Now you're getting butt fingered by Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh my God.
Well, you're not supposed to say the R word on YouTube, so I got to find clever, creative, but visually stimulating ways to reference it.
It's all very stimulating, though.
Especially around the anal lips. Are they really lips? It's more of an octopus beak.
Oh, but those cause pain.
So does my asshole.
No, I don't think the asshole causes pain. It's whatever goes into it.
It's a receptacle for pain.
Oh, it's like the garbage disposal on a sink.
Citizen M says, rise, rise, Red Bar stolen valor. Shit. At least Red Bar now, since he got sick, has a lot skinnier fingers, so when he puts them in my ass, it won't hurt as bad.
He's trying a new thing, by the way, when I was listening for
a new medication?
Hour. Nope.
Oh.
He's doing sleep studies. Like, for real. Like, he's buying things at home. Like, he claims that every time he gets, like, more quality sleep, he's saying how he's, like, trying to, like, fine-tune his body.
Sure.
And that's why he takes so much time between shows. Because apparently, like, the better sleep he gets, the more his disease is goes away.
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's fine.
I hope it works, because I do. You know, I say this shit I say because I'm always careful of that guy. You know, like I say, keep him at an arm's reach.
No, I think you're such an asshole, and you should just live that way.
I genuinely do like him, and I hope his show gets better, and I hope he feels better. I say that every time. But still getting fingered though, I think. Probably
1 or 2 fingers.
He's very ill. 3.
Oh,
Red Bar can get
they're skinny,
but it would have to be the stack. You don't know this. You've never
it's
fingered.
Like this.
You've never fingered abroad before.
Oh, I haven't.
I don't think so. I'm willing to.
I don't have a snatch.
I'm willing to make that. But you fingered yourself. I guess you've probably played around. All right, but like a nice snug gal.
Yeah.
You can start. You start with 1. If you're starting with 2 on a gal. That might be a little bit of a wide set situation.
Oh, yeah, you have to definitely ease in. I feel like 3 is aggressive.
Ease in with 1. But here's how you did it back in the day. When you did 3, the trick was to do a little stacking.
Well, you can't go in like this.
You can't go in like this. But you got it, the tighter the stack, and then when you're in, you can kind of, you can let it loose a little bit. Slowly, because you don't want to hurt the person, but you want them to feel full.
3's aggressive.
It is. No, 1,000% aggressive.
We've still not gotten to the fucking Brittany Griner thing.
Look, all I'm doing right now.
But she would be really into the fingering thing too, in fairness.
Do you want me to go all the way with this, or do you want me to move on? Because I have a story.
Oh, go ahead.
In high school, there was and this surprised the shit out of me. You know how, like, when you try something that you don't think is going to work sexually or anything else in life?
Okay.
It's kind of like this show. I started it thinking, well, this will never work, and then it did, and I didn't know what to do. Same thing with this finger popping situation I had. I was with the high school girlfriend at the time, and I'm just I'm finger diddling as a gentleman's to do from time to time. You're in their room, you're messing around, you slip a ditch. 1, 2, stacked the 3. I stacked the 4. And it took.
Oh.
Like, that was wild. I did that, and I'm like, there's no way this is going to be well received.
Well, people do fisting and shit.
Check it out, though. But I did it, and then when I did it, I was like, holy shit, now what do I do? I'm going to lose a watch in here.
Your dick ain't going to do it after that either.
4. Right? I'm like, now what do I do?
Your dick is useless.
I stacked the 4. It's like in Game of Thrones. It's like making the 8. You ever fuck a Riverlands girl?
I can't say 4 sounds fun.
How about you, Selmy? Did you ever make the 8?
Okay, but did she enjoy it?
Dude, way too much.
Really?
Oh, just
Wow.
a very rainforesty situation. I mean, blood of the Nile kind of thing.
Oh, blood.
No, there was no blood. I'm just saying, like,
it was one of those.
you know what I meant to say?
times.
Jewel of the Nile.
It was
I don't know why I went-
pre-lubricated.
Now you reach inside and take ownership of her soul. Oh, is that what I do?
You actually rip out a kidney and wear it on a necklace.
Oh, okay. So it's so you take organs.
Yeah.
I understand.
Actually, you should probably start with an ovary just so she knows that you own her reproductive organs now.
That's a good idea. Oh, so it's like the Ace Ventura thing where you reach in and you rip something out?
Yeah.
Okay. I hear you. All right.
Show dominance.
Can I finally get to the Corinne Jean-Pierre,
No.
Brittany Griner thing? Can
Only if there's sexual tension between her and Ducey.
Sexual what?
Tension.
Tension. Okay.
What did I say?
Tension.
Tension.
Tension. That's when you have a boner. So Peter Ducey asks her about why did we trade a washed up, in her words, black lesbian basketball player for a guy, once again, who arms terrorists and is called quite literally the Merchant of Death. Let's hear her answer.
Here were our choices. Our choices was
Our what?
Oh my God.
One more time?
Here were our choices. Our choices was...
Is our children learning?
Can we...
Here...
Go ahead.
You want one more time?
Yeah.
Here were our choices. Our choices was Brittany or no one at all. Bringing home one American or no American at all. And that...
Okay, but you gave them... Did you have to give them an international terrorist arms dealer?
Did we even negotiate on this? Like, did you try to bargain for something else?
At 15%, you didn't even bargain with the guy.
Right.
Or no American at all. And that's
a professional athlete. We gave up a prolific arms dealer who was convicted of trying to kill Americans, who was called the Merchant of Death.
The professional athlete is also an American citizen.
That nobody's...
Okay,
people's argument
so-
is that, hey, she's not a citizen.
Let's just release a really evil, like, killy man.
Yeah.
For the celebrity.
Very, very good. Is that the professional term?
Hey, she can't even get her grammar right.
He's a killy man.
Our choices was...
Our choices was killy man.
Can we have some
nobody.
grammar?
But I mean, look, I understand your choice was... We're not saying that she wasn't your choice. We're not saying that she, like, the argument is that we gave up the Merchant of Death. Our argument wasn't we should have gotten someone else for the Merchant of Death. Our argument was you can't give up the Merchant of Death for this person. Even if it was the Marine guy, I would still say, no, we don't give up the Merchant of Death for the Marine guy.
No. And I mean... Like, she started this whole thing with, like, Brittany Griner should not have been, like, incarcerated or anything, and that's not true. She did do something wrong, so I think we can hold out for a better deal here. I don't think she's dying today.
Killy man, people are saying.
Well, honestly.
He's a killy man.
He is a killy man.
He's not an unkilly man. He's been killy.
He wants to do bad things.
Killy things.
Killy
Yes.
things.
So now people are criticizing the Biden administration for allowing this to happen. Dallas Cowboys star linebacker and Kirk Cousins' nightmare causer, Micah Parsons, the 2021 first-round draft pick for Dallas, on Thursday morning blasted President Joe Biden over what Parsons saw as a short-sighted prisoner swap that got U.S. women's basketball player Brittany Griner released from a Russian penal colony. How ironic that our lesbian basketball player found herself in a penal colony. Worst place in the world for multiple reasons.
That is strange.
She could have found herself in a clam den.
Clam den?
But within hours after leftists tore into him for attacking their beloved commander-in-chief, Parsons was caving, apologizing, and walking back. Oh,
Come
man.
on. I was actually kind of excited that an athlete, of all people, like, stood up
Right.
against that deal, because that's not what I would have expected.
It's my deal, Wade. Micah Parsons says, wait, nah, we left a Marine? Hell nah. And then people were... Micah Parsons then wrote, we still not voting for you, but the tweet was soon deleted. Oh, I know someone else who does that. My last tweet was no shot at Brittany Griner. I'm super happy she's back home as she should be. I just have family who have served, and it's crazy to me the president wouldn't bring him home too. I'm the furthest thing from a Trump supporter, but I'm not a fan of Biden either. Because that's what people do. The minute you criticize something with a valid claim, they go, oh, what are you, some kind of Trump supporter?
That's the easiest out.
Exactly. What are you, a Trump guy? And he does this thing where he's like, look, no, I'm not a Trump guy. I'm just saying we shouldn't have left a Marine behind. I have family members who are in the service,
Right.
and I don't think we should have prioritized this basketball player over this serviceman. That's the last tweet I saw. And I thought, well, good. That's kind of like, that's him standing up for himself.
Yep.
Right? Well, Micah Parsons then says, just spoke to some people that I respect and trust. I should have been more educated on the topic and not tweeted out of emotion for my family and others who have served. For that, I apologize. Also, if what I'm told about the attempts to bring retired Marine Paul Whelan home are true, then the best outcome was accomplished. I pray for Mr. Whelan and that he comes home, but I am extremely happy for Brittany and her family. I am not too prideful to admit when I've made a mistake.
But did you?
Did you, though? I mean... You're upset that we left a Marine there. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way.
I feel like a lot of people would join you in that opinion.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people... I don't know. You know, people are like, oh, well, he probably backed down because of the Twitter mob that was... Probably not. I mean, he's a professional athlete. He's got managers, agents. He's got people on the team, social media directors for the Cowboys, where it's their job to go, excuse me, Micah. We're getting a lot of flack for the tweet you're sending, and we're not sure it'll hurt ticket sales or anything like that, or maybe jersey sales. And we're just wondering if you could maybe, take that down or apologize. That kind of passive-aggressive thing you get from, like, middle management type people. I'm thinking that's probably what happened. I think this idea that, the people on Twitter think, I can get Micah Parsons to take something down. No, you can't. He gets hit in the mouth 30 times a game by 300-pound men. I don't think the Twitter people are going to cause him to apologize for something. I think this came from either the NFL or the Cowboys.
Which, ironically, the NFL is sponsored by, like, fucking armed forces and shit.
Right, yeah.
Like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems a little contradictory to me.
So the Brittany Griner thing, it's controversial. People have their takes on it. They're, most people that I've seen think that we gave up too much to get her back. And I would have to agree.
I don't think that's controversial.
Yeah, right? I mean, Scarface says she's 6'8" and still can't dunk. Well, I mean...
Not after all that muscle atrophy.
Just for that alone. Adam Goldstein says, don't forget, this is the administration that left all those Americans stranded in Afghanistan. Yeah, you're not wrong. Raiderhawk Media says, should do a white men can't jump reference on Griner, but I'll be canceled. Oh, boy. Squirrel Boy Q says, I saw people on Twitter yesterday shitting on the Marine and saying Brittany definitely deserved to come back more than he does. Pretty fucked up.
How could you ever come to that conclusion?
Wow. Last American Sam Squatch says it's not controversial, just the media freaking out. Mm. Now, George is defending Brittany Griner, saying she can indeed dunk.
I can't remember ever watching the WNBA, so cannot confirm either way.
Whatever you tell me about a WNBA player, I'm willing to believe, because I'm not going to go look it up.
It's very true. I couldn't be bothered to go look it up ever.
Yeah. Let's talk about Joe Rogan versus The Rock. This is an odd one.
Kind of don't like that.
Remember the Liver King deal?
Yes.
The Liver King was like sunning his asshole in his ball bag and telling people to eat liver and then you won't kill yourself. Well, it turns out you also have to do a shitload of steroids if you want to look like Liver King and be like Liver King.
You want to look like your muscles are blown up?
Yeah.
With a fucking pump?
He then went, I don't do any steroids. I'm all natural. And, that came out later that it was a lie. It was... he's been doing steroids and he's still on steroids. So now Joe Rogan has moved on from the Liver King to now I think that same guest, they went to The Rock. Now that's a much bigger target.
Yes,
big
target.
The Liver King is a buffoon on YouTube.
I don't think people really care about him. At least I haven't heard of any.
The Liver King?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't really that big of a deal. But now Joe Rogan saying The Rock uses steroids. This has blown up into a big controversy yesterday. I'll be honest with you. I don't understand why this is controversial. I feel like even The Rock at some point has to have admitted that he's used steroids.
You would think if you're that big.
You were a professional wrestler in the Attitude Era. I'm sorry, but you were doing steroids.
Or like a John Cena and stuff like that. I feel like you have
He's admitted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just like he did, you kind of have to.
But like The Rock is what? Probably close to 50 now. He's close to 50 years old and he looks like he does. There is no problem with you saying, yeah, I take every advantage I can afford.
I want to look good.
Yeah, I'm worth hundreds of millions of dollars. If I can keep myself younger longer, like, it's very strange. Like if a female actress gets plastic surgery, she can admit to it and it's fine. You're like, hey, trying to keep it younger, trying to keep the face tight, whatever.
Botox.
But if an actor or somebody says, oh, yeah, I used steroids so I could stay in shape better, then it's all of a sudden, there's something wrong with that. You did steroids, you cheated. It's like...
There's a lot of weird lines to draw around steroids because people use those for movie roles all the time.
Right.
Zac Efron's fucking pumped as hell right now.
Yeah, and it's fine.
A new movie.
That's totally fine to do that.
Yeah, nobody will criticize you for it.
Yeah, Zac Efron is playing a pro wrestler from the 80s in a movie. You have to do steroids
He's
in order
huge.
to... If you want to look like a pro wrestler in the 80s, you have to, do as the Romans did, which those Romans did a shitload of steroids. So Joe Rogan accuses The Rock of doing steroids, and this became a thing.
Rock say he's clean?
He has implied it pretty heavily, but he also doesn't end up in scenarios where he gets asked point blank, whereas Liver King goes out of his way to fucking lean into it and use it as like a marketing spiel.
The Rock should come clean right now. He should make a video in response to the Liver King video. I need to talk to you because The Rock's been lying.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
No, it seems, I guess, kind of lighthearted.
Right, and
At best.
And who doesn't think that The Rock has done steroids?
Oh, God, you don't watch his movies and look at him and think, God, that guy's sexy. I bet that's all natural.
Yeah. Well, there's also things that like people do, and they use it as like a get out of steroid use free card.
Mm-hmm.
Like they'll go, steroids? No, I was on testosterone replacement hormone therapy. It's like, motherfucker, you know what we meant.
You make a word salad out of your steroids.
Right. No, I didn't take steroids. And then they give you like the exact thing they're taking. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, when you say that, that's what we meant by steroids.
Yes.
He's like, no,
exactly
it didn't say steroids on the bottle.
Why does it have to be a bad thing? Why can't you just ask somebody and be like, dude, I don't care either way. I'm just curious. Like, how'd you get like that?
Yeah.
Like, maybe I want to.
Because, like, first of all, you can't take steroids and get big. You still have to do the work.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
All it does is, so like when you lift and stuff, the way you build muscle is your muscles tear when you lift. That's why you get sore the next day. Your body, it replaces it. What's the word I'm looking for? It heals that muscle.
Rebuilds it.
And makes it bigger than it was before.
Get them gains.
Yeah, what the steroids do is the steroids make that healing process go faster. Mm-hmm. So you can build quicker, you can build faster. It's a shortcut, but you still have to do the work.
Yes, I feel like if you just took steroids and didn't do the work, you're just getting very bloated.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying something right now. So in the chat, people have been saying that Chad went live, and they're like, should we go after him? And I'm like, no. Let him, they're like, he's losing his mind. This is where we've set the trap. He's walked into it. And I think people will appreciate my take on this. Now let him lose his mind. Like, what we've done, we've done. Like, we've set this all in motion. Now watch when we cut him off cold turkey and he just loses it. That there will be a Chad Zumach day again. Believe you me, there will be one. But this shit is chess. It's not checkers. You don't go on a camera and just start ranting and raving and losing your mind. When your opponent is losing their mind, April, what do?
Let them keep going.
You let them. If they're going to take a shovel and bury themselves, let them do it. Nobody's thinking this is a good look.
Oh, I'll say it again. Like, the only time I've ever enjoyed goofing on somebody is because it's fun. So for me, once it's not fun anymore, like he definitely crossed some lines for me. I'm just kind of done with him.
Well, yeah, if
I'm finished.
If you're going to call him out and then he loses his mind, let him lose his mind. That's the key. Plus, how ungrateful to hand you such a big audience and be so disrespectful. I mean, why would I give you a big audience again if you're just going to... Yeah, Raider Hawk Media says, let Chad melt down himself out of his own insecurities. Exactly. Piers Morgan, moving on to that one. Piers Morgan was interviewing a vegan activist recently. And Piers Morgan is one of those guys where it's kind of like a Bill Maher, Jon Stewart thing with me. Mm-hmm. Like on Tuesday, I'm like, oh, Piers Morgan is such a fucking douche. But then on Wednesday, I'm like, God, Piers Morgan's awesome.
I feel like we used to be that way with Tucker too, and now Tucker's just cool.
Oh, Tucker's just cool. You know who's a lot like that, and it's unfortunate that he only hears the bad stuff?
Who?
Alex Stein.
Yeah.
Alex Stein's like that, where on Tuesday you're like, oh, that was cringe. And then on Wednesday you're like, that was hilarious. You know, it's kind of that nobody bats 1,000 sort of a thing. So does this mean I'm getting butt fingered by Piers Morgan and Alex Stein?
Maybe.
We got to keep a running
You've
list.
got a chance to get fingered by Alex Stein in Rochester.
That's true. Alex Stein.
You do.
Alex is a guy where I would walk right up to Alex and go, hey, man, I busted on a couple of your bits. I'm sorry if that upset you or whatever. I didn't intend for it to upset you. The whole thing when we were doing those bits, the whole premise of it was, wow, I usually like what this guy does. I usually think this guy is really funny. This one didn't hit. And then we made jokes.
He's still going to whisper in your ear, though, I'm still sticking my thumb in your ass.
Right. And then I'll say, no. That's fine. It was just the consent part I had a problem with. Wait until I say so. And then
you're going to give him the green light? You're going to wink at him or something?
Not verbally. Here's my move. I turn my hips towards where the thumb is that I'm asking for. So like if it were
off-putting. Don't you come over here.
I would come over to you and I would be like on you like this, but then I would go like that and I'd stare at you.
I'm not looking at you.
And then you could put your thumb in my ass.
No.
Do you see how that goes?
I know.
No, not you. I'm not saying you would do that. I'm saying Alex would do that in this scenario. Do you understand now?
No, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Matthew Poster. Matt, I love Matt. He says, say that again, April, so I can finish. Here you go.
I'm going to put my thumb in your ass.
Rain says, steel toe, never ask, not good. That's true. But that's what I'm trying to...
That's true. You do seem desperate.
But that's what I'm trying to say. I hint to it.
Let them come to you.
Right. Let them come to you, but let them make you come. That's the cat and mouse game. Now, this was all because I wanted to talk about Piers Morgan for a couple of minutes.
Aaron's only going to that DabbleCon so he can fuck everyone.
Just trying to get my dick wet in a butthole. That's all I'm trying to do. Just trying to get Kenneth get his dick wet in a butthole. That's all I'm saying.
I think they'd say yes.
Okay, I was going to say that's not a rhetorical question. I'd like an answer.
Somebody might.
Okay.
Somebody's going to say yes to you.
Carl.
Carl.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Shuley. Nah.
Shuley would not.
No, I don't think Shuley would go for the...
Shuley wouldn't. Bob wouldn't. Gino might.
Oh, Gino 100%. Gino more than Carl. Throw Carl out of that. Carl would probably play along to a point.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would go, this is too... Carl would be
Do
that...
Do not approach Anthony with it. I think that's rude.
No. Carl would be that... I'm not on that level. Carl would be like that girl in high school who's going to flirt and flirt and flirt. But then when shit gets real, she's going to be like, I'm not that kind of girl. That's Carl to me.
Oh, so he's teasing you.
No. Carl's just a man of virtue, but he likes to have a good time. So he wants to do the flirting. He wants to come right up to the line, but then he goes, no,
he won't cross it, though.
I'd like to maintain my honor, is what he's trying to say.
Okay.
Bumbaclo calling him flat gay Gino would go all the way.
Flat gay Gino.
Flat gay Gino. All right, so Piers Morgan recently had a vegan on his show.
Fun.
And Piers Morgan, being a total prick, decided that he would hold the interview in a way that would give him the ultimate home court advantage over said vegan. Now remember, meat to vegans is literally murder.
Yes, that's all they see is the killing.
They see a person eating a steak. It is no different than you or I watching someone eat a baby's finger.
Right, they think you killed a baby.
Exactly.
Like that animal was somebody's kid.
Well, let's watch what Piers Morgan did when he interviewed a vegan recently this week.
The first vegan activist.
Shit, hold on. The Blaze doesn't let you go full screen, and Piers Morgan is pretty. He gets a full screen every time.
The first vegan activists are not giving up their quest to make us all eat bland, plant-based gruel. They've tipped milk all over the floor of Fortnum and Mason and Selfridges in London. They've hurled white paint at the gates of the Houses of Parliament. Now they've targeted a high-end steakhouse in London. And the waitresses did what many have wanted to do with these protesters for a while. Take a look.
Oh, please tell me they roughed him up. Isn't that nice? The maitre d' still opens the door.
I do like that.
See, to me, I'd be like Ace Rothstein. I bet you use his fucking head to open that door.
Why are you so mean?
That's the way you kick a vegan protester out of your restaurant.
Sure,
yeah.
They did carry him out.
Wait a minute. She's kind of well, no. I think if you get closer, there's a little bit of a worn out face.
You think she's cute?
I think from afar, but I think if you probably look closer, there's...
I bet if you remove the vegan label from her, I bet you think she's cute.
Oh, no, she's kind of cute.
Well, joining me now is Animal Rebellion spokesman Nathan McGovern and celebrity chef.
Find me one right out of Central Casting, please.
Dude.
We got you one, Piers. Show me vegan.
This is textbook.
Yeah. This guy to me is like the number 2 answer in Family Feud to show me a vegan. Like, he's the number 2 answer. Number 1 is a shaved-headed woman with a septum piercing. Mm-hmm. But, you know how, people shave their head but then still somehow dye it green?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the stubble's green somehow.
Right. She has green stubble.
Or they have
and
like a tattoo on their scalp.
Yeah, a septum piercing, thick black glasses, and very skinny. That's the number one answer for vegan, but this is a very close two.
He's got not one but 2 nose piercings.
He is.
He fits it.
You think he likes pussy?
Kind of looks like he has lipstick on.
You think he
Lip
doesn't?
liner at least.
Yeah, there's lip liner. Either he's got lip liner on the bottom or it's cold and his lips are very chapped. One of the
When
two.
does that happen?
I don't know.
F. Aldo Zilli. Got it right this time. He picked me up on it. It's Aldo, not Aldo. Aldo's a very British pronunciation of an Italian name. Good to see you both. Nathan, start with you. I don't like vegans very much.
What
Right
a
out the
great,
gate.
great start to an interview by Piers. I don't like vegans very much. Okay.
Okay, so I'm listening.
Imagine you're sitting there on TV for an interview and you just go, well, this is going to be bad right out of the chute.
Don't think any of you look very healthy.
I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, I think you all look pretty pasty-faced and unhealthy to me.
What a little cunt.
He's wonderful though, and it's true. Like vegans don't get any of that nutrients they need from meat, so they do
Yeah.
look pasty as fuck.
They do. They have ginger skin.
Like I hate it when like parents will go for that like oh my baby's vegan, like I only feed it plant-based formula and all this shit, and like they don't get any of the nutrients they need and they just look sickly.
Yeah.
Like it's almost child abuse.
But that's your choice. What I don't do is I don't go running into vegan restaurants and start screaming abuse at you all and have to be pulled out by people because you're ruining everyone's fun. Why do you do that to meat eaters?
Well, Piers, you've started on an absolute blinder today. I actually brought a little game with me for the...
Aren't British people like really passively cunty toward each other?
Yeah, they've always got like a sly comment.
Yeah, it's always a dickish thing underhand. That's probably why we declared independence. We're like, would you guys just fucking say you don't like us?
Oh, well, you really started out being a real prick.
Yeah.
But here's my game I want to play.
They're like they're like the pickleball woman, you know?
Yeah.
The woman who like, I just don't like all the noise. Like, fuck you, you're invading our fun, you bitch. Be the rotten cunt that we all know you are.
And then he's sitting here, you want to play a game?
Yeah.
Aldo, perhaps the audience to play. It's a Piers Morgan vegan bingo. Maybe we get a zoom on that from the
What?
camera. And you've actually just ticked off one straight away. I'll just go with that.
If I were Piers Morgan right now, I'd be like, oh, is me calling you a cunt on there? Then go ahead and mark that one off, you bloody cunt.
Pasty skin.
Yeah. Pasty skin. I don't like vegans.
Unbearable.
Tiny pricks. Is that one on there? Let's cross
Has-
that off.
Has to be.
Lacking testosterone. Do you have that one on there? Let's go. Just yell out when you have bingo. You know what? No, we're playing blackout.
Piers Morgan's probably hung to be this big of a prick.
Weird thin cigarette shits. Do you have that one on there?
Not oddly specific.
Yeah, well, you know, I was visualizing.
Looking at row or a column already. So the thing is, within years, technology like precision...
Did that come in through the headphones?
I don't know.
Did anyone actually hear that?
Besides me,
Somebody had some tummy rumbles right there.
I do too. I'm starving.
It was me.
I couldn't eat last night.
I boxed last night, and I stepped up the level of competition yesterday. You know, they've got me working with a lot of the new guys, so I don't get to really go. And last night I got to go. Clint got in there.
Okay.
I got to go with Clint and held my own for a round or two, but then I was like gassed, and I'm like, I think I'm going to step out. But I go, no, I don't want to be a pussy. I want to get the third one in. And I'd already done like 4 before that.
Yeah.
So I was feeling pretty gassed. I took some good shots that last round. I had the shaky hands driving home and all that stuff. I don't like that.
Sounds healthy.
No, it's not good. Like if you take too many shots during sparring, you don't know until like 15, 20 minutes later.
Here's my thing. Like Clint is terrifyingly in shape, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And good. And that guy, I actually stopped going to the gym on Thursday nights because I know he's there and he's been pressuring me to like spar with him. And like he's begging me to fucking punch him in the face. He wants me to get into it so bad.
Clint.
I'm like, I don't want any of your smoke.
Clint's a coach. He's not going to hit you.
I know he is.
He's going to go your speed.
Well, okay, and I'm a fucking newbie and he's not. I'm gonna get hurt.
No, not at all. Not at all. Because I'm like Clint now where I work with the young guys. And if someone's brand new, I don't even throw at their head. I throw right at their chest. I just pop little jabs right at their chest. And you want to get them to throw at you.
The guy's begging me to hit him though. He was doing that for weeks in a row. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to hit you.
Yeah. He does this shit where like when I'm staying at distance and trying to get him to come in, he'll like do these slow shots like this, purposely missing you, so you'll come in. He tries to bait you in by going like, it's the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen. Anyway, nobody gives a shit. We're having a private conversation between the two of us right now. Let's go back to Piers Morgan being a cunt.
Fermentation, alt protein is going to produce the exact same products that you love right now, using a fraction of the land, producing a fraction of the carbon
But I like
footprint.
eating meat.
It's the exact same product.
No, but I like eating meat.
Fine. You'd be eating the exact same product.
In fact, the more you guys do this kind of thing, the more meat I want to eat.
I love how much of a douchebag he is.
He's an absolute prick, and I love it.
I love that face. Vegans are trying to sell this thing where their plant-based proteins and their plant-based meats taste just like the real thing. They don't. There's a softer texture.
It's gross.
Yeah, it's mushier. It falls apart in your mouth. It's not like you guys can go ahead, stick with your argument that it's better for the environment and everything else, but please spare me the it tastes the same horseshit.
It doesn't taste the same. I remember one time, like as a teenager, I fucking love meat. I will eat steak or ribs or whatever till the cows come home. I don't fucking care. But like my mom decided to try like those fucking Morningstar burgers one time that is made with like soy. And it was the grossest texture. I nearly puked. It was so gross. And it was just to try it. She was like, oh, I've never had one. Fucking awful.
All you did by saying Morningstar was make me think about the movie Dogma. I don't know why I went to this place, but I was like, oh my God, I've heard this rant before. You watch your mouth. No, man, you sound like the Morningstar. You shut your mouth. You do, man. You sound like Lucifer. You've totally lost it. You're not talking about going home, Bartleby. You're talking about bringing war on God. Well, fuck that, because I have seen what happens when the proud take on the throne.
Very good.
You ever seen Dogma?
No.
Brilliant movie. Can't find it anywhere because the Weinstein Company won't sell it back to Kevin Smith, and nobody wants to work with the Weinsteins because, well, the rape thing.
Well, no, that really wasn't like addressed to the Weinstein thing. It was more like you can't find it.
No.
That's absolutely fine.
But it's true.
That's fine. That's
you
fine.
literally, it's a bit. Honestly, it's true. The more stuff you do like this,
sorry, I didn't catch that. It's true, is it? You've said that about 3 times. I didn't quite catch
true?
it. That you like eating meat.
Yes.
Oh, thanks. I didn't get it the first 3 times.
They're just such cunts.
You're all cunty.
The British are awful. No wonder you guys didn't keep your grip on the world. You're just
nobody wants to work with you.
Everybody wanted to declare independence. It's like, oh, so you want to declare independence? Oh, I heard you the first 7 times. It's like, you know what happened to the British? They got so shootable that all their colony subjects started shooting them. Like they just got so cunty and shootable.
You think that's what happened?
Yeah, the empire just started being so like everyone was like, wow, I've been really happy as a British subject for the last 200 years. But God, they're really begging me to shoot them right in the face.
They are remarkably unlikable.
Yes, exactly.
How committed a vegan are you?
How committed a vegan am I?
Stabs the guy next to him in the throat. He's just ah!
How do people like this exist?
Which one? They're both being really shitty.
No, the one's like a fun shitty though. This guy's just like repeats whatever Piers said back to him, like but in a shitty manner.
Well, and you see this a lot.
How do you make it in life?
I hate to make another Zumakian reference, but it's the same thing where like if someone tries something at you and it doesn't hit, then they just get really shitty and bitter because it didn't hit. That's what this guy's doing. He tried to do the protein-based meat tastes the same. Piers like, no, fuck that. No, it doesn't. I like eating meat. So then he went, oh, well, I've got a bingo card and you're a piece of shit. Oh, I didn't hear you the first 3 times you said you like to eat meat. And just being really cunty because he thought, I don't know why he thought that he would just say they taste the same to Piers and Piers would go, oh, shit, really?
Right, like, oh, could I try some? If you know that's how Piers is going to be, which he said earlier, it's like, no, I expected this from you. It's like, why would you even try that?
That's why I kind of like these being put on the news, because it kind of shows how little the news is about the news. Like, it's just for entertainment.
It's completely unimportant.
Right? Like, nobody here is changing their mind.
No.
And they're both going into it knowing they're changing. No one's changing their mind.
I'm not going to sit here and absolutely quit eating meat because this guy said it's better.
But you could argue that like on a political debate show, there might be people watching who would be open to seeing who makes the best point. On something like this, vegans and meat eaters and stuff like this, they're not putting it out there and going, oh, maybe you guys will change your mind. No, they're just putting it on. They're like, watch 2 cunts, see who can out-cunt the other one.
Yes, it's sport.
Do you drink almond milk?
Oh, You've ticked off another one. Fantastic, Piers. You are on an absolute
Does it have
roll.
answering questions?
I don't know. I'll keep that one hidden from you. Take the fun out
Can
of
you just
the game.
answer questions?
What a little bitch.
Why can't this guy answer that question?
Because he's on tilt.
Piers is an absolute cunt, but this guy only got on here to be cunty.
Yes.
Like, have you seen that? Like, he won't even answer a question and have a conversation. He's just, oh, nope, here's another one to check off.
Right.
Otherwise, it's not much of an interview. I mean, you have your little chart, but do you drink almond milk?
No.
Do you eat almonds?
No.
Do you eat avocado?
No.
What do you eat? What do you drink?
I love seasonal British fruit and veg.
Right.
You know, I love supporting British farmers. I love going to a farm.
You know why he won't say what he eats? Because Piers is going to point out, yeah, well, guess what? It takes this, that, and the other thing to make this. And, like, they're going to make... He's going to, like, draw connections and show him the evil of the vegan shit, too. Because that's the real thing about food production. There is no safe and moral way to consume a food. Like, if you want to, you can dig far enough and find immorality in any kind of food.
I think so.
So he's trying to bait this guy to go like, oh, well, you know, that's produced by pygmies in Africa who every time they don't do what they're told, they shave down their knuckles an 1/18 of an inch.
Or think about those monkeys that run up the tree to get the coconuts.
First of
and
all,
shit like that.
Those monkeys are having a fucking blast.
Are they, though?
Yes.
I don't care personally. I just don't know that they're having fun.
Climbing trees and ripping down coconuts, and then
they get a treat.
They get fed, and yeah.
I don't know. The chocolate production, too, like Hershey's and stuff, there's a lot of controversy with that.
Yeah, it's slave chocolate, isn't it?
I do think it's slave chocolate, or they use monkeys to do the same thing.
But here's the problem. The non-slave chocolate doesn't taste as good as the slave chocolate.
There's some like blood, sweat, and tears in there.
There's something about slave blood that makes chocolate taste better. I can't describe it. I wish that weren't the case. I think it's a terrible thing.
It's kind of like being a vegan versus a meat eater, too, like the blood in that meat. You know, something about it.
If you can recreate the blood in the plant-based meat, great. But if it's just milkweed that's going to come out of there, you can suck my dick.
Oh.
Market, seeing what they have to offer. You know, I love eating a plant-based
But most
diet.
science now says that if you don't have a balanced diet, it's actually unhealthy for you.
Yeah, exactly. That's why a plant-based diet, a balanced plant-based diet is healthy.
Aldo, what do you feel? I mean, you're...
Now, let's skip ahead to the part that I wanted to show you. I just really liked the cunty stuff. But Piers is about to pull the ultimate cunty move in this interview. I want to see when he decides to do it.
You've got me a column.
You'd rather
Brilliant.
You'd rather
Fantastic,
You'd
Piers.
rather go into restaurants like Aldo, fun, and their lives.
He's got a plate in front of him.
Like you
I know.
have the only
When does
way
he eat
forward
the
for
fucking meat?
Life and the universe. The Nathan McGowan, the very last thing on earth that will.
Maybe he won't.
Son of a bitch,
Yeah,
Piers.
a lot,
Are you not going to eat the meat? All right, I'm going back to the Blaze article. Maybe they'll fast forward right to it. Piers eats a steak right in front of this dude, and it's fucking hilarious. Maybe the Blaze goes right to it.
Okay.
Let's see.
But first, vegan.
Nope, they won't do it. Come on, show me where Piers
What
eats
is
the
that,
meat
like
in front of
offensive?
it.
Vegetarian book, not the vegan book. I don't have any.
But if we were doing the same thing to them, they'd all go.
And
I'm going to skip around, guys. Sorry, I'm too invested in this segment.
No, it's actually a good question. Can I please
around
make my
the
point?
world.
I
with all
was
these
in one of his
steaks.
restaurants last week in Qatar. Loved it. Fantastic. I just think, what annoying little squits.
What a great place to fast forward to. What annoying little squids. Well, he's making the point that, you know, if you want to convince people to join your side, going in there and interrupting their meal is not the way to go.
My mouth.
Can you imagine someone coming in
Fine, Piers.
This is it.
and disrupting your evening?
Have we got the clip? We haven't got the clip.
Oh, wash.
Oh, you just ran it. Okay.
Piers and I
what a shame.
Piers and I are exactly the same. We can't get our shit together.
No, but can you imagine you coming to our restaurants and then you get some people coming to your table and trying to disrupt your evening?
You've got
Okay, now here we go.
Oh.
So they bring Piers a plate of steak, and there's a vegan there, and this is how you know Piers did not bring this guy on to win an argument or convince anyone. He's like, I just want to keep this dickhead on long enough so that the restaurant owner can make look like an asshole, and then I can dunk on him by eating a steak.
Right.
Oof. You've got me another one.
Take it off your bingo.
Fantastic.
Take
Take it off your bingo, son.
But where's the salt? Where's it?
Won't need any of this gruel.
That's it.
Let's put that
Fantastic.
to one side, but
And then he takes the vegetables and he pushes them to the side.
I like the word
a bit of
gruel.
steak just to.
You didn't salt it, though.
You see, all you've achieved is you've made me want to do this. Just eat a
That's
lovely...
absolutely fine. You go for it.
There's a rage monster in that guy that's
Yeah,
brewing.
oh yeah.
Do you know how many steaks he's had from my restaurant?
Yeah,
Even the restaurant owner is like, this guy eats a lot of meat. He's not fucking about this one. He really loves eating steaks.
No, that was so painfully obvious right there. That's the only reason this vegan is on this show right now.
Yeah.
Is to watch the meat steak.
But here's my point. I love eating steak. I'm not going to stop eating steak.
Yeah.
And the very last thing on earth that will stop me eating steak is people like you with your pasty faces running into our restaurants telling us to stop eating steak.
That's
the
fine.
very last thing I'm
That
going to do.
is absolutely
Because you don't
fine,
represent to me
Piers.
vitality or good health. You just all look like you want a good bit of steak.
Oh my God.
You look pasty.
It's true though.
They do look shitty.
Absolutely fine. You're fully entitled to that opinion. And as I've just said earlier, you're right to protest if you want to run into
Your
a vegan
mates are
restaurant.
also the Extinction
Absolutely
Rebellion,
fine.
right?
My mates.
You're all like interwoven, like you said before we came on air.
What, like a woolen blanket.
Well, are you
together.
connected or not?
No. So we're a sister movement.
A sister?
to
What's that?
Extinction Rebellion.
You're all a bunch of gays.
A sister movement.
You're all a bunch of chicks.
See, why do we need all that shit? Why can't meat eaters and vegans just kind of exist? Why can't it just be a food choice? Why do you have to make a...
You go here, you go here.
Why do you have to make a movement about it, though? Why can't
Well,
you just choose to not eat the meat?
Let me put you in their head for a second.
No thanks.
It's like telling someone who's pro-life, why are you protesting abortion? You're not getting one. They feel like there's murder going on in there.
Are you stopping it?
Well, but this is what the vegans think, too. They think there's murder going on in there, and they want to stop it. The only problem is they don't realize that when they do that, people go, I'm not sure what a vegan is, but if it's that, I don't want to be it.
Right. You don't set yourself up like as a good example. You're kind of just obnoxious.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit sexist.
No, we have, common goals.
What are your common goals? Irritating people.
Such as tackling the climate and ecological emergencies.
Oh.
Which, I'm sure all of...
All right, I'm done with these guys. They're just British
He's
being cunts to
obnoxious.
each other. But, that's funny. The climate thing is like a new one for the vegans.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the vegans kind of lost all the other battles that they picked.
Whoa.
Wow, holy shit. I didn't realize how much people wanted to talk about the Piers Morgan.
That's a lot.
Fuck. The chat's going crazy right now.
How are you going to find the end of that?
Guy Sartell says meat eaters should be allowed to eat vegans. I just kind of have to pick it up from where it is, right?
Yes.
Veldrain with $5 says no animals were harmed for vegan food except snakes, field mice, and any other small animal killed when a field is tilled. That's true. I mean, think about it. If you have to farm more land to grow more plants, you're going to kill more small animals. Right?
You could go down so many roads that would lead to like animals are being harmed, through the process of farming.
Right, which is why you just go, oh, how about you just go eat your fucking plants and I'll eat meat.
That's
we'll be
fine.
good.
Like I would sit at the same table as somebody like that. I just don't want to hear you talk about it.
You're right.
I don't care if you don't eat meat. Just like, can we stop talking about it though? Just like I don't say every time I eat a steak, like, sure, I'm glad they killed this cow for me. No, I'm just excited about the meat I'm eating.
Oh, I hope they fucked it first. You've never said that at a restaurant?
I've-
See, there's certain things that I spew out because I feel like the world's ready to hear it. And like maybe I'm not alone. I come kind of throwing it out as like a flag.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone looks at me like I'm the monster I thought maybe they would think I was.
No, that just happened. Yeah.
Then I just feel bad. BITW awesome. I want to point something out. This guy has officially been totally turned pro steel toe because this guy, remember, he used to come in and just write one thing and be obnoxious the entire time.
Okay.
Now he's part of the team and he's chipping in, and I like that. I really enjoy it. An earned fan is the best fan when you earn them like that. BITW awesome says, like in nature, carnivores and herbivores don't get along much either, but that's fine. Just eating grass isn't normal for a human's diet. Right. I mean, there's a reason we're here now.
You're lacking so many things.
Yeah, we couldn't have gotten here by just eating plants. And you can't power this machine that we are without, like, meat. They're like, oh, well, you can eat plants and get protein. Do you know how much you would have to eat, though?
A
We
lot.
eat meat for protein because it's the most efficient, protein-packed way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You can eat a steak the size of a deck of cards, and you're good for a while.
Yes. And like there are things in animal fats and stuff like that too that are also good for you.
Yeah.
Think about like fish fats and shit with all the omegas and stuff in it for your brain. Like, you don't get that from beans.
Omega, is that
I don't
different
think.
than...
Beta!
Probably.
By the way, how awesome was that Jesse Lee Peterson on Dr. Phil thing yesterday?
Pretty good.
Oh, my God. Coltrane says, I like eating animals that are vegans' food. They owe me some fucking gratitude. Oh, boy.
That's true. We do eat the creatures that will eat your food then.
Right.
Like,
I'm
aren't you happy?
trying to save your food.
We're trying to even the scales.
God. Jeez. It's like there's no gratitude with these people. Tucker Carlson did basically the same thing to a vegetarian years ago. Very funny. Well, how about that guy in, what was it, Toronto, who owns the restaurant? And he butchered a deer
Oh, yeah.
right in the window while vegans were
It
protesting.
happened right there.
Oh, and they lost their minds. BITW Awesome says, what about vegans eating fish? Why is that allowed?
Do vegans eat fish?
I don't think they do.
I think vegans are like anti all meats and like anything animal related. I think vegetarians make like an exception for fish sometimes, but I don't know how you can do that.
I know a vegetarian, actually.
Oh, yeah?
We both actually know a vegetarian.
Who is this?
Mary Moe. Sorry. I'm not happy about what I've just done.
I don't feel well after
I can
that.
see that I've upset
one
you.
upset me.
Yeah, I've upset you greatly, but I couldn't resist. Fish are people too, says Dave Manbrain. Well, George W. Bush once famously said he believes that fish and people can coexist. Prince Grasty says the amount of land needed to farm for their goals would destroy every forest and rainforest in the world. They are stupid to think that won't happen.
That's true. They also, a lot of those people believe that everything can be grown hydroponically. So then you're just taking up all sorts of fucking buildings and cities and shit that need to be used for other things.
Yeah.
You're never going to have enough room.
Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, how about I eat nothing? Well, that's not healthy, sir.
We die.
Should have to have something. Citizen M says, I don't care if the guy behind me is drunk driving. I just don't want to hear about it.
Exactly. Is he hitting me? No.
I think with vegans, their thing is they think you're murdering, so they want the murder to stop. I can understand why they protest. I just don't think it's effective. I think they should find a better way.
People fucking protest guns and shit like that too and try to implement fucking gun laws that doesn't take the guns away or the violence away. I don't know. None of this works. None of your like raising awareness is working.
Lee L says not to mention all the pesticides. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that would cause some environmental problems.
No, what do you mean, no?
The pesticides? Oh.
That was a joke.
Well, I was ready to be like, because you see, they run into the water and then they can affect the other animals. And then...
No, tell me more.
Did she put up a fight? Tell me more. Grease.
You were awful.
Yes. Brittany Martini says, I have a huge crush on Piers. I don't know.
Really?
To me, he looks like an English bulldog.
I don't think you can have a crush on Piers. If you had to pick between Piers and Tucker, you're picking Tucker, right?
Tucker, yeah.
Okay.
Geese Artel says, I'm guessing this guy put some form of meat inside of him. Right, so he's kind of, I don't know. I think, yeah.
What is the point where you, like, decide to become a vegetarian or a vegan? Like, what is the pushing point for you that you're like, okay, never again. I won't eat meat.
I think you make out with your first guy.
That's got to be it.
Yeah, and then after that, you become a vegan, I think is pretty much. So there's also, like, organic meat and stuff like that. You can, like, they're now making meat in a lab, like diamonds. They're, like, engineering meat out of cells.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, they take, like, cells of different animals, and they just make meat around the cell. It's fucking...
You're pulling my leg, right?
No, I'm not. I'm telling you 1,000% true. They're now making meat out of animal cells, so they don't have to, like, raise a whole animal, butcher it, slaughter it.
Like what, they put fucking animal cells in a printer and, like, 3D print a steak?
You
what
have
are you talking about?
You have officially exhausted my knowledge of the subject. But I'm telling you they're doing
Anything that has to be that engineered cannot be better than eating a normal steak. That's my official stance on it.
I don't know if it is or not. I'm just saying it exists. And they're also creating other, like, body parts and organs that people will someday be able to use.
That's fine. If you've lost something and they can give you a replica or something like that that will function for you, that's fine. As far as eating things, I don't think that's necessary.
Well, it kind of brings us into our next story. Dr. Don Ingber makes organs for a living. Using flexible pieces of silicone carved with tiny channels, he grows tissues that can mimic the complex physical interactions between cells and fluids, creating a malleable, three-dimensional model of organs.
Okay.
Over the past decades, Dr. Ingber, a bioengineer at Harvard, has made more than 15 of these organ chips, including simulating lungs, livers, intestines, and skin. Now, in a paper published last month, he's added a new organ to his collection.
A penis.
Pussies.
Oh, I was
Look,
close.
the girls came first this time.
Lucky us.
You'd think they would have made like a dick first, right?
You'd think so.
But no.
In case you lost it somewhere.
They made a twat first. The vagina on a chip, which is my favorite snack come Super Bowl time.
Vagina on a chip. That's an actual quote from this thing.
Vagina on a chip, the sequel to Snakes on a Plane.
Oh, man.
Was made from vaginal cells donated by 2 women. The model, I hope one was black and one was white. I'd like to see a zebra cunt.
So wait, though. Like, before you even go farther than this,
yeah.
like, how do you lose your vagina and need a new one? Because with a hysterectomy, you don't lose your vagina. You just lose the other shit in there.
I know.
Go ahead.
You grow up in a Muslim country.
They just pull out your vagina?
Well, actually, it's funny you should ask. Some of them just take your clit.
Yeah.
Others take clit and labia. Like, they take the works.
Oh, so the whole thing's just
It's
white.
just, do you know how, like...
You look like fucking Voldemort down there.
Yeah, right, exactly. You've got a Voldemort twat.
Oh.
The vagina on a chip was made from vaginal cells donated by 2 women. The model was grown inside of silicone rubber chips the size of a stick of gum, forming channels that were responsive to fluctuating estrogen levels and bacteria. The chip was successfully mimicked key features of the vaginal microbiome.
Well, those are always testy. We know that.
How is your vaginal microbiome?
Mine's always awesome.
Is it? You feel
That's
good
the
about
one
it?
thing that I have good about me down there. You know, I got tumors and shit. But
Yeah, all kinds
the
of
rest
tumors
of everything, it's good.
just popping up.
Always healthy.
Your
My
gynecological
insides are.
gynecological visits. Oh, I almost fucked that one up. Wow. Your OB visits are a lot like a game of whack-a-mole.
Kind of.
You just like
I'm just waiting for the day where they just kind of hack everything out of there.
or like a day where they're like, we're just gonna keep you in surgery for a week and we're just gonna pick out the shit that pops up.
I mean, you might as well just take it all. Just take it.
The chip was successfully mimicked key features of the vaginal microbiome, the swarming communities of bacteria that play a crucial role in the organ's health. Self-cleaning organism and all that.
Usually.
I mean, you got to wash the damn thing every once in a while, right?
Why have you started saying that?
Because it's so bad. It's
You
so
say
bad.
that a lot now.
It's a tribute to the Opster.
I don't think anyone should tribute the Opster.
Am I getting butt fingered by the Opster now? I made
You
fun.
might.
I made fun of the way he says "wash." That means that he can.
I hope he trims his nails for you first.
He can make butt fingering threats now because I made fun of the way he says "wash." It's totally fine. The chip is more realistic than any other laboratory models of the organ, Dr. Ingber said. This walks, talks, quacks like a human vagina, he said.
What? They quack now?
I don't know much about the inner workings, like the medical workings of a vagina.
Okay.
I didn't know that it walked. I didn't know that it talked. I certainly didn't. Well, I've heard it quack before.
Why?
That's true. Like, you know, if I flip April over, sometimes you'll get a quack out of there, you know?
No. You don't actually.
It's a queef joke.
Oh.
The queef is the
I was
quack.
going to say that doesn't happen either.
Who
but
killed Moby Dick?
I understand now.
Queef, quack, quaffing.
I understand now how you can lose your vagina. It just walks away.
It just walks away. And you should be able to tell when it's walking away because it'll quack at you. You know? Who hasn't had a woman, she takes off her pants and she's getting ready to change. She's in her bedroom and all of a sudden in the hallway she hears whack, 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 whack. And you're like, hey, my vagina's on the loose. What the hell's going on with my pussy? It's out in the hallway. No, Gordy, no. Gordy, leave my vagina alone. No, Gordy, get away from my vagina.
He's going to be so upset at you for yelling.
Whack, 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 whack.
Can you imagine? Now, like
it walks. That's it. The quote from the doctor. It walks, talks, and quacks like a vagina.
Can you
Does
imagine?
that make the clit the beak? I don't know.
I guess so. Can you imagine if our vaginas would talk back to all the men when they're unsatisfied?
You would have so many deaths by like vaginal trauma. You just have so many men like just smashing in pussies with a hammer. Just like, fuck you. I'm good. Your cunt doesn't work
No,
right.
you're not. That doesn't feel good.
You've got no
Nope.
nerve endings in that fucking thing.
Nope.
That's your problem.
Don't you come yet. I'm not happy. Fuck you.
Well, no, when it's being fucked, it would go.
You pull out for a second. Your dick's small. Finger time. Your dick's not doing it.
Oh, no. You don't want your vagina saying that.
Oh, your breath is bad.
Oh, it can smell now, too?
Well, it can at least talk.
Oh, it walks, talks, and
Hold
quacks.
on. I don't think you can talk correctly or quack if you don't have a nose. I think you need the airflow somehow.
Okay. So now we're worried about the biological correctness of a guy who says that vaginas can walk, talk, and quack. All right.
Sure.
Tongue Clit says he meant queef. Yeah, I feel like that would be more
really?
appropriate. Wouldn't that be great if the doctor's like, oh, man, it smells, snugs, and queefs just like a real vagina?
But even worse, he said walks, talks, and quacks.
Wouldn't it be
Not
funny?
even.
The guy they're like, you didn't really create a bio vagina, and the guy holds up a phone recording and he goes, you're like, oh, come on, man. I didn't need to hear a queef today. It's not even breakfast. Oh, well, skip it, I guess.
Oh my God. I just like the idea of like vaginas being able to talk back to you assholes that aren't like good at shit.
Oh, you assholes.
The royal you.
Oh, the royal you. I don't get any complaints.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I talked to your vagina the other day. You know what it said?
What?
Punishing, it said. It said like a goddamn, it's like.
My vagina cries every time I have to have sex.
She goes, it told me, it goes, she doesn't walk right when you're done. And I'm like, all right, thank you. And then it goes, yeah, but could you let her walk a little bit? Because we'd like to walk it off after we're done. And I'm like,
who's we?
And I'm like, look, when there's nail marks up and down my back, I know I'm doing a good job. There's nothing I can do for you, buddy. I can't make the sacrifice here. I got to keep, like, April's nails on my back are like the scoreboard when it comes to fucking. If I've got one fingernail, I'm like, we did okay. If I've got two fingernails, I'm like, oh, we fucking brought home the bacon today, boys. No fingernails, I don't stop. No
matter how much I protest.
Yeah, she goes, I don't think there's going to be nails today.
This isn't feeling good.
It will in a second.
I will it.
Yes.
To feel good.
I will it. Yes, Marquis says he's getting stiff from all this. You're welcome, sir. Brittany says, April, I love you, but I don't need that look from someone who thinks that hag ginger is hot. Oh, your comments about Jen Psaki earlier.
You've got a very ginger-esque husband, so I don't think we get to talk here.
Yeah. I think
you should just leave him for me.
Jeez.
Just kidding. I'd be a terrible stepmom to your 5 children. Don't you worry.
Just keep spiraling.
I might love them and care for them, but at the end of the day,
keep going lower, stupid.
it's not good.
The chip is more realistic than other laboratory models of the organ. So how many fake pussies have they created? Is there a factory somewhere full of like discarded prototype bio-vages?
Ooh, and do they make one in like every color? So can I like choose my new vagina?
Ooh, that's another thing.
Once mine finally runs away because it's terrified.
He and other researchers are optimistic that the tool could offer a better way to test treatments for bacterial vaginosis. Oh, God, I didn't know this story was going to get hot.
That did get rather sexy.
What is that? Is that twat rot? Is that what they're talking about?
Isn't everyone turned on now?
Bacterial vaginosis.
That is...
Is that like halitosis of the vagina?
No, it's an actual like bacteria infection in there.
Well, I'm
it's
sure
really gross. Basically, like, I think if you read up on it, you learn about this in health class, but it's like everything gets kind of like dry. Like you never get excited, like wet and stuff like that anymore. You've literally got like bad bacteria in there, like wreaking havoc and stuff like that. I think maybe some nasty stuff going on in there.
I see. You're trying to get
not good.
You're trying to get all medical. SH says that's the fishy one.
Is it the fishy one?
Guy Sartell says smells like Fritos. Oh no! At least 2 of my girlfriends have had bacterial vaginosis.
Did they get wet for you?
Like a goddamn sprinkler. Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't have been it.
Oh really? It's dry box.
No, I think you do end up getting dry though because things aren't like functioning correctly. I believe it is. I don't know.
So, Oh.
Oh, you ate vag bacteria.
Oh, no. That's worse than the time where she must have put a spoonful of cottage cheese down there because I can.
That is
You
awful.
see, that's a yeast infection.
That is
Women,
truly off-putting.
you bring up yeast infections to a woman and they puke.
It's gross.
They vomit. Well, how do you think we feel when one time... this happened to me a couple times in my life.
You just got very lispy.
I will say not with April. I'm about to get very disgusted.
I will tell everyone out there, if everyone wants like a great... I take like a probiotic. Never again. No UTIs, anything. It's
You're
awesome.
doing this for the 7% of our audience that
Yeah.
is female.
Yeah.
That's very nice of
I can
you.
save your life. Go to
Yes.
humnutrition.com.
Way to give that one away for free. Well, anyway.
They should have healthy vaginas.
Women can sit there and go, oh, yeast infections are gross to joke about. Well, until you
I want to save them from it.
Until you've put your dick in a box and you pull out what looks like somebody spilled cottage cheese all over your cock and you go, oh my God, I'm dying. Then you can tell me how disgusting it is to talk about it.
Have you done that a lot?
Dude,
You look disgusted.
when I was in high school and when I was in, no, actually, I think just the high school girlfriend.
Oh, God.
Yeah. 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 Take care of that fucking thing.
That's disgusting.
Don't just sit there and let people slam dicks in there and then just go like,
Was she slamming a lot of dicks in there?
I don't know what's going on here, but it ain't kosher.
That's really gross, dude. It doesn't sound like you've ever had a good box in your life.
I know of one.
I do too, and that's me, but...
Oh,
like,
somebody's getting very...
I was going to say, I don't have those problems. I very much take care of myself. I like extra take care of myself because I've got tumor shit going on.
shit.
And I don't want any other problems, so I go the extra mile.
Marquise says, oh my God, just shut up, Aaron. My boner is totally gone now.
You're right. Everyone's dicks are hiding, actually.
James J. Weed says, my high school girlfriend had one. I found out by going down there.
Oh my God, stop. If you're... Hold on. I won't even can't blame the guys. If you've got that going on, ladies, don't let your guy go down there. You fucking take care of that shit until it's gone, and then he can go down there.
Guy Sartell says, April's box is broken. Tumors.
Technically, that's my ovaries. My box is fine.
The box
is in good quality, actually above quality, I'd say, because I take good care of it.
It's what's in the box.
It's the accessories to the box. It's not good.
So the Barbie dream house is fine. The kitchen table is broken.
The furniture's bad.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, that is, I mean, in fairness, that's an important distinction.
Probably can't have kids over here.
Exactly. Yeah. What?
You know that.
We'll put that to the test.
No, we won't.
Oh, we'll see.
We're not.
This is a great development, this system, said Dr. Ahinoam Lev-Sagi, a gynecologist. I don't want a guy named Sagi making pussy. I know
you don't like a good soggy puss?
I don't like a soggy pussy.
Most men would like a good soggy
I don't like
puss.
one that's like cereal that's been left in milk, for too long. Oh, this story's getting the better of me. He was at Hadassah Medical Center in Jerusalem. No offense, but are they really the people you want making... They'll probably put a chip in it that turns off your bank account.
Through your vagina?
Through your vagina. Could you
man.
imagine? It is difficult for researchers like her to test new treatments for patients with recurring infections. Yeah, not without slicing off somebody else's, vagina.
Yeah, what do you do? Do you just... I don't know if anyone knows, but like your vagina is like actually like this amount of like distance inside your body is what that's considered. It's not the outside shit. You just fucking yank that shit out and put a new silicone one in. I don't get this.
It's like taking out an alternator. You loosen a few bolts, you get them all, and then you chunk.
I feel like this is very much when you like gut a deer, and some people use that butt out tool where they get their fucking the deer
to get
anus
the butthole out. Yeah.
I feel like you've got to use one of those and like scrape around in the circle, just pull it out.
You're saying that removing a vagina is a lot like cutting open a pumpkin.
Kind of.
Yeah, like the stem of the pumpkin.
You gotta pull the guts out first, and then to put the new one in.
Then you go in there with a scoop and you get everything out, and then you bake the seeds. I hear you. The study, which was funded by the Gates Foundation. Okay, I already don't want it. If it was funded by the Gates Foundation, there's something going on where
sus.
they're going to take over the world. There's going to be a pussy army. I don't want it.
What?
They use the vagina chip to mimic how a real vagina responds to good and bad bacterial environments. The researchers showed that the tissue inside the chip reacted positively to a cocktail of lactobacilli, a type of bacterium that digests sugars and produces lactic acid, creating an acidic environment inside the human vagina that protects it from infections. I feel my dick going into my body as they describe the inner workings of the vagina in a medical fashion.
There's literally nothing sexy about talking about the inner workings of reproductive organs.
When a different type of bacterium, one associated with vaginal infections, was cultured on the chip with no lactobacilli present, inflammation increased and the cells were quickly damaged. That reaction is similar to what they've lost me now.
I am a little. This seems over my head.
Here's what you guys need.
Now my vagina ran away.
Right now, and it's quacking.
I got scared.
It's quacking all over the street. It's all kinds of problems.
No, I'm just picturing Gordy chewing on it. Fucker chews on everything.
So they're growing vaginas in a lab so they can help with vaginal bacterial problems. I mean,
but okay, so then that means maybe they're not growing a vagina now to replace yours. It's to just see what you can do to help people with infections. I'm not really sure what their end game is here.
Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point. Is okay, cool. You created a fake vagina.
People's vaginas don't just fall out unless.
What?
Can you get a prolapsed vagina? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah. What do you think?
I'm never touching a dick again.
Isn't that what the vaginal mesh thing is?
Is that what that is?
I thought so. That's for rot twat. If you're.
I kind of thought that's where your fucking uterus is prolapsed because you had too many fucking kids.
You're right. That's prolapsed uterus. I mean.
Right, because back in the day, fucking every farm family ever had to pop out 10 kids to run the farm, so then your fucking uterus falls out of your vagina.
You need a mesh, and then you get to sue them later for them putting your uterus back in.
Oh,
why not just cut it out at that point?
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Plenty of women I know that don't want kids anymore, kind of just get rid of the whole work so they don't have to have periods and shit.
Oh, my uterus fell out? Oh, better tuck that in there. It seems real dependable.
Yeah, I still want it in there so it can bleed every month. God, I can't imagine.
And before they had vaginal mesh, they just took a doctor with small hands, and they just fisted it back up there. And he just kind of gave it a turn. And then you're like, there. That ought to sit back in there for at least another couple of months. They used to do that procedure at a mechanic's shop. You used to just bring in your prolapsed uterus, and they would just kind of, all right, well, I can fix her. And then sometimes they'd use the hammer drill.
Okay.
And they'd get it back up.
Oh, yeah, I'm totally following.
That whole thing.
I like that sound.
That's the sound you hear.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Head to Stoney's Whoa, Jesus. Head to Stoney's in downtown Rockville for a great selection of beer, liquor, live bands on the weekends, and also a great place to go on Sundays to watch the Vikings games. Or whatever team you're into that's not the Vikings. Go to Stoney's Bar, the best dive in central Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, if you go in the ditch, your car won't go, you need somebody to pick you up. Nobody's faster in central Minnesota than All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. Old Capitol Tavern has 50 beers on tap, a great top shelf whiskey selection, and so much more. That's Old Capitol Tavern, the best menu in the area. Their chefs are incredible. That's Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitoltavern.com. Brown Candy says at the mechanic shop, a common saying was, this one still drives, but the box is shot. Exactly. Good Citizen Media says April's not filling up the humidifier. She's actually checking her box. Look, after that story, I can understand where you might want to make sure everything's in check. James McKeon says if you get blacklisted from Stoney's, you can go to Old Capitol. Well, try really hard not to get blacklisted. James says Eagles will win the Super Bowl. Look, I wish I could argue with you. I really do. But right now, I've got to say I think I've got 3 favorites to win the Super Bowl. And my 3 favorites would probably be Dallas. Oh, man, who else? Dallas, Philadelphia, and Mahomes, Kansas City. Those would be my three. Would be the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Cowboys. Man, I tell you what, that Cowboy team, I don't know. What do they have, 3 losses? I don't know how they have 3 losses. I mean, when they played us, holy shit. That team was really good. What'd you do? No, I didn't. Uh-oh. What happened? Did the dog shit somewhere? I don't know. April's smelling something bad. What happened? Oh,
Right? That's why I thought it was you.
I mean, I don't think I did, but now that smell is making me doubt myself.
It's really gross.
Standalone Cakecorn says, Bills have really been an enigma lately. Yeah, like the Bills were, like before the year, they were probably, them and the Chiefs were probably my team. But the Eagles and the Cowboys from the NFC, I would have put San Francisco in that category, but they already have 4 losses and they have a third-string quarterback. I don't know how much I believe in them. And I don't think that's a stretch to say something like that. A Florida man stole $1,375 worth of toothbrushes from a Walgreens, according to the show. Do you know how many fucking toothbrushes you need to steal to get to $1,375? What's the
So you know the kind we have upstairs?
Yeah.
Like $6.99 a piece.
Okay, and those are like the vibrating.
Has a battery in it, but not a rechargeable one. It's just like the Crest 360. It vibrates. Maybe he bought it for that.
And
Maybe
how much
he bought a bunch of vibrating ones because it felt good.
And how much are those?
$6.99.
Okay, so $6.99. So we got to go $13.75 divided by, let's just say 7. You'd have to steal 196 toothbrushes in order to get to that number. And that's if you're stealing like the powered ones.
Right.
And not like regular toothbrushes.
He could have stole like the nice like $100, electric toothbrushes or something.
Maybe, but even then to get to $13.75. Tracy J. Mayfield, 37, of Islamorada, which I always thought was a Muslim theme park, is charged with larceny.
Kind of sounds like a car.
Yeah. According to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Mayfield stole 6 electric toothbrushes worth $1,375 from a Walgreens in Marathon.
6? Oh my God, those are expensive. He stole 6 toothbrushes.
Though that's like $225 or so, $250 per toothbrush. What kind of fucking toothbrushes is Walgreens selling?
$1,375 divided by 6. That's a $230 toothbrush.
$230 toothbrushes. Witnesses say they saw Mayfield leave the store with the items without paying. They added he was in a white Lexus. It's got to be like a 12-year-old Lexus then, because you're not driving a Lexus and stealing toothbrushes.
That would just piss me off if you're a rich person and you just go steal shit.
Well, when the cops found him to take him into custody,
yeah,
he threw the toothbrushes over a bridge.
You could have just handed him back.
So he stole almost $1,500 in toothbrushes and then just chucked them in the river anyway. What a dick.
Did he ever tell us why he took the toothbrushes?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we can ask him someday. People in the chat are saying, is it Chad? They're saying Zumach strikes again. No, he would have paid for them just with somebody else's shit.
It was in Florida.
Yeah. Oh. Well, he can add it to his collection of mugshots. It should be a lot of fun. Drew Allen saying in the chat, my toothbrush was over $300.
What? Tell me.
Fuck.
Tell me what a toothbrush does for $300. Like,
exactly.
Make it worth it for me.
Does it have a bidet in it?
Because I've got a pretty fucking baller toothbrush upstairs. I love it. It's all black. It's cool.
Trucker's taking it back. He says it can't be Chad. Chad doesn't brush his teeth. Oh. I bet you his breath does smell like rotten ass.
I don't want to think about Chad.
Lee L says my Sonicare is like $220.
Really?
Yeah.
So apparently, like, we're cheap or something?
I guess. I thought we had decent toothbrushes. Sonicare toothbrush. Shopping. Let me find this guy's $200 toothbrush. There's $179. $119.
The rest are all $40.
Right. Boy, we really do have...
What are you guys buying?
We do have cheap bullshit toothbrushes, apparently.
Are you buying fucking, like, gold-plated toothbrushes?
Here's okay, let's take a look at a $429 toothbrush.
Why?
I need to know what a 420. I'm like John
that better
Travolta with the $5
tickle my
shit.
asshole for that fucking
Right.
price.
Okay, so it's got
Look at it. It doesn't have any fucking shit going on up top.
toothbrush shit going on.
No, look how fucking sparse that is.
Yeah, but they're probably like designed specially to vibrate into the crevices of your teeth. Like they're perfectly. But how can you perfectly design it? Because all mouths and teeth are different.
All teeth are different. Aaron's
don't know,
got
man.
snaggle teeth. Just kidding.
I have beautiful choppers, the ones that are mine.
The fake ones.
Yeah. Yeah, power button, that whole thing. I don't.
What, are you paying for the color or the fucking leather case your stupid toothbrush comes in?
Well, and you charge it. It's a rechargeable toothbrush. I don't understand.
Coming in some gay colors too.
Oh, really gay colors?
Like ultra gay.
Yeah, let's take a look. You got
Ooh, I love-
champagne,
Oh, the midnight one's kind of cool.
midnight, and pink. Those are your options.
Not a pink person.
$429 for a toothbrush. Again, like
It
it's
just seems like you could have spent that elsewhere.
yeah. Dub says MP3 player. Right? Is it a Bluetooth speaker?
You know what? I bet it does. I bet it plays some kind of jingle that's like the length of time you're supposed to spend brushing
Ew.
your teeth. I've heard that before.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Karate Chopping Space Monkey says, with a $230 toothbrushes, I better be creaming in my pants while brushing my teeth.
Exactly. It better come with a ball tickler.
And you better have some teeth in your asshole then. 3P Zing says, buy cheap toothbrushes and expensive veneers.
Maybe that's your problem. Maybe you need like an expensive one.
Maybe. Well, no, my teeth have been good since I started water picking.
I've always had good teeth.
They've told me that my teeth look healthy. Adam says you get hundreds of brushes from the electric versus 3 or 4 from the manual kind. Oops.
Wait, what?
You're only supposed to brush your teeth 3 or 4 times with the manual kind? Oh, no, he's saying the different kind of brushes. Okay.
I'm still confused.
I don't know. I don't get this.
I feel retarded right now.
I didn't
like, are
realize.
we fucking toothbrush like anti-snobs?
We've really
What are
fucked
we?
up the toothbrush game.
What type of toothbrush are people using today? Like, are we behind in the times?
We don't know what these kids today are doing with their toothbrushes.
I want to go get my toothbrush just to fucking show it off now. I think mine's pretty cool.
Geese Artel says, until Aaron buys one, then it's the best thing ever, and you're dumb to not have one.
That's a good point,
I would
Gee.
never say you're dumb not to have one. I would just say mine's the best. I'm a very unique person in that way. I think the shit I have is the best. What a fucking weirdo. Mark says those bristles seem like they would be painful on your asshole. Yeah, that's something that needs to be considered.
You have to get the soft bristles.
Or the bristles.
The bristles.
Either one.
The soft ones feel good.
Kenneth says 3 or 4. I've been using the same brush for like 6 months at least.
Dude, that's kind of my problem too. I very much like clean mine out well. Like I've noticed like you and the kids fucking leave toothpaste and shit in yours and it's gross. I use mine because I keep it clean like for a long time.
Drew Allen says it has like 5 different cleaning modes with 3 intensity settings. Oh. Yeah, Gee's right. We're toothbrush poor.
I feel kind of bad. I was really excited when I bought mine recently.
Yeah, we don't understand toothbrushes. April's Parents Hobby Farm says you have the second best mom car on the market. Thank you very much. I would argue the best, but then again, it's mine. So.
Okay, what is the best one then?
The best mom
so
car?
if you've got a Tahoe and it's the second best one, what's the first?
People would probably argue Suburban.
I don't like Suburbans.
But I think for being a mom car, I think that's considered like the best way to haul the kids around.
I prefer a Tahoe or a Yukon. Usually a Tahoe.
Well, let's see what April's Parents Hobby Farm says about what the best mom vehicle is.
That's true. He does have some kids. Let's tell us.
Michael Pitt says Hellcat Durango, best mom car.
Hellcat Durango.
Jesus Christ.
No, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I feel like if you have a Durango, you have to like have that noise set up whenever you open the driver's side door. Like it has to play that.
Yeah, my Durango. No, I'm not. Take me to the home kick. I don't know. Let me open it.
Funny.
Yeah, the devil. Ride it. Paint the devil. Paint the monster red so the blood.
I think it should actually just come with Rob Zombie in the passenger seat and he'll sing it for you.
If you buy a Hellcat, you have to buy a Hellcat though. You
Yeah.
can't just get the base model and get Rob Zombie in there. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, GMC Denali, you have the poor version of the mom car.
He's not wrong. The Denalis are definitely more expensive.
Yeah.
And you kind of have the base level Tahoe, too.
No, I have the second one.
No, you don't.
And then I also have custom leather seats and custom rims.
It was a basic Tahoe that they juiced up a bit.
Oh.
They told us that. Like, this was a base model Tahoe that we put in nice seats and new rims, which Aaron scraped the piss out of his rims on a fucking curb once.
Fine. SC Motorsports says when you honk the horn, he goes, yeah, I'm a Durango. I'd get the fuck out of the way of that vehicle. Are you kidding?
That'd actually be kind of cool. Like, who decided that, like, horns should sound the way they do? Like, let's have something cool.
I mean, I could tell you, but I don't want to lose the channel.
Okay.
Let's just say Alex Jones wouldn't have me on the show if I told you who created the car horn.
Okay. I hate bringing up car topics because then everyone's got an opinion, but I'm curious. My mom's looking for a new vehicle. Should she go with the Yukon that she's considering getting, or a Tahoe, or the GMC Sierra?
Don't ask people what they should get because everyone's
what's
gonna say
more worth it for the money.
They all suck.
Because now she has to like haul around like potential grandkids and shit when they're around. Otherwise, it's just kind of hers. Do you get the truck or do you go with the SUV?
April's Parents Hobby Farm says those Tahoes come with a clit tickler for moms because they're the only ones that drive them. You can't pick a truck. Like, even
Are
when
you
were
Mr. Mom?
Even when you were picking out your truck, it's just people are going to shit on whatever you say you want.
People will always hate my truck.
When it comes
I worked really hard for that.
When it comes to vehicles, never tell anyone. There's two reasons why you never tell anyone the cars you're looking to get. One, they're jealous because they want to get a car. So they're going to shit on whatever you say.
Sure.
And number two, everyone's a critic and everyone knows what's the best. And if you don't pick that one, then it's absolute dog shit. Mm-hmm. Kenneth says Aaron is definitely the guy that scrapes his rims on the curb.
That was so fucking awful too, because it's not like you've got like nice like aluminum rims or something. They're fucking painted black, so you scrape the black off, and now it just looks like shit.
I didn't scrape the black off. My rims are still really black. You do this thing where you exaggerate to kind of make me look worse.
You did scrape the black. It's not like you scraped all of it off.
No,
but you did scrape it.
You said, you scraped all of it off.
I did not say all of it.
Scrape all of my.
I said you scraped your rim.
My rims look fantastic. You'd have to get up here like this. You have to get up there like this in order to see.
Aaron, you're right.
Geese Artel says painted rims you pour. They're not painted rims. They're custom rims. They didn't take the rims.
Aaron actually spray painted them.
Yeah, they didn't take the rims that the thing had and then paint them black. They put different black rims on the thing. Jesus. Let's go to New Zealand for our next story. New Zealand just seized guardianship of a baby because his parents didn't want the baby receiving vaccinated blood. So Australia and New Zealand, in that foot race to total tyranny, New Zealand just pulled ahead a little bit.
This is kind of ridiculous, huh?
Right, like I can understand why a parent wouldn't want vaccinated blood. I mean, with the possible side effects and everything else.
Are they specifically talking about the COVID vaccine?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the other stuff, I was kind of like, aren't they going to get that anyways? But
Right. No, they're not talking about like MMR and hepatitis and shit like that.
Tetanus.
They're talking strictly COVID vaccine.
Okay.
A critically ill 6-month baby will be placed under the temporary guardianship of New Zealand's High Court after his parents refused to allow him to undergo life-saving heart surgery using blood from people vaccinated against COVID-19. Handing down the judgment on Wednesday, Justice Ian Galt ruled that the boy, who could not be identified for legal reasons, would remain under the court's guardianship until he had recovered from the surgery. Following the court's ruling, Dr. Mike Shepard, Auckland's interim director of the health service there, said its decision was always made with the best interest of the child in mind.
Okay, so their idea of best interest for the child is now let's take it away from its parents while it's ill. And What does this mean? Are they going to give it the vaccinated blood anyways?
Right, that's what I was just going to say. So
now if that kid dies, is that on your hand now?
Well, in New Zealand, there's now the example you can now set. So you can't say this is like some conspiracy theory. It's now happened where if you want to make a medical decision for your child because you think it's in the best interest for the kid, they will just take that kid from you and do it anyway. So
do you see the fucking mental gymnastics people have gone through?
It's one thing if the kid has cancer and the parents are saying no chemo, we're going to take him to some shaman or some witch doctor. Then I would say you need to step in. You need to save that child's life because the parents are going to end up killing this kid. All these parents were saying is, look, especially when it comes to younger people, there's been some problems with the vaccine and side effects and things like that, and we'd like to not go through that.
But do you see what the crazy part is, though, is that cancer situation that you just spelled out for everybody, that's how New Zealand's government is viewing this, though.
Right.
Like, you're keeping this child from, like, life-saving vaccine blood.
Somebody in the chat even just said, they said, oh, so you're just going to let your kid die? Well, no. The parents had previously demanded the New Zealand Blood Service take a donation from a person chosen by the family. But the agency refused and said it does not make a distinction between vaccinated and unvaccinated donors. The court heard that Dr. Kirsten Finnecane, the chief pediatric cardiac surgeon at Auckland Starship Hospital, had told the parents it was simply impractical to have a directed donor.
It's impractical?
Why?
That's funny because, like, when people need new kidneys and shit like that, if they've got a match in their family, that seems to be okay with people.
Right. Like, I don't understand the difficult part. Like, they pick a person who's willing to donate the blood. They take the blood from that person. And if it's a match, and then you let them use that blood. I don't really understand where that's difficult.
I don't see it either. And like, oh, now you're saving that other blood that was already donated for someone else who will need it.
Right. Sandy says, you're both ignoring the fact that the kid needed life-saving heart surgery. Idiots. No, we're not. And I don't know if you need to go to idiot. I mean, that seems a little extreme for a simple story. I mean, I don't really know. Like, someone who comes in with that kind of energy, it's sort of like, dude, like, what the fuck happened to you? Like, that's not an us problem. That's kind of a you problem.
And I would argue, too, like, it sounds like the kid just needs some blood, like maybe a blood transfusion or something.
Right, during the surgery. Right?
Yes. Like, that doesn't mean, like, why should the vaccine, like, okay, if the parents don't want the vaccinated blood and stuff in their kid, I don't understand how that's, like, avoiding giving the kid life-saving shit when they've got a donor set up.
Right, they're still doing the life-saving surgery. They're just saying, use this blood instead. And they thought it would be easier to file paperwork to take the child away, do the surgery, and then give the child back to
And I'm
them.
also sure that's not time-consuming, time that poor little kid doesn't have much of right now.
Sandy says, well, that sucks. Directed donations should be easy. Yes, Sandy. And by the way, apology accepted.
No, that's true. I mean, if you've got somebody set up and they're a match, I don't know why that's not okay.
Guy Sartell says, there are 100 different reasons to call Aaron an idiot. Exactly. Do we really have to go for such low-hanging fruit as a New Zealand child government theft story?
Baby blood.
Is that what we have to do? Keep your dirty mRNA blood away from me, someone says. Buddy, I have a friend tied up in my basement that's not vaccinated. He's universal. I feel it's a good investment. Oh, yeah, you can just get the blood anytime you want to. It Gets Bigger says, my doctor let me donate my own blood for a surgery. Isn't this similar? Seems like a reasonable accommodation.
Dude, I'm thinking about that now. Like, I probably have some sort of surgery in my near future here. I didn't even think about that. Like, getting, like, a vaccinated blood in me and stuff because I didn't get the vaccine.
Right.
That's something I'm going to have to be talking about now.
I mean, it's definitely worth asking a question, right?
Yeah, at least bringing it up.
Yeah. David Cummings writes, you ran from Zumach when he came back at you. You're a bitch. Ran? Are you kidding me? We're watching the guy melt down in real time. It's fucking great. Like, how is watching a guy melt down running away? See, when your enemy buries themselves, you don't help them. You just let it go. So, David, I'm sorry that, first of all, David, you need to pick your heroes better. Second of all, when you hammer a guy into the ground for 4 months that he gets so desperate he goes to rape threats, I don't think you really need to come back at that. You kind of show everyone out like we did this morning. You go, hey, here's what this guy's up to. And then everyone goes, oh, so that guy's just a massive piece of shit who doesn't know how to take a ball busting. Oof. Yeah, so David, I'm sorry. I know you want something to happen really bad. It's like making fetch happen. Not going to happen. Yeah, Pio Mai says Aaron is playing this right with Chad. Exactly. I think everybody's in agreement. Like, if the guy's going to melt down, and by the way, the conversations I've had with, like, comics and stuff, nobody's on the guy's side. Everyone thinks he's falling apart and losing his mind. So,
and I'm over here. I just have absolutely no interest in it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, and then KF says, how can you say you're running when he just went live for 18 minutes to bitch about Steel Toe, then pulled the video? Yeah, he melted. Bill says he melted down big time today, and that's the other thing. He has his meltdown, and then he deletes. He puts his tweets up, and then he deletes. We're the ones who keep our shows up and make fun of the guy. I mean, so again, if he wants to go that route, he can, because Riz Digger's like, oh, you harassed him and you did that. Yeah, I made fun of him, and I'm letting him say back what he wants. I'm exposing him. I put him on tilt, and now he's doing this. He gets to show everybody what he's about. And it's like watching the guy walk into your punches. It's beautiful. Nick Carter is in a little bit of First of all, Nick Carter's been having like the worst month ever.
It's been bad.
Nick Carter's brother killed him.
I do believe it was a suicide, but I'm not positive.
We're not positive. He had a lot of pills. He was in a bathtub.
Something really bad happened that ended in death.
It was a Whitney Houston type situation. Well, now an autistic girl is accusing Nick Carter of, doing the dirty thing to her. Nick Carter is denying the bombshell claims that he allegedly R'd a fan when she was underage back in 2001. Oh, the Backstreet Boys days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it was terrible. What I heard happened was, here, let me reenact it. A bunch of toothpicks fell on the ground.
Okay.
And while that girl was busy counting them, Nick Carter came up behind her and...
I see.
That's a terrible thing to do to someone.
That is really awful. I wouldn't do that.
This claim about an incident that supposedly took place more than 20 years ago is not only legally meritless, but also entirely untrue, the Backstreet Boys member's attorney Michael Holt said in a statement obtained by Page Six. Unfortunately, for several years now, Miss Ruth has been manipulated into making false allegations about Nick. And those allegations have changed repeatedly and materially over time. No one should be fooled by a press stunt orchestrated by an opportunistic lawyer. There is nothing to this claim whatsoever, which we have no doubt the courts will quickly realize. I mean, how does this stuff just come out of nowhere, right?
That's always my question. And I understand, like, women that go through situations like the R word and stuff like that. Sometimes it's shameful. You want to forget about it, but then, so you don't report it right away. You know what I mean? But I do wonder kind of how that, comes back up 20 years later.
Yeah.
Like, why suddenly do you want to talk about it? Isn't it kind of like, not that it ever goes away. It does stick with you, of course, but the urge, I think, to report it would go away.
See, I feel like the lie would be, like, if you're going to lie, you do it right when you claim it happened, when the Backstreet Boys are on top. Like back in 2001.
Oh, for me, like if that was my situation where I was R-worded, and like to me, I'm either reporting it now when it happened, or I'm probably never going to talk about it.
Okay. Lee L with $4.99 says this will get you 8 miles down the road in your broke base model Tahoe. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
But when it comes to like this particular accusation, 2022 Nick Carter, what reason do you have to lie about an accusation?
I don't know.
Like
do you have money?
Well, I'm sure he does, but like he had money then too. Shannon Shea Ruth held a press conference Thursday in which she slammed Carter, 42, for allegedly doing that to her when she was just 17 years old. Uh-oh. Hey, anybody want to guess who the lawyer was? I haven't looked yet.
Ooh, I know her name, but I'm forgetting it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. She's the one who takes all these cases, though, right? Yeah.
I'm going to guess. Let's see. Let's go to the chat first. Let's go to the chat first and see if they know who they think the lawyer's going to be. Yeah, Prince Grasty. All right, let's see if you're right. Scroll past the picture. Even though I'm autistic and live with cerebral palsy, oh God, I thought they were talking about me for a second. I believe that nothing has affected me more or had a more lasting impact on my life than what Nick Carter did and said to me, the now 39-year-old alleged, with tears in her eyes. After he did that to me, I remember him calling me a retarded bitch and grabbing me and leaving bruises on my arm. I mean, I'm starting to think this isn't true simply because, like, that's, like, really evil. Like, he'd have to really be the biggest piece of shit in the world.
Look, I've heard stories about these R situations before, and I will say, like, the bruises on the arms and like talking nasty to you and then trying to console you after, that's a pretty common thing.
Jesus.
So I don't know that I wouldn't believe this. I just do wonder, like, why is this happening so many years later?
Ruth also filed a lawsuit on Thursday alongside 3 anonymous. Okay, see, now for me, it's kind of a where there's smoke, there's fire kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like with the Cosby deal. I don't need to go through each individual accusation to know that he's at least guilty of some of them.
Something did happen.
When 50 or 60 women who have never met before all have the same story or a similar story to what Bill Cosby did to them, he's guilty of most, if not all of them.
Sure.
Nick Carter, if it's one girl going, yeah, he said this, he did this, you're like, God, 20 years later, it's impossible to know who's telling the truth. But then if 4 other women step forward and go, oh, yeah, he did a similar thing to me, it's like, okay, that's hard to believe that would be, that all of them are lying.
My only thought of maybe why you don't report this when the Backstreet Boys are at their fucking peak is because, like, what if you now get all the backlash for, like, when these people are all popular and people love them,
True.
like you're the one now like accusing them of, the R word and like now you're hated for it because everybody wants to love and endear them.
That's a really good point.
That's my only idea.
Ruth also claimed in her press conference Thursday, which by the way, I looked, no Gloria Allred.
Okay. Oh, that's her name.
No Gloria, no Gloria Allred. Oh, wait a minute. Corilja McMahon and Allard. Oh, not Allred, Allard. Okay, so no Gloria Allred law firm. She also claimed in the press conference that she contracted HPV following her encounter with Carter. Just because Nick Carter is a celebrity does not mean he is excused from his crimes, the woman concluded. I am a survivor and always will be.
HPV is no joke either. That leads to like cervical cancer.
Yeah. Yeah. So no Ben Crump. People are saying Ben Crump.
Yeah.
No Ben Crump. No Gloria Allred. So it's kind of weird. Like if you don't have Gloria Allred, I think you're telling the truth more. Because she's she's kind of an ambulance chaser.
Yeah, she does kind of seem to show up on all these cases.
But she makes her clients lots of money. That's why people get her. So I don't know.
People fear her in a way.
Last American Sam Squatch says, sounds like the plot to a Lifetime special. Buddy Travis says, I don't know, in a lot of states, 17 and consensual with like a 24-year-old. Well, she's not saying like it wasn't consensual age-wise. See, she's saying she's autistic and she has cerebral palsy.
Like she was taken advantage of almost.
Yeah, exactly.
You would think like if you wanted to have some consensual sex, you maybe could go for somebody who, not that like a disabled person should be having sex, but if you're in his position, couldn't you like choose somebody that seemed willing and all that?
Right.
Especially in his position, you'd think there'd be women throwing themselves at him.
But like same thing with Bill Cosby though, same thing with all these guys who do this.
I guess
like,
you're right.
There's something.
None of them want the ones that want them.
Right.
It's like, no, I want the one that like, kind of toss me to the side.
Yeah. Raz of Chaz says, are we saying R word? Well, only because it was a disabled person. That's it. That's kind of my line with that word. Like, I'm not going to say it about an actual disabled person, but like, sure. That's a compliment. You're not disabled.
Thanks. No, Guy actually had a point. That actually might be the end of our marriage, right?
April is going to jail for handicapped autistic sex with Aaron. Oh, no.
Once they catch me.
Tig says, so wait, your wife is on a show where you make fun of a guy? He snaps and goes over the top. Now he's the asshole. Fuck you guys. Look, man.
Why are you here then?
If you want to line up on team, it's okay to make rape threats and shit on people's parenting of children because they made fun of how funny you are. Like I said this morning, you are more than welcome to line up on that side. I'm not telling you can't. I'm not even saying people can't make those jokes. But you line up on that side. I'll line up on the side that say that means you're spiraling and you've lost it. And we'll see where the chips fall.
It's a really weird side to side with, though. I'll give you that much.
I'll say this, Tig. I'll show you how I won and why he's spiraling. You have to come in here and tell me he won. I don't have to go anywhere else and say he won. I just have to say it into this. So, sorry, Tig. Again, you can line up on that side. I'll line up on the side of me. And I'm telling you, the chips are falling over on my side. Says Aaron's got cuck energy. Well, here you are, buddy. I mean, here you are.
I mean, yeah,
the cuck brought you in.
You don't seem like you're doing so well yourself.
The chat seems to also think you're a bitch. The votes are coming in, and it looks like Tig is a bitch. Yeah, Happy Days says this is gross. See, Tig, when you go outside your little bubble and you see how the real world feels about this shit, you start to go, oh, shit. Either you have to go back into your bubble, which I think is what you'll do because that's kind of the easy way out. You're not going to sit in here and take the L. Yeah, Cliff says take the L. People are saying he's a bitch. Tig wears 3 masks in his car. Chad melted down. He won nothing. I mean, you certainly don't win by going that route. I think people, it's pretty universal on the internet. Once you go to rape threats and you go to like aggressively saying you're going to fuck someone and then shitting on children, at that point you've lost. In fact, that's where Stuttering John lost all the time, is when he would go there. Tig says, I hate Chad more than these losers. Well, there you go. See, we already turned you. Look at that.
Or he's just backpedaling.
Yeah, he's probably just, I think he's backpedaling. I think we kind of exposed what the guy did, and when we laid it out to him like that, he's like, no, I hate him more. Right, you don't want to be associated with him.
I don't understand the need for any of this. I really don't.
Tig says, oh no, someone is poking holes in your entertainment. Protect them. I know you wish it was that way, buddy, but this is just what happens. You come in, we go, oh, look, somebody to make fun of. And now you're flip-flopping already. Come on, man. At least, look, don't back down like a pussy. At least just walk away limping. That's a little more respectable. Carlos says, and at rape threats, that's where Chad goes to prison again. Oof, yikes. People are also saying the Chad simps are sad. Yeah. I mean, imagine that being the level you're at. Oof. Like, you're above him even, right? That's too bad. Oh, well. Kind of what comes with the territory of a guy in the middle of a meltdown. Like I said, if your enemy is digging his own grave, let him sleep in it. The meltdowns are hilarious. A famous sword swallower. Oh, I'm sorry. We changed topics from Chad Zumach. I know with that last line, it made it sound like we haven't, but famous sword swallowers. Oh. It wasn't a metaphor.
Okay.
It was the actual next story.
Well, thank you for letting me know.
A famous sword swallower was hospitalized with life-threatening injuries after an incident during a live performance at Six Flags left him with a pierced esophagus, liver, and lung. I'll say, I've been waiting for this to happen my whole life. I watch these sword swallowers. It does sound like I'm making gay jokes. He's literally a guy who swallows swords.
How do you do that, though?
I've always watched that and gone, this is the one where the guy's going to die right in front of me.
It has to be. Like, when you swallow, your fucking esophagus, like, contracts and shit too. Like, wouldn't it be squeezing the blade and therefore like now you're cutting yourself?
Well, but that's kind of the problem. Is that
really?
You can't swallow. No, you can't literally swallow the sword. You have to keep your throat open. Don't forget to cup the balls. You gotta.
Isn't it like a reflex though when something's getting back in your throat to swallow? How do you deny that reflex? This is not adding up for me at all.
Yeah. Oh, Bob Levy says, good morning, guys. Just got up. Oh, go to the first hour, Bob. You'll see you'll see how the pro over here handled it. Very, very well. Look at this. Tig already backing down and his team steel toe already. What a guy. See, Tig. That's why we come at guys like you right away, because we know we're going to bust your balls and you're going to go, oh, you know what? They were right. And then and that's why I think we should actually respect Tig. I don't want to see Tig beaten up, because I always say when someone reverses course and goes, you know what? I'm part of you guys now. Then I think you should kind of welcome him in and go, you saw the error of your ways. That should be rewarded, in my opinion. So anyway, back to the famous sword swallower, which by the way, Guy Sartell says he is also a homosexual, but that's unrelated.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you're saying the sword swallower died, but he died in a car accident, that's a hate crime. If you say the sword swallower died, but he was swallowing a sword, that's actually 100%
He died doing what he loves?
He died doing what he loves. Well, no, he didn't die with a penis in his anus.
Oh, I thought you said sword, like code word.
See how confusing it is?
Shit.
It's difficult. A famous sword swallower, and it is sad that we lost Elton John so soon. That's the worst part.
Made me sad.
A famous sword swallower. Oh, Harry Styles was too young. A famous sword swallower was hospitalized, pierced his esophagus, his liver, and his lung. Over a month. Oh, over a month. So your
liver, you had to go down a ways.
Well, yeah. I mean, they take those swords and they put them down their throat.
I've never watched this.
Really?
No, I've never watched it. I don't care to because of that whole thing where it's like, I might be seeing somebody die now.
Oh, yeah.
I won't watch it.
Dude, and they'll take big swords. Big, thick.
Bet they do.
Black swords and just right down the old gullet. Do you think that like their parents ever watched them do that act when they were younger and they went, how is he not gay? I mean,
I feel like this is your like out when you are gay,
Right.
but you don't want to be.
Exactly.
So, like, you're still swallowing something large?
Over a month after the incident and weeks in a medically induced coma, Scott Nelson, also known by his stage name Murugan the Mystic, now I think his nickname is just Slice. He's up and talking. Wait, I thought they said he died.
No, hospitalized.
Hospitalized with life-threatening injuries.
Come on, man.
He's up and talking and thankful to be alive. Holy shit, how do you make it through a sword just going down and slicing your insides?
Somebody fucking saved your ass quick. Oh my God,
Wow.
that is disgusting.
More than a month ago, Scott Nelson, a.k.a. Murugan the Mystic, was a third way into his act at Six Flags America in the D.C. area when he performed
Stack up the swords so they're face to face to face.
his 5 swords.
See, I would have thought he would talk like Steve-O by now.
He's talking about stacking swords like you talked about stacking fingers earlier.
That's right. Yeah, you finger stacking or sword stacking, one of the two.
One's preferred over the other.
Look at that, though. That's how you do that.
That's fucked up.
Put the sword down your throat.
I don't like watching this. I don't like looking at
For
it.
a swallowing stunt. Some 15 minutes later,
Really hard to breathe, and it felt like my chest was like full.
Nelson was rushed to a hospital.
I knew I was in big time trouble. Big time. I really thought I was going to die.
The swords he was using were dull to the point, about ½ inch wide and about 8 to 12 inches longer than this sword.
Nelson, who's been
8 to 12 inches longer than that sword.
Think about how unnecessary this is. You don't need to do this.
Imagine how many other jobs you got turned down for.
This to me is very much like people that go fucking sit in shark cages. I'm like, you don't have to do that.
Well, they're doing
Like-
research.
No, people go do that for fun.
Oh, do they?
Oh yeah, you can pay to do
I
that.
always thought it was always like Mr. Hooper in Jaws.
No, you can do that for fun too. Like you don't need to be doing this though.
And you could just do it with dicks. A lot safer.
Dicks would be a lot safer.
A lot safer.
More fun.
Of course.
swallowing swords for more than 25 years, says this.
And if I let go too soon, that's where the scissoring happens.
What?
That's a drop. Victor, need it. If I let go too soon, that's where the scissoring happens. What he means is if he breaks up with his girlfriend too early, she becomes a lesbian.
If I let go too soon, that's when the scissoring happens.
Exactly.
I didn't know it was my birthday.
Yes.
Was his second ever accident. Scarlet Checkers, with 5 years of sword swallowing experience, illustrates what went.
Again, I can't stop hearing it without thinking they're making some kind of anti-gay innuendo.
Why would it be anti-gay?
Well, I guess it's pro-gay.
This would be pro-gay.
Anti-gay would be like forcing them to eat pussy.
But I guess you can still be hetero and swallow dick. I mean, most women have.
Women. I was going to say, please explain to me how a man can swallow a dick and still be hetero. Please.
No, I'm saying women.
Okay.
Wrong.
You want to keep the blades sandwiched together, drop them down, and then
A lot hotter when she does it.
Yes, and why aren't you just showing us then?
if you don't hold it tight at the base, the two can scissor.
Oh!
No.
Why don't we just swallow one sword at a time?
Ooh, because that's not cool enough. I can't nut if it's not three of them.
Oh, I guess not.
God, people are so
the
stupid.
esophagus all the way through. One nicked my liver, and the other perforated also my lung.
After
Oh, fuck. So
yeah, that
wait a
seems
minute.
worth it.
The sword came out, so it's inside of him.
No, you're missing it. Like, it didn't come out of him. They had to cut him open there to fix it.
Oh, okay. I thought like the sword scissored and like poked out here.
No,
Well, then he'd be
it
dead.
cut up his insides, and they had to go in and fix it. That's so
multiple
fucked.
surgeries, he was placed in a medically induced coma for 3.5 weeks. A member of the surgical team told him this.
We thought you were going to die on the table.
Remarkably,
Well, yeah. I mean, someone who puts a sword inside their body and then splits it in two, reasonable to think he'd be a goner.
Can we just, work at a fast food restaurant or
Yeah,
something?
I bet you could be a manager at a Wendy's. You're creative.
Maybe just be the ringleader at a circus. You don't have to swallow the sword.
Right, let's retire.
he did survive. Part of his lung was removed. A grateful Nelson.
Huge spiritual awakening.
Now rethink.
Huge spiritual awakening.
Well, yeah, the scissoring will do that.
Yeah, if you do have a spiritual awakening after your first scissoring, I get that.
His longtime passion.
I can never put my mother through this ever again.
Have you swallowed your last sword?
Victor, we're going to need that one too. Oh.
I defiled a child. Right? Don't play that.
that pretty much was it.
Michael Chen, ABC 10 News.
And while he is done swallowing sword.
See, I can't. I'm not mature enough for a story like this.
While he is done swallowing swords, he's now moved on to penises.
Yes. He's done swallowing swords and said from now on, it's just nice, warm coatings of man gravy down his throat. Back to you.
Flesh blades.
Oh, you know how many gays would be lining up around the block for this guy to blow them?
That's true.
Oh
my God. Because he can just totally open his shit up and really get it in there.
Yeah, just really the whole thing. He could go nose to nose with your pubic bone, this guy.
He's absolutely got no gag reflex.
Yeah. He just looks, he's taking down a real nice meaty one. He's like, that's all you got? Yeah, is that better?
Ron Jeremy finally found someone who wants his dick.
Act will go on, including stunts such as eating light bulbs and lying on a bed of nails.
Oh, so he does multiple really stupid shit that could kill him. So don't worry, he's not giving up on that. Just the one that recently sliced up his internal organs.
I don't like people like this, like on a human level. I don't like that type of person.
Really?
Like, can you stop doing the thing that's going to kill you? I mean, I guess, but you could die driving a car today. Yeah, but...
Right, but not from it, like, slicing up my insides from me trying to eat it.
The car's not going to explode in my throat like a light bulb might.
The only way that you should be killed by a sword is if you took a time machine back to the Crusades.
Think about that. What if a fucking light bulb broke in your throat? Now you just have shards everywhere. It's in your stomach.
Well, how do you
get all that
How do you
out?
do the light bulb eating thing?
I don't know. People shove light bulbs up their assholes, too.
Well, those are two different entrance and exit
But that's a tight... I'm saying both are tight spaces. How don't they burst?
Yeah.
And how do people swallow fire and shit? I don't know. Like,
Looks like you and I need to go to a circus.
I think you're not human.
Yeah.
At this
A
point.
GoFundMe campaign has been set up to help with medical and other expenses. And there is a link on our homepage, 10news.com.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that the guy who performs at freak shows for a living doesn't have company medical insurance? Knock me over with a feather.
Not good.
Yeah, Raider Hawk Media says he also inserts gerbils in his ass. Yeah, like if we would have kept going at the amount of stuff he does, where would we have ended up?
At least the gerbil will try to find its way back out, like look for a light or something.
Right? Like, oh, well, he also drinks bleach. He injects himself with lye and eats different animal dicks.
All these deaths are worse, though, if you're not vaccinated.
That's true. They said he wouldn't have pulled through if he wasn't vaccinated.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. It was his large heart that kept him going, actually.
Amazing with a heart that big, the knife didn't scissor right into it.
Bob Rivers says, I checked out sword swallowers on Reddit. Not what I thought.
Uh-oh.
Kenneth says he should Mick Foley himself onto a bed of nails. What a dork. Alcoholic Abe says, what a fucking quitter. I have no respect for him.
Maybe he's married and wants to die.
Well, he said he doesn't want to put his mother through it.
So
maybe he's got a
probably not
nagging
married.
mom, and he's just
Okay.
like, you know what? Cut up the rest of me next time you're in there. Maybe he's married and wants to. Oh, that's from Chris. Back to the lab says, John says the only thing going down his throat from now on will be more cylindrical. Back to you in the studio, Megan.
A little more blunt objects.
He's done swallowing swords, but he's not done swallowing dicks.
See, but I would applaud that decision. You're not dying from that.
Michael Pitt says April's very distraught about this whole
I
thing.
am. Can you stop dying over stupid shit? That is not something we needed to do.
And as Guy Sartell says, fucking magnets. How do they work? Precisely. Tongue Clit says, if you get blown by a dude, does it make it gay or just the guy blowing? I think if you're engaging in such activity,
That's a good question.
I think you're gay.
Really?
Yeah. $5 to from Chris Holmes says, this charge is just to make sure my card is still in my wallet. I hear bike pedaling in the background.
It's terrifying.
Look out, he's going to finger your butthole now. Uh-oh.
I actually put my wallet in a safe every night.
He's going to steal your kids and finger your butthole. Look out. There's gay shit coming.
And he would still be a better parent than I am.
Oh, shit.
Probably better at a marriage with you, too.
With me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, obviously, I'm doing a terrible job.
See what she's doing there, guys? When they're spiraling out of control, you let them spiral.
No, I'm just getting my
right.
my inner thoughts out.
That's
all.
where the victory is. JJ says, ain't nothing gay about getting your dick sucked. Time out. I would like to publicly disagree with part of what JJ said.
He's giving you an out. Like if a dude, what if you didn't know it was a dude?
I don't need an out. I ain't getting my dick sucked by a guy.
What if you didn't know?
I'm not putting myself in that position.
What if you hadn't checked under the skirt yet?
But nowadays, if you're single in 2022, 2023, you got to be checking for a dick before you let somebody touch your genitals.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of presumptuous of you? And
Goddamn right, it's
rude?
presumptuous. Yeah. If that's the
It's
way,
like having them sign like a consent form first. Like, I'm going to need to see your dick.
if doing that is wrong, I don't want to be right.
What happens for girls then, though? Like, if you take somebody home and it turns out to be a chick, is that still gay? I don't know.
I think if you cave in her asshole, it's still gay. Because it's kind of like, it's a perception is reality concept. Like you thought you were taking a dude home, and as long as you do the thing to that person that you would do to the dude.
You're saying as long as there's still penetration of some sort.
Right. Worst case scenario for both of them, he slips, it goes in her puss. Now you've got an A to V situation, and now he's not gay either. So like everybody's upset and horrified. And has monkey
The A to
pox.
V thing threw me for a second.
Yeah, that's not kosher. Don't be doing that stuff. I don't care how much you love each other.
It's infections.
Yeah, let's not play around with medicine. Bob Levy says, if it's a dude, just turn your head.
See, Bob gets it. Are you getting your dick sucked? Okay, then.
Bob and I are on different ends of the spectrum on this whole thing, and that's okay.
Bob very much taught me once on a recent episode, I believe of MLC, that you never turn down pussy. You turn down coke. No, crack. Crack.
You don't have to turn down
You don't
coke.
have to turn down coke.
What are you, a fucking monk? Jesus, turning down coke. The hell's the matter with you? Like, you'd have to be the most rude person in the world. Someone's willing to share coke with you, and you're going to go, no, not my cup of tea. No.
We'll see what happens to you next time Curly visits.
Yes. See, Bob says accidents happen. It ain't an accident.
Uh-oh.
If you're looking at the guy, he's got male pattern baldness, but he's got big tits. That's
What if it's
still
Bailey J and you didn't know?
Well, way to way to put me up against the wall on this one.
So did he.
Identifies as a woman, thank you.
Oh, sorry, she did.
Exactly.
You don't know.
Get your dick sucked from...
What if you're not looking? What if it was dark?
Still gay?
What if it was the best blowy you'd ever had?
Still gay, but if you told me it happened, I'd keep your secret if you're a guy.
What?
There, that's where I'll put it. Still gay, but I'd be like, hey, champ, it can happen to any of us, all right? It can happen. You're okay.
You know what? That makes me feel better.
Yeah, because he's going to be real
the time
distraught.
I had my dick sucked and it turned out to be a guy.
Yeah, see, hey, look.
I don't like how much you're touching me right now. You're pulling that Zoe what's-her-face thing.
Look, you're going to be okay.
I'm feeling like Ben Shapiro right now.
There will be more mouths. There will be more mouths. No, Zoe,
exactly.
Zoe Tur did this to Ben Shapiro.
She did this first. She did the shoulder first.
Oh, did she?
Before she
Okay.
threatened him.
You'll go home in an ambulance. No, I won't. Nobody goes home in an ambulance. What a terrible ambulance driver.
Maybe I drive one.
Bob also saying, what if you are in prison? Look, I'm not
Ooh.
still gay. It's just because it's acceptable and I would give you a pass for it. Doesn't mean I take it out of the gay category.
Any port in a storm.
Understandable, but still a gay port. It's okay to go to that port if it's all you have. But
that sounds like
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I don't know, it sounds like you're advocating.
Yeah, Last American Sam Squatch says this is a lot of coping. That's what I'm seeing too.
I see a lot of people standing with Bob.
Why am I like the Catholic priest on this? Or well, no, Jesus, no.
No, he doesn't suck dicks, he just touches buttholes. That's good.
Oh my Chad. Jesus. No, it's more like not a Catholic priest, like one of those evangelical pastors, one of those evangelical preachers who's like, gay is not the way and all this shit. I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm just saying own what you are. If a guy sucks your dick, I don't care how convincing the guy is or if you're in prison, I understand. It's okay. I'm not judging. I'm just saying it does fall under the gay category. I don't understand how I'm finding myself in an argument here.
Your face is awful red.
Nick says if it's a chick with a dick, take it from behind. You reach around and feel like you went all the way through.
Oh.
That's actually brilliant. I mean, frightening and alarming, but brilliant.
That makes me feel weird.
Buddy Travis says they say Brandy. I think he meant to say Brandy. Brandon. I get it because he's doing the gay thing. God, I fucked it up. I'm sorry. Buddy says they say, Brandon, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Oh. He's just doing the actual song now. He just changed the name of the person.
He just likes it.
Yeah. Bob says Aaron is Westboro. You guys are making me feel like Westboro when I have a maddeningly reasonable take about this. Get your dick sucked by whoever you want, but there's categories.
I think the only way you'll truly find out how you feel about it is if you do it.
Get my dick sucked by a trans?
You don't have to know necessarily, but we'll tell you after.
Yeah, I agree with Adam Price. He says lots of homo cope in the chat. There's a lot of homo...
Are we all trying to cover ourselves up?
Homopium. Homocopium is what we're seeing in the chat right now. Last American Sam Squatch says it's okay to be Westboro for this one, Aaron. All right, we're putting up a poll. Here we go. How do we phrase this so YouTube doesn't get mad at us? Getting the thing...
You can spell gay, G-H-E-Y.
From one of those.
Getting the thing.
Here, there's the poll. Getting the thing from one of those. G or not G? That's the poll.
Oh, that's good.
There you go. Yeah, people are saying gay as fuck.
What's wrong with gay in 2022, though?
In prison, that's considered gay for the stay. Exactly, gay for the stay. Now, Bob is asking way too many fucking questions for this not to be kind of personal. Bob?
Uh-oh.
Reverend Bob Levy says, what if you are walking by a parade? No.
What if it's like a character in the parade that, like, you know, the Sesame Street people with like the costumes on, so then you truly don't know who it is, and they just happen to come by.
How are they able to suck your dick with that giant mouse mask on? It's impossible.
There's holes.
No, there aren't.
They'll drill one.
There's mesh.
Okay, you can't rip a hole in mesh. What are you,
You
a
can
girl?
come through the mesh, but you can't get your dick through there.
Fucking pussy. Can't just tear it a little.
Oh, yeah, I'm the one who's going to throat fuck a costume-wearing weirdo on a whim, hoping it's a chick's mouth. If I feel mustache or beard stubble on my dick when it goes into that Mickey Mouse costume, I'm going to freak the fuck out and lose my mind.
Sounds like Aaron's into furries.
Opposite. What if you're walking by a parade? See, that's the problem. You're at these parades, and you don't care what's gay or not gay, and then all of a sudden there's so much sin that God sends a guy in an SUV to run through the parade.
Hear me out, though. What if you're at, like, a furry convention? And then it's just like a fucking centaur.
Why are we there in the first place? That's what we need to discuss. Why are we there?
Research, of course.
Here's where the poll's at right now. Getting the thing from one of those. G or not G. 78% are saying G. 23% are saying not G.
That's still a healthy chunk. That's almost like a quarter of the people.
I wouldn't say healthy. It's too big of a chunk, to be quite honest with you.
I think you're being homophobic.
Brian says what happens in prison stays in prison. Tongueclit says April just gave Aaron a hall pass.
I did.
John says gotta be gay to get that ass play. It's a good rhyme.
Do you?
It's a good rhyme. Well, it's a rhyme, so obviously it's true.
Okay.
Cinnamon says, if there's a will, there's a way, Aaron. Look, guys, I'm not saying you can't. Do you? But I don't want you lying to yourselves.
What if you hadn't had any action in a long time?
Still gay!
Bob, what if they had a fake gun? Do you go with it,
Aaron? Do I know the gun is fake?
No, you don't.
Wait a minute. Know. Why are they putting a gun to my head to suck my dick?
Because they want it that bad.
I mean, I understand. But it seems
Answer the damn question.
I'm not saying you can't have it done. I'm saying it's still gay.
But are you doing it?
Me? No. Wait, there's a gun and it could be real?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to have to take the dick sucking.
Oh.
But it's a gay one.
And at the parade, too, what are you going to do? Cause a scene? No, you're going to let them finish quick.
Right, but it's a gay one. God. Everyone's misunderstanding me. They're acting like I'm the gatekeeper of what you can put in your mouth or have on your dick. I'm absolutely not. I'm just trying to put it in the proper category. That's the only thing. I'm sweating under my arms now.
I think Bob's asking the hard-hitting questions, though.
He really is, but they're a little too hard-hitting, and you wonder where they come from.
Right from the groin. He shoots from the hip.
Johnny Chimpo says, let's ask Perry Caravello. When he's on the show, we will ask him this question. Dusty Rhodes says, if your first is a T, you can still claim to be a virgin if you will. Can always count on the American dream to give us a little bit of
If you don't
perspective.
if you don't know what they were, did it really count? Did it happen?
Do you know who you are now?
No.
Exactly.
Oh man, now I'm really lost.
That's why I'm saying check for a vagina if you're worried about that sort of thing.
I always check for the vagina first.
Is this all from the sword swallowing story?
I don't know.
I believe so. Fire Ginger with $2 says we could ask the Cheese when he's out. Oh, poor Cheese.
Oh no, he has been away for a while.
Bob Levy says a lot of mail-in voters coming in now. No, it's at a consistent 77 to 23.
Yeah.
We've got a poll up at the top of the page, getting the thing from one of those, G or not G.
So Bob's definitely in the not G category.
Michael Pitt says this poll should be 100% to 0. Now I'm distraught. I hear you, buddy. I hear you.
Yeah, it is troubling.
Aaron, is this... Oh, I missed it now. Aaron, is this convo for the night show after a few drinks? No, I can't risk it.
You can't risk what now?
See, now they got me. Last American Sam Squatch. Because if a gun was to my head, I would let someone who identifies as something but has different plumbing suck my dick. He's now saying Aaron gay confirmed.
What if it was Bailey Jade? Like, it is old show lore here that you are into that person.
You don't need the gun then. I will still let you do it, but it's gay.
What if it's Hulk Hogan?
I'd be doing a gay thing. No, I don't want Hulk's mustache and shit rubbing on my dick and he's got stubble. The reason 93% of the first reason that I can't be gay.
Why are you pulling your pants up right
is
now?
because I'm hot from this. All the stories got me all worked up. 93% of the reason I can't be gay is interacting with stubble.
You heard it here first, folks. The only reason.
No. I didn't say the
Aaron
only.
will
I
not
said,
do gay stuff if he does not prefer stubble. So if you're trying, make sure you've waxed.
I said 93% of the first reason why. I can't even get to the stubble. Like, forget the dick and all that stuff. I can't even get to the stubble.
Wax.
That's why
Full
Bailey.
body wax.
That's why Bailey J is a more acceptable option.
Laser hair removal.
Dub says Owen made a decent video of him as an outcast because he was different than most because he is hetero. Well, good for Owen. Happy Day says, Aaron, you're actually gay keeping. Marquis says, Aaron's a Mo confirmed. God damn it, Levy. You made me answer that question, and now I'm a gay.
How demoralizing is that like somebody you've watched like growing up and shit is doing this to you?
RGZ Max says, hit the like button if Joe Biden is a kid-sniffing commie. Well, here's the thing, guys. Whether you think that or not, I say hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and enjoy yourself. You know, we're very close to 6,800, I believe. Let me check and see. Let's see. How close are we? I got so many apps I got to scroll through. We are currently, oh my God, we're only 10 away from 6,800. So let's get that all the way up to 6,800 today. And that would be a nice milestone to hit for the end of the week. So subscribe to the channel, but a big one is hit the like button on the stream. That's huge, guys. Thanks. Bob Levy says, what if it's for Super Bowl tickets?
That's a really cool question.
Are the Vikings in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yeah, have to. But again, I'm letting someone suck my dick. That's not that bad of a punishment.
That wasn't how you started this. We all know Aaron has a price now.
If the Vikings
It
are
can
in the
be
Super
bought.
Bowl. Yeah, Bob says to meet the Vikings. You're throwing way too many categories at me now.
You get to have beers with Kirk Cousins after the Vikings.
Well, then
win the
I
Super
suck
Bowl.
Kirk Cousins' dick. I mean, my God, honestly.
Does he make you wear his chains while you do it? Take your shirt off.
Whatever you need, sir.
And it's in his conversion van.
Oh, Kirk, guys, wear your chains into conversion. He'd probably make me talk like that, too. Like Brian Cox's maid in the campaign. He'd probably make me do that. Dusty Rhodes says, my wife used to say, my wife used to say that she was married to a transgender because of my own titties, if you will. Oh, poor Sapphire. Poor Sapphire. Oh, man. I'm just scrolling. I'm so far behind in the chat because you guys seem to be so into this topic.
It is a hot topic today.
Tunklet says, so if Aaron is the gatekeeper, who is the keymaster?
Ooh. Apparently Bob Levy.
David Cummings says, admit how you got owned by Chad. Again, watching a guy make sexual threats and go after your children, that's a guy spiraling. If that's me taking an L, then oof, you've got a fucked up perspective of what a W and an L is, because hearing that he's spiraling even more today, don't even help him. Just let him keep digging.
Do you hear how much fun we're having, and then you just kind of come in here like that, and nobody acknowledges you? I don't know why you read that even.
I don't, just to put David in his place. But like watching a show do what we're doing, I think kind of shows you where the W is. I mean, the person making the threats, I feel like not exactly living the W life. Bob Levy says, what about for WrestleMania tickets?
Oh.
No, not for WrestleMania tickets.
Really?
I would keep my virtue for WrestleMania tickets.
Okay, you get to fucking hang out with Hulk Hogan at his house for like a summer vacation.
I don't want Hulk to do it, though.
I didn't say that, but that's your prize.
But what's the thing that happens?
A dude
one of
sucked
those,
your dick.
one of those, but it looks like a woman. And I get to hang out
Do
with...
you hear this? As long as the guy looks
No.
like a female.
I'm trying to ask what the circumstances are.
Somebody who is biologically male sucked your dick.
But identifies as a female.
If that's what you need to get around it, sure.
Don't play games with me.
No,
I'm too smart for this
No,
shit.
you're
Give
not.
me all the
Oh, sure.
terms.
It's somebody with a penis, but they look like a female.
And I get to hang out with Hulk Hogan how long?
You got the whole summer. It's summer vacation. You're out of school.
Yeah. KF says Aaron is a total schmo for waxed dudes. Confirmed. That no, in no way is that confirmed. No.
Oh, that's funny.
Mr. Nick Stevens says Aaron is Catholic. Makes sense. He would want them young and hairless. No, I just don't like stubble.
I actually feel nauseous after that comment.
I love how you guys came at me with this disgusting, dirty, filthy concept of a question. And then I say that you guys are gay for saying that. And then you guys try to drag me into your gayness to make yourselves feel better. That's what this is. This is just a dirty, disgusting, filthy ploy.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
Bob says, will you let a guy blow you for 6,800 likes? No, because I will get there without the man and his hot breath on my ween.
If you could get 100,000 subscribers, and they're all legitimate people, not bots.
And they're going to be fans
this
of the show?
weekend, they're going to be fans.
And what has to happen?
Someone with a dick sucked your dick. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of things you'd settle for.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Professor G's YouTube says, this conversation is making my dog uncomfortable. Normally she likes listening to the show, but this is stressing her out. Imagine how I feel.
Hopefully, or wait, excuse me, I've started reading somebody. What if you got to perform and sing with live on stage with Eric Church? In front of a packed stadium.
You guys are throwing far too many what ifs out there. Now these are getting ridiculous.
Would you let Eric Church do it?
No, you know why? Because you guys have made me exhausted from all the times I've gotten my dick sucked now. I don't want to go through this again.
He's got glasses on for you.
I don't want to go through it again. You guys have put me through. Now I feel like I've done all this.
Wait, have you done this?
No, you're making me feel like I have.
Most people don't do that unless they've done it.
David Chandler with $50. Thank you very much, buddy.
Wow,
he says
thank
anything
you.
Bob does is by definition not gay. Bob for president. We are into Tuesday morning's goal, I believe.
Yeah.
For next
Well,
week.
hey.
And we are $90 into next Tuesday's goal. Holy shit.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Well, $5 from Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. Says it's gay for the stay until you leave with disease. Then it's avoid the spread from when you got head. That's elaborate.
I like the poetry, though.
All right, I'm going to end the poll. That's what she said.
The guy will, too.
74% to 25%. A little too many people thinking getting that from that thing is not gay.
So there's at least a quarter of men in here that think it's not gay, then.
Yes. It's too many.
It's interesting.
I love how all of you thought it wasn't gay, so you had to try and drag me into your nonsense. Instead of building yourselves up, you tried to drag me down.
I didn't participate.
Bob Levy says, Five Guys Not the Burger Place for 100,000 subscribers. No.
Somebody said, what if April is watching?
Absolutely not.
What if I get to watch?
I would never do such a thing. Are you kidding me? No.
You did come up with a few instances where you'd think about it at least.
It's gay. That was my only problem, is that it was gay. And you guys were saying it wasn't gay.
Oh, so gay is a problem now.
And it had to be set straight.
I don't think that's very
That's
cool
all.
of you.
Let's talk about a couple of dead old people then. What do you think? You want to talk about some dead old people instead? That's my transition out of the you guys trying to make me into the disgusting things you are segment. That's the problem. Now I have terrible transitions and the whole show is thrown off.
Nobody likes a terrible transition.
I'm being made. Well, that's what got us into this mess in the first place, is the terrible transition. All right. Husband and wife married 79 years, die hours apart.
Oh, that's painful.
I thought this is what you wanted. You always say that you don't want me to die first.
Well,
what?
Well,
now are you doing this for the show, or is this like your actual, legitimate, real feelings?
No, I mean, I'm a lot younger than you. I feel like I should hang on for a while.
Look, I mean, April's trying to do a character for the show now because what she said in real life, and this is a real show.
I've said it on the show before.
Is that you don't want me to die first.
Right, but then I've had time to think about it, and I'm almost a decade younger than you. I feel that's an early death.
That's right. I forgot. She's fallen out of love with me. I forgot about that part.
Whoa.
All right. Let's go to this story. These two old fucks finally croaked, and they did it next to each other.
What a bittersweet love story here, guys. And this is truly a love story for the ages. You may remember we celebrated both.
Oh, no. They can't find each other's lips anymore.
Oh, no.
They're doing chin-nose kiss. Poor nearsighted bastard.
It's still kind of cute somehow, right?
Until you think about, like, what if they went further?
Oh.
And then you're just kind of like, the saggy skin melding together when it gets hot and pulling apart. Like balls, it's like ball skin on your leg on a hot day. It's just like kind of, yeah, you don't want that.
Things are sticky.
There's lots of slapping sounds.
You're missing holes.
Yeah, there's mushing and all kinds of things.
You don't know if you're fucking a fat fold or like the actual thing now.
Right. How do you know you're in?
How do you know you're in?
And you're not just on another puss wrinkle.
Can you get real hard when you're him? Like at his age?
I mean, if not, why are we here?
That is true. I feel like you're out once you can't have sex, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
June and Hubert turning 100 this summer. The Malicote's daughter, Jo, tells me her father was a gentleman up until the very end, making sure...
He was a gentleman until the very end. And what I mean by that is 3 days before he died, while my grandma was on a ventilator, he put his fist in her ass. It was he was not very gentlemanly. That's when we knew he was on his way out, because it's very uncharacteristic of him to behave that way.
Even while indisposed, he made sure that she was satisfied.
Yes. He said she kept screaming she would have wanted it this way.
Sure, his bride of almost 8 decades didn't go first or alone.
It's one for the ages. It just simply is. How often do you hear a story like this?
You may have read of fairy tale love stories or even seen them in a movie, but few are lucky enough to experience the love that Hubert and June Malicote shared for as long as they did. Their daughter Jo and her siblings had a front row seat.
It was a fairy tale of just happiness. We are the 3 most blessed children.
Oh, she had some tits back in the day.
She did. They were perky,
Look
too.
at that, Grandma. And that's before they had anything to, like, lift them or help them.
Wow.
That's just solid. Grandma was a fuck machine.
Look at the shape, too. They're very shapely.
Oh, my God. Her husband looked like Frankie McDonald, though.
He looks like... what's his name?
That guy's about to tell me how much snow we're going to get this weekend.
No, I'm trying to think of the guy from SNL and shit. Bill Hader. He looks like a big Bill Hader.
What?
Yeah, it looks like he's like a broad Bill Hader.
See, I feel like he's about to go, attention, Northern Nova Scotia. We're going to get 16 inches, 16 centimeters of snow on Sunday, December 11th, 2022.
Thanks, Frankie.
That's like, doesn't he look like he's about to bust into one of those? I want to see
Kind
this
of.
old lady's tits. I'm ready.
No, I would too.
I'm ready to get in touch. I know it's an insensitive time because her mom just died, but I kind of want to be like, do you have any nudes of your mom from like the 40s?
Oh, there is something somewhere.
Right.
There's like a Polaroid.
I want to see her just take the shirt and just flip those
like
tits
the good
up.
old when you pull the shirt up, but you do it like tight
Yeah.
so they just bounce a
Like,
little
look
bit.
at all of these other haggard broads with their droopy tits and their baggy clothes.
Yeah, look at this chick right next to her. There's nothing going
Right,
on.
nothing going on. This one, oh, she's making that shirt work.
Wow.
Ever.
79 years of
I
marriage.
mean, now I wouldn't want to see him. I mean, that picture. I mean,
Then it goes back to like the 40-year-old virgin. They kind of feel like bags of sand.
yeah. Now it's like, you know, I have to dig him out of a hole before I see him.
Holy cow.
Droopy. They make an impact in the ground like an asteroid. There's an impact crater.
Oh, you trip on him and shit?
Yeah. She can't play croquet because she keeps hitting her own tits. She can't play bocce ball. People keep throwing the ball at her nipple thinking it's the actual ball.
No, she actually just tried to throw the tit.
She took her tit, went ring, whap. Ow, fuck. It's like the 8th time I've done that this summer. Shit, you'd think I'd learn by now.
Oh, my God.
Marriage, 3 children, 7 grandchildren, and 11 great-grandchildren later, the 2 youngsters who met at church and married in 1943, just before Hubert was shipped off to war.
If it looks like we were scared to death, like a couple of kids do.
Loved each other until their dying day.
I think Dad was aware that Mom's time was limited, and I just believe that he was ready to go with her.
In August,
I hate it when people say that, like, oh, they just sensed that the time was right, and no, his body probably fought like hell until it shut down.
I mean, yeah, it's all speculation at this point.
However, there is some science. Oh my God, are they filming her dead body? Ah! And why do old people always have that couch and blanket? Is there a special store? Is it like the handbook for the recently deceased in Beetlejuice, where like when you turn a certain age, you get a key to a store that you didn't know existed?
You all get the same glasses too.
I know.
There is like research though that like it's kind of like working when you're old and stuff, but like there's certain things in your life that give you purpose to exist, and once that thing's gone, so are you.
And with him, it was hammering her snatch.
What if they did till like the bitter end?
Yep. And as soon as he felt her pussy no longer produce, he
was
went,
cold.
Well, yeah, he felt her pussy go cold, and he went, well, I guess I'm checking out. Nothing.
Rigor puss.
June was diagnosed with a heart condition. Doctors said she probably wouldn't make it past the end of the year. June became ill.
I want to see people go, oh, myocarditis, huh?
No, I did just have that moment like, oh, heart problem.
Yeah, you think that 90-year-old, it might have been. No, it was because she was 90. It just all took a shit on her, that's all.
The UTI in October and never fully recovered. Joe says her.
That's a real thing. That happened
UTI?
That happened to my grandma towards the end too. It like doesn't go away or something.
She rotted from the puss out?
Well, she had a heart problem too, okay? But it's like one of those really old people things where like just getting something as minor as a UTI, it like doesn't go away. That's what happened to my oldest grandma.
Like
she had a stroke and shit, but like.
So it's like AIDS?
Kind of like
Okay.
no amount of like antibiotics you take takes care of it.
So getting old is like having AIDS?
I guess so.
And
Just
if
call
you-
it old.
And if you get AIDS, you don't get old. What an irony.
Father was the picture of health at his age, but says he died of a broken heart.
That you know what? I won't give her shit for that. That's a thing. Like
That
you
is
said.
real.
Like you said, people have experienced great loss, and it like damaged their heart.
That makes me really sad, actually.
Literally, I think just willed himself to go on ahead of her, and he went 20 hours ahead of her.
He held his wife's hand on his deathbed. Joe says the family comforted their mother in her final hours.
We sang to her, we read scriptures to her.
Oh, this is just a bummer now. Oh, April's crying. Hold on.
And we gave her permission to go on.
Stop it.
To be with Daddy.
Chills there. Joe says a week later, she is still trying to understand what happened mentally, spiritually, and physically to her father for him to go so fast. But she knows where her parents are and that they are together. Their visitation and
Not if their position on segregation was wrong, then they're rotting in the pits of hell.
Can you bury them both in the same coffin if they just go at once?
No, but you can cremate them and put them in the same urn.
I guess.
Also, I will say this: what they're leaving out of this, story, is the fact that as he was on his way out before he died with her jerking him off. She just was over there stroking his cock until his heart finally stopped, and that I think is the sweetest part of that.
The nutting took too much out of him.
He came and went at the same time.
Dust to dust.
Oh, dust to dust. That's it.
It's just a fucking poof.
Oh, so you know what? If he died first, you know what that means.
Huh.
Graham died alone.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck
what
me.
would Jesse Lee Peterson say about him dying first?
Oh, man.
Beta!
Exactly. The Bob Levy says he had no one to cook for him anymore. Why live? Right?
He also said, did they put them in the same coffin like I did?
Oh, just like you.
I feel like you should.
Adam Price says it's kind of exciting to see a hairy muff these days. Everybody is shaving. Nope. Don't make me part of your nonsense.
Why would you say that?
Absolutely not. It's not okay to see a hairy muff these days.
Adam Price likes a hairy muff.
Back in the day, I was so against hairy bush that if I was watching porn and the chick was smoking hot and everything, but she had a bush, I'm fucking out of there.
I feel like any hair at all is actually
Out
kind
of
of
there.
off-putting.
I want them totally hairless.
I like a nice shorn puss.
Yep. If your puss doesn't feel like freshly formed ice on a lake, you can get the fuck out of my house.
Just not that cold. Okay.
Riz Digga says the grief and heartbreak probably put him in cardiac arrest. See, like, I'm someone who thinks about like 90-year-olds that if you just put them at a slow jog, you'll kill them.
I don't think you can get to a trot.
I just think they're remarkable. They're that remarkably fragile.
Sometimes I think just sitting up out of the recliner, you know.
Insufferable Bastards podcast says, did Chad kill these senior citizens? I don't know, but now he's going to put some fingers in your ass and threaten you just for making fun of him like that. How fucking dare you? Dub says 100 years ago, the beaches occasionally had patrols with people using measuring sticks to find mostly women if they had too much leg and or skin was exposed.
See,
now,
why live that way?
correct me if I'm wrong, but is the rule of thumb, is that not like phrasing? I've heard this before. I could be wrong. The rule of thumb is like there was an old rule that you could hit your spouse with anything that was narrower than the width of your thumb. And that's what the rule of thumb was. If true,
I don't know.
How fucking based that we still use that saying.
Why don't we look up what the rule of thumb means?
We will in just a moment. Guy Sartell says maybe he died of enjoyment. Partied too hard those 20 hours. Tons of hookers and lots of blow.
See, that can be fun.
Yeah. Insufferable Bastards podcast says, what about the stories on all the people who didn't die today? Biased media. Robert says, is it true? It is true. My grandma went after my grandpa just 3 weeks after. She just deteriorated so fast, just lost the will to go on. I feel like people in their 30s or 40s, when they get a crazy loss, do that same thing too, but it doesn't hurt your system as bad. Your system can handle it.
Yeah, no, I feel like it'll still hurt.
Right.
Just as bad. It's just you can make it through. I'm just starting to question now if my grandmas even loved my grandpas because, okay, one of them died, let's say like 2 months before I was born. And my grandma then, like, she just died a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And she never got with another guy or anything. So she lived a good long time. Same with my other one.
Yeah, that means she was getting dick on the sly. She never got caught.
Don't you fucking talk about my grandma,
Grandma
like
was
that.
fucking
Don't you talk about grandma like that.
She was fucking a basketball team. Granny wanted to feel alive.
You can't find those in Litchfield.
Just like a free throw in the 50s. They shot her granny
Don't
style.
you fucking besmirch the name of my grandma.
I'm just saying, why didn't she die with your grandpa then? Like a good
Neither of
woman?
my grandmas did. They lived years and years, like decades later.
I think how long you live after your spouse dies is a good indicator of how much you loved them.
They never got boyfriends or anything.
That you know of.
Well, now you're making me question everything. I don't like thinking of them that way. I like them pure.
Bob Levy says desert pussy is a killer. Once it dries, they die. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty, as they should. As they should. They're saying the UTI smell killed him.
Can we stop talking like that?
Eh, shit. Yeah, James says team shaved and shaved muff. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, see, I keep losing my place in the chat here. There we go. Bob says it's like licking the floor of a barber shop at closing time. Shave it, ladies. Attaboy.
I respect Bob and his like desire levels with women.
When
He
you get
knows
to
what
a
he
certain
wants.
age, you know what you want.
I like that about him.
Son of Billy Wagner says bald pussy is preferable. Not preferable. Mandatory.
It's the only pussy.
Mandatory smooth puss. People want another poll. shaved
or not.
Shaving. Oh, wait, no.
Shaved
bushes or smooth? Bushes. Oh, no. No, we're asking if they're acceptable. Is a bush okay? Yes. No. All right, here you go, guys. Is it acceptable? Meaning, like, it may not be your thing, but they can have it. That's that's a different question. Not like, do you prefer it, but is it okay that it even exists? I think that's...
I see 59% yes right now. That's terrifying.
Wow. Nick says the amount of times Aaron has mentioned his interest in hairless and younger women is getting alarming. Wait a minute. Let's not forget about April here.
I defiled a child. I hate that drop. That should be scrubbed from the internet.
It's not like you didn't say it.
Okay, but it didn't really happen. It was a joke.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you said... Well, now they're down to 67%.
That's still a lot.
On is Bush okay?
That's not down. That's up, you idiot. It was at 59.
I thought it was 70 something. Oh, 59. Oh my God, it's going up. Oh, you fucking monsters.
Is a bush okay? I have to vote on this one. Just to like.
Uh-oh.
This is unacceptable.
I got some breaking news here. Hold your death pools, everyone. This is like bingo when someone calls bingo and you hold your cards. Hold your death pools. Bam Margera hospitalized with pneumonia and put on a ventilator.
Not good.
Bam Margera is in the hospital battling a very serious case of pneumonia complicated by COVID-19. Oh, that's very sweet. That's hey, totally not spiraling. Totally not spiraling. Sources close to the situation tell us Bam was hospitalized in San Diego earlier this week and then tested positive for COVID while in the hospital. And since then, we're told doctors decided to put him on a ventilator. He's being treated in ICU, but his condition is stable. Okay, so yeah, hold the death pool cards, but I don't think you're going to be able to cash him in. It sounds like he's going to be okay.
I feel like any kind of disease could like end that guy's life at this point. He's not the picture of health.
Yeah. Mr. Sane Caesar says that Hulk Hogan tweet about Bam is looking real bad right now. What did Hulk Hogan ever tweet about Bam Margera? That seems like a weird
combo.
Yeah, a weird combo of people. SH says ventilator, it's over. Well, not necessarily.
A ventilator's pretty serious.
I know it's very serious, but it's not a fait accompli that you're dead just because you're on a ventilator.
It's not a death sentence.
Wait, is a ventilator the one where you're not breathing on your own, or is that something else?
The ventilator does it for you, yeah.
Oh.
What do you mean? Like when people get COVID really bad and they get put on a ventilator, it's
See, when I think of ventilator, I think of just getting oxygen.
That little mask?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So a ventilator is like you're not breathing.
You got like a tube in your throat.
Oh, fuck. So like if he's got COVID and pneumonia and all the drinking and drugs he's been doing, yeah, he's probably a prime candidate. Our sources say during one of his stints in rehab, he befriended an attorney who convinced him he could get him out of the court-ordered treatment and free Bam. Yeah, which, great friend.
Yeah, that really says you care about him.
Since then, he's been partying it up in Atlanta in September and hitting Las Vegas the following month. Terrible place to get clean, by the way.
Don't ever go to Vegas if you want to be clean.
We're told Bam never completed his court order, and many people close to him were concerned for the former Jackass star. There's a recent picture of him.
Why is he with Steve Aoki? I feel like Steve could hang out with cooler people.
Yeah, but that's... Honestly, I couldn't pick Steve Aoki out of a lineup. Is that him?
Obviously.
Oh, it is? Yes, I did it.
Steve Aoki does like specific clubs in Vegas.
I only know Steve Aoki from the Bo Burnham song. That's it.
That's it?
That's the only thing I know him from. Our sources say the so-called Free Bam movement was fueled by online speculation that his family put him in a conservatorship similar to Britney Spears. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep fucking around with people like that you don't know and saying that they should be free and this and that. It worked out great for Britney Spears.
Yeah, she seems really stable right now.
Yeah, you guys really did her a big favor by helping get her off that thing. By the way, our poll, 64% of people said Bush is okay.
Oh.
That's an alarming country we live in.
That's really kind of an eye-opener, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have guessed that.
That's a problem. Dusty Rhodes with 199 says, bear for licking, hair for sticking, if you will. Attaboy. All right, so they're saying ventilators cause serious damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
It really is. A ventilator is doing it for you because you're not capable of like keeping up with it on your own.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know that you thought a ventilator was just that little oxygen mask.
Yeah, I was confused by exactly how serious a ventilator was.
No, you get like a tube down your system and everything to keep your lungs supplied with oxygen and keep them
So basically,
functioning.
they're just trying to keep him breathing so that the pneumonia can clear up and then you can start breathing on your own again. So it's that's the hope.
Think about the hard time your lungs are going through with pneumonia and shit. Like, doesn't that extra phlegm in there like harden your lungs to a point?
Like calcify or whatever.
No, not calcify.
The phlegm calcify? No. What is calcify? See, don't get me talking about medical shit. I don't know what I'm saying. I sound like a doof.
Now he's spiraling.
Ventilator somebody said there's a high mortality rate for ventilators.
You can probably cause some infection that way too.
Among 217 critically ill patients, mortality for those who required mechanical ventilation was 29.75%.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, so a third of people who are on ventilators die. Fuck. Okay.
And then you add like severely like poor health on top of that.
Yeah.
Like you've just lived a nasty lifestyle.
Can't you get like an infection from the ventilator too?
Yeah, anytime you put something foreign in your body, you run the risk of infection.
I hear you. I hear you. Good for you, man. Good for you. Good for you. I hear you.
Are you putting things in your body?
What'd you go and blow up at your boss for? Bob Levy says vents kill you. Okay.
Yeah, it's not good.
Cheeto says, I like my bush looking like a woolly mammoth. It's not the way these things are supposed to go, for God's sake.
Looks like a fucking Furby or something.
All right, one more time here, guys. Midland Armory in downtown Foley or midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory, go ahead and order from them online and use the promo code SteelToe. It's going to cover at least your shipping and take a little bit off that bottom line. You get a nice promo code discount when you use the code SteelToe. Whether you're ordering optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, lower receivers, or you want to order a firearm, handguns, rifles, shotguns, they'll mail it to an FFL dealer near you, or you if you're an FFL dealer yourself if you're licensed, and you can get your next firearm from Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Just use the promo code SteelToe when you order online. That's midlandarmory.com. You can also contact Derek and Tracy. They do an amazing job helping you with all your questions at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com.
I did get an email.
Oh, he's losing his mind. Losing his fucking mind. Somebody's a little bit manic. That's almost sad at this point.
I don't want to read that right now.
How bad is it? Is it pretty wild? What you see so far?
Enough that I didn't want to read it right now, yeah.
Ugh. So it's not an I'm sorry?
No, it doesn't seem that way.
Wow. The Midwest Weapons Collectors Association Gun and Knife Show, December 10th and 11th at the St. Cloud River's Edge Convention Center is going on Saturday and Sunday. You can buy, sell, trade new, used, and antique firearms, weapons, vintage sporting collectibles, and so much more. It's $10 per person per day. The Gun and Knife Show at the St. Cloud River's Edge Convention Center this Saturday and Sunday. The Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association is putting it on. For more information, go to mwca.org. That's mwca.org. Thank you to Birdman for the $4.99. Says, from what I understand from a doctor when I was in the hospital with COVID, the standard protocol for ventilators is when you can't survive on 50 LO2. Is that 50 liters of oxygen? Do they remember oxygen in liters?
Yes.
Camo Girl with $4.99 says, for a funny show today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Rizdig is so mad that this isn't going the way he wanted. Poor fella. We never got to Ishowspeed. I've been meaning to get to this guy for like 3 days. I know it's an old story by now, but he's a streamer. I don't know if he's Twitch. I don't know if he's YouTube. But his name is Ishowspeed. Okay, 14 million subscribers on YouTube, 6 million followers on Instagram. Isn't it amazing? Like, Howard Stern had 20 million listeners, and everybody knew who Howard Stern was. But like now in the internet age, you can have 14 million subscribers. And like so many people can just not know who you are because everything's so compartmentalized. Like you have to go look for it. Yeah, I've never seen Ishowspeed. Well, he was at the World Cup and he ran into a Chinese fan wearing, I think, an Argentinian soccer team jersey. Yeah. And he decided to start asking some questions.
Uh-oh.
Now, if you're in that young person streamer space, you got to remember you're dealing with the sensitivities of teenagers in early 20s, and they find everything offensive.
Right.
So you got to kind of be careful. I would hate to stream for that world, but this is Ishowspeed at the World Cup.
Bro, come back. Come back. Why you got on Argentina, bro?
English, no.
Konnichiwa? No, Chinese. Konnichiwa.
So he says konnichiwa to the Chinese guy, and like calling a Chinese person Japanese or vice versa. Yeah. Oh boy.
Don't like that. Yeah.
Not a good move.
No.
Konnichiwa?
No, Chinese.
Konnichiwa, Argentina.
Chinese. No konnichiwa.
Boing, boing, boing.
I can see how that maybe got some heat.
I can see where he maybe got some heat going. But he was in person saying ching tong 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 to a Chinese person. Like he wasn't doing it on the internet. He wasn't just doing it like to the guy from his phone.
Right.
He was literally leaning into the guy and going ting tong tong ting tong tong.
He was just being dumb, I think.
He was being an idiot, but he was being an idiot
in person at least.
Where you can be punched for being an idiot.
Oh yeah, that's true. It could have gone worse.
That could have gone really bad.
That guy wouldn't hit him though.
Because obviously that guy knows karate, you know. What?
Yes, naturally.
What? I don't know. Terry Nee with $5 says Bush is like a hijab. Exactly. It's like a pussy hijab.
I feel like we found out a lot about like the age of our audience based on their answer of Bush or not.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that the amount of people who found Bush okay in this audience was a little unnerving for a lot of us. Yeah, people are saying in the chat that this man actually responded by going pee-pee and Ishowspeed's Coke. That's,
oh, no.
That's actually what happened.
Yeah, so what kind of a streamer is this Speed guy?
I think he's an IRL guy because he just had his phone on him and he was streaming during the World Cup.
I feel like when you become an IRL streamer, you open yourself up for a lot of like punchable moments.
Right. It's kind of like it's
like you're putting yourself out there with some crazy people.
Exactly. Naturally and rightfully so, Speed's fans have littered the comment section on his social media pages denouncing the exchange. One wrote, "Stop spewing macro aggressions and racism towards Asian people and use your platform for something positive." Don't you just want to perform for 18-year-olds?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, right?
Wouldn't it just be the most fun to perform for high school and college age kids? It would be so great.
They're not temperamental at all.
No. Another said, "You failed Asian Americans and Asians everywhere." I didn't know he was looking for him, sir. We all make mistakes, but grow up, do better, be a better example for the youth. While another simply wrote, "I show racism should be your new name from now on."
Ooh.
Whoa. Not I show racism. Oh boy. Then he did. Okay. This is always the measure of these controversies.
Hold on, though. I'm having a thought too. Like, does he... I feel like if this guy had been a white guy, there'd be a lot more problems. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think so. But he did the apology video, and so many people fuck up the apology video. Like True Jordy did it like a dick. Liver King did it like a dick. I don't know. Does anyone ever do a good apology video?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because if you've got to apologize for something, like it's probably a forced apology, and you say all this shit you think you have to say, but you don't mean it.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Ishowspeed had to say. Then Zen Rhino says he sent me something that'll let us get to know Ishowspeed a little better.
Hey guys, it's a clip going around where people are saying I'm being racist to an Asian guy. And I just want to...
People aren't saying that.
No, it's just kind of...
You said konnichiwa to a Chinese kid, and then when he said I'm Chinese, you went ting tong tong ting tong ting tong tong.
You just kind of kept going.
People aren't saying you're racist. They watched you be racist. If someone goes I'm Chinese and you go ting tong ping tong tong ting tong, Racist. I'm sorry.
wanted to say some things, you know. I wasn't.
I'm not saying I didn't.
Jesus.
I'm not saying I didn't laugh. I want to be very clear about this.
No,
I'm just saying it was racist.
it's silly, but I wouldn't have done it.
Right.
Words. People are saying I'm being racist to an Asian guy, you know, and I just wanted to say some things, you know. I wasn't being racist to him. I promise you, you know. I seen him. I thought he was, you know, when I see, I thought he was Japanese, so I said konnichiwa. I watch a lot of anime. I said,
Did he just pull the like? They all look the same to me.
He said, I thought he was Japanese, so I said konnichiwa. I watch a lot of anime.
That's actually pretty common in people his age.
There you go. I mean, if you watch a lot of anime, you can just walk around saying konnichiwa to people.
What I'm saying is he thinks he's just saying they all look alike.
Well,
that's kind of what he's saying.
Do you tell the difference?
I don't pretend to know, but I wouldn't assume. Okay.
Konnichiwa. When I thought he was Chinese, you know, I tried to say a nickname that they call me in Chinese. I literally was just talking to a Chinese person earlier today at 433.
Look, I can't be racist for calling that black guy the N-word. I talked to a black guy like an hour ago.
It was like the same thing.
God.
He said they love me, and I love Chinese people, so I try to say Zhong Kong, like Chong Kong. Like, it's a nickname that they call me in China.
It means the N-word.
Wait, what? Oh, no.
This is why, look, you never try to explain the thing that fucked you up. If you're going to apologize, just say you're sorry and move on. Now, I would say don't apologize. Just wait for it to die down. In 3 days, it'll be done. But to go and be like, oh, no, when he was Chinese, I just tried to say some wild Chinese shit I know.
I just wanted him to know I was a friend.
I said Hong Tong. They call me that. It means gorilla. So I thought he would really appreciate.
Whoa.
I promise you, you know, and if it came off as racist, I promise you, I did not mean it that way. You know, I got adrenaline pushing. I'm making content, live streaming. I'm at the World Cup, watching Ronaldo play, adrenaline pushing. I seen him with a Argentina shirt. You know, I just wanted to say what's up to him. You know, I love other races. You know, I really did not come off as I didn't really mean to come off as racist. You know, I try to speak Portuguese all the time.
Your lack of brain cells is showing.
This is I have a lot of black friends.
Yeah, this isn't good.
I speak a lot of different languages. Portuguese, Klingon. He's going to go into it's going to get bad.
I speak robot.
Try to speak Arabic. You know, but I don't never mean it in a racist way. And I don't know why you guys think I meant that in a racist way, you know.
I don't know, because a Chinese guy was yelling at you while you went Hong Tong, Ting Tong Tong.
He did kind of yell back at you.
Right, he was yelling at you.
Like, I'm not racist to Asians, you know. I mean, Asians try to, you know, sing our songs. Yo, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not.
Asians try to sing our songs.
That's the best offense he could have had.
Oh.
I'm not trying to be
racist.
racist.
I can't deny, you know, my hips don't ride, and I'm suddenly.
Do some YG for us.
My motherfucking. Yeah, file this under another bad apology.
This is not good. This is the most funny one I've seen.
Oh, by far.
Like, he can keep doing this if he'd like to.
By far, it's the most funny apology. It's not a very good one.
Not being racist, you know. But if that did come off anyway, if I did offend any Asian person out there, trust me, man, I'm not racist. I love Asian. I love all, man. So I apologize if that came out that way. Love you guys, man. Peace out. Hope you.
Boy, I tell you, Will Smith just ended up slapping the wrong person over and over and over again.
Do you think?
Good Lord. I like that guy, though.
I do, too. He's kind of funny.
That guy's funny. Funny for the wrong reasons, but he's funny. Yeah. Big Daddy Dodo says, I'm not racist. I love Chinese food.
Bob actually said, like, I'm not racist. I use chopsticks all the time, bro.
I use chopsticks all the time. Damn, bro. Why's everybody sweating me and shit?
I was waiting for him to say something like, oh, I fucked an Asian girl, you know, last week, or I eat Asian food.
Man, I told that Chinese kid, I'm like, man, one time I was down in China. I've been there before. I done been to China, April.
Have you?
Yeah. Ishowspeed on the show now. I've been to China, yo.
And?
Well, I've been to a particular part of China.
What part of China?
I've been to Hong Kong, motherfucker.
Holy shit, what were you doing there?
Yeah, I was watching sports just like the World Cup.
Ooh, what kind of sports?
It was the World Cup of table tennis.
Any like celebrity players there?
Yeah, motherfucker, they had all the best. They had Swats Johnson, they had Spanks McGee, they had all the bad motherfuckers of ping pong. Man, there was even King Kong was up in that bitch.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and he played ping pong, man. He ain't even use a paddle and shit.
Jesus, what would he use?
Yeah, he used his motherfucking King Kong gorilla dick, bitch.
Isn't that unsanitary?
Man, King Kong goes to Hong Kong and plays ping pong with his motherfucking ding dong.
I can't fucking believe it.
Ching chong, ding ding dong dong ding dong. I'm sorry.
Thank you for pulling that one out. I kind of missed that.
You're welcome. Your Klingon is an abomination, says Little Lemmy. I want to apologize to everybody who
That's too bad.
Who's offended by my Klingon. That's my bad. I don't watch Star Trek, so apologies.
I don't either.
Yeah, that would be funny if Ishowspeed said, I can say things like that. I have Puerto Rican friends, and that's close.
I have Puerto Rican friends, yeah.
Oh. Wander This World says, that was not racist until the sounds at the end. Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, goddamn, I tried
I'm glad
my best.
Someone can clear that up for us.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very much appreciated.
Get us off the hook.
Zen Rhino sent me, Sage sent me. Oh, that cunt went on. Oh, no, I think it must have been on Instagram. He sent me a clip of, what's his name? Ishowspeed. Messages. Ishowspeed, who gon' stop me? Okay.
Hey, hold on, wait. All right, but look, though. I got a psychological question, okay? Say if we the last two.
I got a psychological question.
Psychological.
Right? Let's say that there's a train that departs a station from Kansas City, and that bitch leave at 60 miles per hour. Let's say another one traveling from Butte, Montana is traveling 75 miles an hour. Who's getting to Denver first, motherfucker?
The hard-hitting question.
You know who would figure that shit out? A Chinese kid.
Whoa.
And we had to reproduce to make
Omaha.
the world.
Oh, here we go. Oh, wait.
Logical question, okay? Say if we the last two people on Earth, and we had to reproduce to make the world continue. Would you reproduce with me?
What is this? Ishowspeed Zumach over here? What the fuck is going on? Are we begging for it now? What the hell?
This guy is, I'm going to sound old, incredibly forward. Oh my God. Like, you're just going to ask your guest that?
Yeah, if we had to reproduce. First of all, if you're to the point where you're asking a woman, if I was the last man on Earth, would you fuck me? You kind of know the answer already.
Yeah,
if you have to ask
I think
that
so.
question.
And she looks completely, not excited about this.
No, she doesn't look too thrilled about the question being asked.
His chat's flying. Is he like something?
Oh, yeah, he's got millions of followers.
How does this happen?
He's a guy.
Make the world continue. Would you reproduce with me?
No, because that means our kids will have to intertwine and then their kids, no.
No, she's really trying to say, no, that's because my kids would then be part black and my dad would fucking kill me.
She kind of does have a point, though. You can't just reproduce with the only guy left on Earth, because then those kids of yours are going to have to do
inbreeding.
incest to keep going.
You're saying that the species should just die with you at that point.
I think so.
Yeah. You're probably right. If you're down to the last two, it was a good run.
I think she's actually the only one who's ever made me realize that.
Yeah.
Props to her.
Yo, I can't fuck you if the world was ending. It's nothing personal. She's just trying really hard for him not to threaten her, so she's trying to find a political answer. She's like, yo, it ain't nothing against you, but if I fuck you and we the only two, that means our kids are going to come out all retarded and shit. All right, well, she raises a good point.
Yes, she does.
No, because that means our kids will have to intertwine and then their kids, no.
Who gonna stop me?
I will.
He really is
what?
Ishowzumach. Oh my God, I think we found Chad's black cousin.
This guy just kind of came out and said that, and nobody ever covered this.
I've never heard of this.
Do you know what I
before.
mean? Doesn't that kind of seem, based on streamer stories we've seen on TMZ and shit before, doesn't that seem worthy of it?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I don't know.
Who gonna stop me?
I will.
Who's gonna stop me?
I will.
If we the last two people on Earth, who gonna stop me?
Ladies and gentlemen, Ishowspeed, shattering stereotypes. What?
Do you still like him? I kind of don't like him anymore.
Look, I'm starting to turn a little iffy on the guy.
Oh, you're just turning.
She's handling it like a champ, though.
She is. She could have gone a lot crazier over that.
You're not stopping me. If we the last two people on Earth, who gonna stop me?
Yeah. Come on.
Someone's trying to call him.
Is he like mad for a shoot?
No, yeah, he seems mad. You don't think so?
Yeah, no, I'm saying like, did he really turn to like really hostile? Over
This is something he thinks about, I'm guessing.
By the way, this is the last thing a lot of women saw before Darren Sharper violated them was that kind of face just coming.
How about
right for him?
How about we just not associate with psychopaths?
Yeah,
maybe don't come back on this guy's show.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe this guy, not really the best guy to do a guest spot on.
No?
Yeah.
You wouldn't go?
No, I don't think
he
so.
He might ask you the same question.
Well, I know to avoid this kind of uncomfortable situation, I just go, yeah, sure, for whatever. Not a big deal.
That's true. Okay.
He deals with rejection well, I see, says Michael Pitt. That's why I'm saying him and Chad might be related. Atomic Citizen, I'm a fan of Black Chad. Garrett says, does that hair make you crazy, or are you crazy and then you want that hair?
It's a good question.
I can't. Look, I can't blame the hair.
That's true. The hair.
There's a lot of people with that hair.
Did not ask for any of this.
I'm a small egg picker. I don't think his name should be Ishowspeed. It should be I Do Speed. That guy's fucking insane. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. What a show. Thank you very much. We got a little bit closer to Tuesday morning's goal. Again, Tuesday morning we're on already. So Monday morning show, Monday evening show, already taken care of. Thank you guys very much for your contributions this week.
What a cool trend if we could keep that going.
Yeah.
Where we never have to do a goal during the day. We're just kind of like going for it.
We just keep staying ahead. Yeah, that would be really cool. We appreciate it. We hope you liked the show. And remember, if your enemies have been put in a tailspin, let them crash into the ground. Let it go. Leave them die. April, thank you very much.
Thanks, boss.
To the rest of you, have a great rest of your weekend, and we will talk to you again Sunday night at 7 p.m., and then we'll turn that members only afterwards, and then 6 a.m. Central Time on the morning show. Take it easy.